Chapter 1. Charlotte. Hey Charlotte. What are you doing back here? I blinked slowly and my vision cleared, like there'd been some kind of film in my eyes preventing me from seeing clearly. But now that I could, I realized I was in the bodega down the street from my apartment. Strange. Charlotte. I shook my head and met the concerned gaze of the shop owner, Mrs. Petrovsky. I'm fine, I said slowly, not entirely telling the truth. At that moment, I didn't really know what I was, but fine wasn't it. Did you forget something earlier? The kind middle-aged woman asked.
Earlier?
I felt like an idiot, but nothing was adding up. And my head was so foggy. Like I'd just woken up from a month-long nap.
Yes, dear.
You were here earlier for your weekly groceries. I didn't think I'd see you again until next Monday. Monday. Right. It was my grocery day. I'd come in earlier after spending the morning packing my dorm room. The semester had just ended. I'd taken the last of my finals, and now all I had to do was move out by the end of the week. But what brought me back here? In fact, I couldn't remember what I'd been doing before I got here either. It was murky and filled with holes, but something was tugging on my thoughts. Some memory. Some event. Something important that happened today. I took a deep breath and tried to start from the beginning. I'd woken up, had breakfast, gone shopping, come home to pack, and then, what? I racked my brain as fragments of images sailed through my thoughts, none of them making sense. None of them adding up to a bigger picture. Finally, all at once, it hit me. Adrian. My roommate of 4 years had finally shown up after being completely MIA for days. I'd been calling, emailing, even sending her messages on social media. Anything I could think of to get in touch with her. Adrienne Wilkinson was an independent woman who'd had an upbringing almost as tragic as mine, but she'd never just disappeared like that before. I'd been so worried, I'd gone to campus safety to report her missing. When that led nowhere, I tried the police, but all they'd promised to do was contact her family. Which I'd already done. So, when she showed up at our dorm room today, knocking instead of just letting herself in with her key, I knew something was up. Problem was, I was so relieved to see her I hadn't bothered asking questions. And then everything sort of went fuzzy. Was Adrienne still in our room? No. I think she left. Or was it me who left? Why would I leave when I had a million unanswered questions for her? And where had she been all that time? Did she say? I searched my scrambled thoughts again, but couldn't find even a hint of a memory that explained her absence. But, while I'd been looking for that piece of the puzzle, another recollection surged to the forefront. Adrienne was moving overseas for some job. But what job? If she'd applied to something in another country, I assumed she'd tell me that, right? We'd been friends and roommates for years. Sure, we weren't that close, but that had more to do with her reluctance to get close to anyone than my lack of trying. Charlotte, are you all right? Do you need me to call someone? I looked back over at Mrs. Petrovsky and gave her the best smile I could manage at that moment. I didn't know for sure, but I imagined she was around the same age my mom would have been if she was still alive. But I couldn't know for sure because she was never talked about in my house when I was growing up. And really, there had always been a hell of a lot more yelling than talking going on anyway. I'm fine. I tried lying again. I just have a headache.
And I forgot.
I glanced in my basket quickly, avocados earlier. I tried for another smile, but I didn't think it was working. Mrs. Petrovsky frowned. You bought a whole bag of avocados this afternoon. I shrugged, the smile becoming more brittle by the second. Can never have enough avocados, am I right? She smiled back, but it was almost as strained as my own. It was clear I wasn't acting like myself, but I didn't know how that could be helped. I'd just basically woken up in the middle of a grocery store with no idea how or why I got there. Things weren't adding up at all, and that didn't sit right with me. This felt too much like when I was younger, and nothing was in my control. when I was at the mercy of a terrible man who was supposed to protect and love me. I'd promised I'd never feel that way again. That I'd do everything in my power to always be in control of myself and my future. That I'd never rely on anyone else again. Right then, though, it might have been nice if I did have someone to lean on. Someone I could talk this all through with. Someone who would listen and not think I was as crazy as I felt. But that wasn't an option, so I shook that thought from my head and paid for my superfluous avocados. Too bad the damn things went bad so quickly. I hurried home, still digging through my thoughts, trying to make sense of this day. By the time I got back to my dorm, I realized I was getting nowhere. I couldn't remember what had happened, no matter how hard I tried. There was only one other person who might be able to clear some things up for me. I pulled out my phone to search through my contacts when there was a knock on the door. Adrian. She must have come back for something, although from the looks of it, her side of the room was already empty. Maybe she realized she had some explaining to do. I unlocked the deadbolt and pulled on the handle, ready to tear my roommate a new one, but stopped short with the door only halfway open. It wasn't Adrian who'd knocked. Suspicion instantly made me cautious, and I closed the door a little more. "Can I help you?" The man tilted his head in the air and sniffed.
Molière.
"She's here." I slowly closed the door another inch, and wedged my foot behind it so he couldn't push it open. "I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about." "Do not lie to me, human. You will not like the outcome." I frowned at the man, noticing for the first time how strangely he was dressed. Like he didn't belong in this century. Maybe I disregarded it at first because this was New York City where anything goes, but now it caught and held my attention. I didn't think it was a costume he was wearing, although he could easily have been on stage playing a character in a Shakespearean tragedy in this getup. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I think you should leave." I moved to close the door, but his pale white hand shot out and stopped me. "My wife. I can smell her here. Tell me where she is and I'll let you live." "Let me live. Have you lost your fucking?" The rest of my sentence got lost as the man shoved the door open all the way. I stumbled backward across the room, my heart racing unevenly in my chest. This was not good. This was not good at all. I needed to get this guy out of my apartment, or I needed to get out.
Immediately.
I searched the room for a weapon, just in case, but almost everything was packed. I spotted a box cutter that could come in handy, but it was all the way across the room, and this giant asshole was in the way. I met his gaze again, just in time for him to throw something at me. The plastic cards bounced off my face and fell to the ground. Thankfully, one landed upright so I could see what it was. "What are you doing with Adrian's driver's license?" I asked, my voice beginning to tremble with newfound fear. He pointed at the cards on the floor. "Where is she?" "My Molière. Bring her to me at once." So that's what this was all about. I shrugged and took a half step to my left, angling myself closer to that box cutter. "She doesn't live here anymore." "Take me to her," he yelled between gritted teeth. "I don't know where she lives now. She said she was moving out of the country." "I'm sorry, I can't help you and I think you should go now." "I'm not leaving without my property," he growled, the sound sending ripples of chills down my spine. "Bring her to me now or I will kill you." And there went the end of my patience.
I knew I shouldn't.
I did my best to hold my tongue, but I'd already taken enough verbal abuse for 5 lifetimes, and I just wasn't putting up with that shit anymore. That was the only excuse I had for my next words. "Who the fuck do you think you're talking to like that? I swear." A shocking strike to the side of my face drowned out my next words before I was knocked off my feet. I came crashing to the hard ground moments later, my head spinning and my jaw aching. Next, there was a blow to my midsection, and I'd know that pain anywhere. I'd just been kicked in the chest, and I knew from past experiences I had at least one broken rib now. I gasped and wheezed around the pain as I tried to climb to my feet. I'd learned the hard way that the sooner you got up, the less damage they could do. But I only made it to my knees before there was another devastating kick to my side. I grabbed my ribs, trying my best to hold them together and apply pressure. The man came closer, each step seeming to reverberate through the floor beneath my face. He stopped when he was only a few inches away and leaned in close. "You should have just given me what I want," he whispered before his boot flew toward my face and everything went black. I woke up choking on something and just barely had enough strength to roll to my side. My stomach heaved as I continued to vomit on the floor, my face, my hair, and anything else that had the misfortune of being too close. As soon as the sickness subsided, I rolled onto my back again and stared up at the ceiling, my whole body aching in a way that was all too familiar. I'd gotten my ass kicked. That much was obvious. What was even more obvious was that this time, things were different. This wasn't a black eye, or a broken rib that I could just live with until it healed. As the room spun around me and my stomach heaved again, I knew this was more serious. And I knew I needed to get help. I turned onto my stomach and was sick again, my body having nothing left to expel at that point. My ribs ached, it was hard to breathe and I could barely see out of my swollen eyes, but I knew I needed to find my phone. I attempted to crawl forward, but quickly learned that my left leg was useless, every movement sending blinding pain shooting through my body. With a growl, I grit my teeth and slithered forward anyway, trying to ignore the way my right arm hung uselessly at my side. My phone was almost always on my charger since it was old, and the battery was going. That meant I only needed to make it the 2 feet to my nightstand, and then I could get help. Then I could rest. Then I could go back to sleep while I waited. I was sweating and shaking by the time I made it those 24 inches, but damn it, I made it. Flopping onto my back again, I dialed 911 and told the operator everything I could recall, which wasn't much. I strained to remember the attack, or even the man who hurt me, but my memories were frustratingly vague and fuzzy. Just like earlier, my thoughts seemed to be little shards of a puzzle that didn't all fit together. Once the operator assured me there was someone on the way, I let the phone fall to the floor and closed my eyes. I remembered hearing that if you had a head injury, you weren't supposed to go to sleep, but I couldn't help myself. I was in so much pain it was hard to wrap my mind around it. Never in my life had I been beaten so thoroughly. Usually my dad would get bored after a while and leave to find more alcohol. Or drugs. Or a woman to disappoint for the night. I never cared where he went as long as he was gone. Thankfully, he spent more time out of the house while I was growing up than in it, or I'd have had a lot more broken bones. Unlike this man, my father had always made sure to steer clear of my face. It helped that I always wore long sleeves and pants, but that wasn't for him, that was for myself. I wouldn't have been able to handle the embarrassment of my whole school knowing my father beat the shit out of me on a regular basis. I ground my teeth together and did my best to shove thoughts of him aside. He represented the worst parts of my life, and I'd rather forget them. The only reason he was on my mind now was because of what happened tonight. Because this was the first time someone had laid a hand on me since the last time with my dad. The time he'd finally gone too far, and I'd wound up in the hospital. It looked like I'd be making another trip, but thankfully, this wouldn't have half the town working in it. As I lay there, I could hear the 911 operator's tiny voice coming from my phone, but I couldn't work up the energy to answer them back. The edges of my vision were darkening, and I knew I had only moments left before I was unconscious again. I used those precious seconds to think hard about my life. I'd worked my ass off throughout high school, both on my grades and my part-time job so I could get out of the hellhole I'd been raised in. And the first chance I'd gotten, I'd done just that. Packed up in the middle of the night, and left without a backward glance at the piece of shit that called himself my father. Yet there I was again. Broken, bleeding, barely conscious on the floor of my bedroom. The predicament brought me back to my childhood, and I squeezed my eyes closed, hissing in pain when I forgot they were both bruised. I swore then this would be the last time. I'd nurse my wounds, and then find a way to defend myself for next time. I'd never be the victim again.
Chapter 2. Alexander. He's looking for her. I rubbed my face and turned to glance at the clock on the nightstand. There was only minutes before dawn, and my boss decided now was a good time to call me. But Nicholas Talbot wasn't just my boss, he was also the closest thing to a friend that I had. So with a sigh, I sat up in bed and rubbed my eye with the heel of my palm. Who's looking for who? He growled softly. Adrian's maker is looking for her, he practically yelled. I don't know how he found her apartment, he muttered, probably more to himself than to me, but I had something to say about that. I yawned. Yeah, we found her license and credit cards at the scene. They were thrown on the floor. We're thinking he lifted them off her when he changed her. Nicholas paused for a moment, which I knew was never a good thing. Why wasn't I informed of this? I sighed and leaned against my headboard. I just got home from the cleanup. I was going to call you tomorrow night with my report. Anything that has to do with Adrian comes to me immediately. Do you understand? I rolled my eyes. Sure. Honestly, I didn't get what the big deal was. Or what was so special about this baby vampire he was coddling. Then again, it wasn't unusual for me to not understand things like that. I worked hard to stay away from any strong emotions or attachments. I'd been doing it for over 500 years, and it had worked just fine so far. I'm sorry, Nicholas grunted. I shrugged, although I knew he couldn't see me. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I wasn't going to get upset about Nicholas throwing a hissy fit. It was out of character for the normally stoic Parliament board member, but not completely unexpected. I knew from the moment I saw Nicholas with his new foster vamp, Adrian, that things were different. He was different. He looked at her like she hung the damn moon. Or like he'd go pluck it out of the sky for her if she asked him nicely enough. I shuddered. Don't worry, he'll make a mistake and we'll catch him. That's not good enough. I can't wait around for this vampire to show his hand again. I want every guard we have canvassing the city until we find him. I rolled my eyes again. And what should I tell them to look for, Nicholas? A vampire with the words bad guy scrawled across his forehead? Come on. Nicholas growled louder this time, the sound reverberating through the phone. I don't care what they have to look for as long as they find him. Nicholas, be reasonable. I will not be reasonable. Do you have any idea what it's like to be completely responsible for someone else? To worry constantly about their well-being? To be so entirely out of control of their future and your own? He kept going, but I tuned him out. Nicholas's words were dredging up dark memories, and I was using everything I had in me to fight them back, but it was no use. Darkness. Obsolete darkness, with only a small ember to light the night, but it wasn't benign. No, this ember was the last holdout from the inferno that had razed my village. Men, women, children, all laid to waste no matter who they were. My mother. My father. My sisters and brothers. All of them gone. I squeezed my eyes closed as I swallowed painfully past the dry lump in my throat. My wife. My son. My family. The people I was supposed to protect. The people who counted on me to keep them safe. Alexander? My eyes sprang open, but I didn't see the dark room in the center of New York City. I only saw the decimated village back in Austria. The last night I spent in my home country. Alexander, he said louder. This time I cleared my throat. Yeah. I'm sorry, he said again. I shouldn't have said that. I know what you've been through, and that was careless of me. Despite my best efforts, there'd been a night a few decades ago when I'd had too many bloody cocktails and spilled my tragic secrets. It was the first time I'd spoken of my family in hundreds of years. And the last. It's fine, I said, my voice gruffer than I'd intended. I cleared my throat again and tried to sound more natural. I get it. You're worried about her. We'll take care of it. You know we will. Nicholas sighed through the phone as I felt the first effects of the dawn in my heavy limbs. We're leaving for the training facility as soon as she's up. We'll be gone for a week. I slunk back down on my bed and closed my eyes. We'll find him by then. He sighed again. I hope so. In the meantime, I need you to move the girl as soon as possible. I opened my eyes and frowned at the ceiling. What girl? The one who was attacked today. She's Adrian's old roommate. He attacked her when he couldn't find Adrian, he said with a growl. I want her moved to a secure location as soon as possible. You're in charge of that while I'm away. I held back a sigh of my own and nodded into the pitch-black room. Great. I got to babysit a human tomorrow. Consider it done. Good. I'll touch base tomorrow. Neither of us bothered with pleasantries, as we both disconnected the call. I tossed my phone onto the nightstand and rolled over, waiting for the dawn to do its thing. Is she awake? Dr. Thomas looked up from his notes and smiled at me. I didn't return it. Yes, she is. She's doing remarkably well. I'm sure we have he glanced around quickly before continuing, vampire blood to thank for that. I frowned. He gave her blood? The doctor nodded seriously, his lips pressed into a thin line. My guess is he beat her to within an inch of her life, and then gave her enough blood to keep her alive so he could beat her some more. It was one of the most gruesome attacks I've seen in a while. My stomach clenched uncomfortably. Truthfully, I didn't care about much, and this human wouldn't even make the long list, but no one deserved that. Is she getting out today? The doctor shook his head. I'm afraid we'll need to observe her for another night. He checked our surroundings again, and I had to hold back an eye roll at his subterfuge. Almost everyone working the night shift in this hospital were vampires anyway. I don't know why he was so worried about secrecy here. I'm having trouble explaining how fast she's healing. She's asking questions. I shrugged. So glamour her. Thomas shook his head again. She's had a brain injury. It's too risky. This time I did roll my eyes. Okay, then give her some more vamp blood and then glamour her. I'm not seeing what the issue is here. His narrowed eyes flashed in my direction. I'm not risking my patient's well-being for your convenience. While she's in my care, I'll make sure we do what's right for her. Why does it even matter? She'll be dead in a couple decades anyway. What's a little brain damage going to hurt? He stood there looking at me silently while he slowly shook his head. Where's Talbot? Shouldn't he be here? Translation: I'd rather be talking to anyone but you. I shrugged. He had to leave town and he put me in charge. I don't want to be here any more than you want me here. That's obvious. I sighed. This was a waste of my time. So, we have to do this the old-fashioned way. Fine. Where is she? He pursed his lips but nodded to a room a few doors down. 562. I turned to leave when his voice rang out again. And be nice. I snorted and ignored him. With my eyes straight forward, I tried to pretend I didn't see the human nurses gawking at me, but it wasn't easy. When I made it to the girls' room, I let myself in without being invited. Thankfully, not all vampire lore was true. I silently pulled the privacy curtain aside and found the human girl lying in the sterile hospital bed. I took a moment to examine her before she saw me. The first thing I noticed was her scent. It clung to the walls, filling the room. Like she was everywhere. She smelled sweet. Like peaches. My second thought was she looked small. Much smaller than a woman her age should be. I glanced at her chart, my perfect eyesight having no trouble reading her stats from so far away. It said she was 21. So she should have been full-grown by now. Maybe it was just the giant hospital bed that made her look so small. Or all the wires and tubes coming from her slight frame. Or maybe it was even the bruises covering every inch of visible skin that made her seem so little. I grit my teeth as I catalogued her injuries in silence. When I caught sight of the bruises shaped like fingers around her delicate throat, a soft growl escaped from deep within me. It was enough to alert the girl to my presence. Her bandaged head whipped in my direction, eyes widening in fear for the briefest moment before something else took over. I held back another eye roll as I watched her react to me. Her pupils dilated, and her breathing sped up as her mouth fell open slightly and she gasped. Honestly, it did nothing for me. Humans were supposed to find us attractive. It made hunting them that much easier. The fact that this one was reacting so viscerally made little difference. I cleared my throat. Hello. My name's Alexander. Her mouth was still hanging open as her heart raced faster and faster. Although I could hear the organ pumping out its uneven tattoo, I could also see the machine next to her going haywire at her reaction. I stifled a sigh. You're Charlotte, right? I asked, having just read her name on her chart moments ago. She nodded but said nothing. Okay. Nicholas Talbot sent me. He's a friend of Adrian's. At the mention of her old roommate, her brow creased slightly. Is she here? She finally spoke, her voice stronger than I'd expected. No. She couldn't be here, but they sent me. I'm supposed to let you know we'll be moving you out of your apartment, ahead of schedule. She shook her head, the stupor seeming to lift. Wait, what? Which part are you having trouble understanding? She narrowed her eyes at me. They were so swollen I could barely tell. Who is we, and where are you moving me to? This would be so much easier with some glamour. We is none of your concern, and where is to an apartment nearby. You'll barely notice the difference. I have an apartment lined up already. That's already been taken care of. She frowned. What the hell does that mean? It means you won't be living there anymore. Her eyes brightened with anger. Says who? I shrugged. A lot of people. Me for one. I don't give a shit. I've already signed a lease. It's been taken care of. She eyed me speculatively for a moment. Who the hell are you? I told you, my name is Alexander. Maybe she really did have a brain injury. She rolled her eyes in her swollen face. I heard your name, asshole. I want to know who you are. As in, who the hell do you think you are coming in here and telling me what to do? I rocked backward on my heels, surprised at the fire and vehemence in her voice. She might have been little, but she sure as hell didn't sound it. If I was allowed to use glamour, I'd simply wipe this scene from her memories and will her to do as I said. Since that apparently was off the table, it meant I needed to tap into my next greatest skill. Lying. I'm a social worker with the hospital. We're worried about your safety, so we're relocating you. I should have known such a simple answer wouldn't fly with this one. She held up a hand and started ticking off her points. First of all, I don't believe for a second you're a social worker. Second of all, my safety isn't your concern. I only need to go back to that apartment for my things. After that, I'll be in a new place that has nothing to do with Adrian, and I'll be perfectly safe. Honestly, it sounded like a plan to me, but I knew Nicholas wouldn't be satisfied with that, so I pressed on. Your things have already been collected and brought to your new apartment. Her mouth fell open as her eyes burned even brighter. Who the hell gave you the right to go into my apartment? And to take my things? And bring them to fuck knows where? I don't think so. She pulled the cannula from her nose before reaching for the IV in her hand. I darted across the room, a little faster than I should have, and grabbed her hand before she could do any damage. My thoughts should have been centered on this crazy pain in my ass human and the headache she was giving me, but instead all I could think about was how warm and soft her hand was. I jerked mine back like hers was made of lava. Don't do that, I said instead, hoping my words carried enough weight to make her listen. She paused for a moment as she looked up at me, the previous infatuation nowhere to be found. Anthony. It's Alexander, I said between gritted teeth. She shrugged. Whatever. I don't care. I'm leaving, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. She reached for the tube in her hand again, and I blurted out the first thing I could think of. Where will you go? She snorted. I told you. I'm getting my things back and going home. I have a few more days before I have to move out. We've already handed in the keys. What? Her wide eyes assessed me like she was wondering whether she should scream at me or strangle me. Or maybe both at the same time. Why the hell would you do that? I rolled my eyes to the ceiling, begging the universe for some patience. I told you. We're moving you to a secure location. Your things are already there. But I don't want to go to your secure location. I want to go to the apartment I picked out. The one I paid a security deposit on. The one that I purposely chose because it's only a block from my new internship. I shrugged. Like I said, it's in the same neighborhood. It shouldn't make that big of a difference. She studied me for a long minute as the fight slowly left her tense shoulders. Oddly enough, I found I missed it. Seeing her like this made her look small again, and I didn't like it. Why though? She asked softly. I don't understand why I can't just move into my new apartment. I stood stock still while I ran through my limited options. I could continue to brush off her questions and force her to do what I said, or I could give her some truth. Maybe let her in a little, so she didn't feel so out of control of her own life. Like I'd wished someone had done for me once upon a time. I sighed and walked over to her bed, taking a seat at the end near her feet. She scooted over for me, and I didn't know if it was really to give me more room, or because she was uncomfortable having me this close. And then I wondered why I cared. The problem is, we don't know how long that man was in your place after he assaulted you. He could already know the address of your new apartment. The safest thing would be for you to move to a location of our choosing, where he won't know where to look for you. Just to be safe. And in that instant, I realized that held some importance to me. I wanted this small, fierce woman to be safe. Okay, fine. My eyes darted to her face, finding it relaxed once more. What? I asked stupidly. She shrugged. Okay. I'll move to the new apartment with you. Not with me. She rolled her eyes. Whatever. I said I'll move. I eyed her carefully, wondering what had changed, then decided I didn't want to know. More importantly, I didn't want to give her a chance to change her mind. With something that felt like reluctance but couldn't have been, I stood from her bed and walked toward the door. When I was a safer distance away, I turned to her again. You'll be discharged tomorrow, and I'll be here to take you to your new apartment. Her eyes widened again. You're taking me to my new apartment? Well, I wasn't supposed to. I had many more pressing things to attend to, and I'd planned to send some of the guards under me to do this, but now I'd changed my mind. I didn't like the thought of anyone else securing her safety. I needed to see it for myself. And that annoyed the fuck out of me. My irritation flared, and I clenched my fists at my side. Yes. Is that a problem? She shrugged and looked away like she had something to hide. I was instantly suspicious. No, I guess not. The words were on the very tip of my tongue. Question after question. The desire to make her tell me what she meant by that. And deeper, the longing to just glamour her and get a straight answer without all the work. But I didn't do any of that. Instead, I nodded once, straightened up, and left. It seemed like the safest choice at the time. This woman had proved to be nothing like I'd imagined. At every turn, she'd done the opposite of what was expected. I groaned as I realized I had a whole night of this in store for me tomorrow. Chapter 3. Alexander. What did you say to her yesterday? I looked over my shoulder to find Dr. Thomas with his arms folded across his chest, looking pissed off. Not that I really cared. What? He stormed over to me, his white sneakers squeaking across the linoleum. What did you say to Charlotte yesterday? I rubbed the back of my neck and shrugged. I don't know. A lot of shit. Why? She's suspicious. She must have asked me a dozen questions about you. If you'd? I tuned the doctor out as one thought played on repeat in my head. She was asking about me. I wondered what she'd asked. Then I wondered why I gave a fuck. With a shake of my head, I held up a hand for the doctor to shut up. I'd heard enough. If you're worried about how much she suspects, then let me glamour her. Thomas's eyes flashed with barely concealed anger. You will not endanger her that way. Your job is to play a role and make her safe. Do your job or I'll find someone else to. With that he stomped away, muttering the whole time about the job description not mentioning dealing with asshole vampires like me. I grinned. But it was short-lived. It seemed like I hadn't done a good enough job of convincing the girl I was who I said I was. Not that I blamed her. At over 6 feet tall, dressed all in black, and with the sneer I was sure was on my face, it was probably hard to imagine I was the docile social worker I'd claimed to be. With a shrug, I continued toward her room. I wasn't going to worry about this. I didn't really care what she thought. My job was to move her to a safe place, and that was it. After today, I'd never see her again, and she could go on believing whatever she wanted. It wasn't like she'd ever guess the truth. I entered her room without knocking again, the scent of peaches already clouding my thoughts. Belatedly, I realized some manners might help me lie to her better. When I stepped around the curtain, I found the girl sitting up in bed, her posture much more alert than it had been yesterday. I wanted to sit there and watch her for a minute, but that was ridiculous. I cleared my throat to get her attention. She jumped, a startled squeak slipping out of her before she turned to me. And just like yesterday, there was no hiding her reaction to my presence. Her bright blue eyes, more noticeable today now that the swelling had gone down, widened almost comically as her pupils dilated and her chest heaved. I stared at her for a moment, letting myself take the time to really look at her. For some reason, she didn't look as small today. As if her personality and liveliness had somehow added a couple inches to her height. She was also prettier than I remembered. But maybe that was because the bruises were already fading from her face, and I could properly see her now. Oh, it's you. I shook my head, dispelling those thoughts and reminding myself why I was there. I had a job to do. Nothing more and nothing less. Are you ready to go? She shrugged. Ask the doctor. Just as she said that, Dr. Thomas walked through the door behind me. He gave me a small glare before flashing a wide smile at the girl. How are we doing, Charlotte? Think you're ready to go home? She scoffed. Yeah. Wherever home is now, she mumbled. For some reason, that sent a small pang of guilt through me. It really wasn't fair what had happened to her. First, she was almost killed by a vampire, and then once she woke up, I'd come in like an unforgiving asshole to tell her she'd been moved from her old apartment without her permission. There she was, stuck in a hospital room, and she didn't even know where she'd be sleeping tonight. Or where all her belongings were. I felt like I needed to say something. Some words of comfort, but what? I hadn't tried to soothe someone in centuries. I didn't even know if I knew how. I cleared my throat. It's not far from your old place. I'll take you there as soon as you're ready. My voice was softer than I'd thought it could be, and almost unrecognizable. She glanced at me quickly before looking away. I didn't know what that meant, but I didn't like it. Dr. Thomas noticed the quiet tension in the room, and decided to break it. Well, I'm confident you're well enough to be discharged. As soon as you're ready to leave, you're free to go. He smiled warmly at her, and she grinned back. For a minute, it made me want to punch the doctor. Hard. I really can't thank you enough, Dr. Thomas, the girl gushed as a transport employee showed up with a wheelchair. I eyed the thing critically as Dr. Thomas wrapped his long fingers around the girl's arm and helped her from the bed. My feet itched to move. To help her. To rip the doctor's hand off and do it myself, but I reeled that absurd emotion in and stayed where I was. It didn't stop my hands from clenching into fists by my sides. It was my pleasure, Charlotte. And don't forget, if you feel dizzy or nauseous, you come right back, okay? She nodded and wrapped her arms around the doctor's waist. He froze for a moment before his expression softened and he hugged her back. This time I couldn't stop myself. I took 3 whole steps toward them before I could get myself back under control. What the fuck was going on? They pulled apart and I let out a deep breath. The girl gingerly lowered herself into the chair and smiled at the doctor, making me want to punch him again. She finally glanced at me, and I had to work quickly to remove what I was sure was a murderous look from my face. When she frowned, I realized I hadn't moved fast enough. "Ready?" she asked, her voice uncertain. I nodded once and stalked into the hallway. I needed space. Fresh air. But all I was getting in here was the recycled stream of disinfectant and death. And fucking peaches. I shook my head and waited as she was rolled into the hallway. She glanced in my direction again, but I ignored her. I followed the wheelchair, glaring at it the whole time. I didn't like seeing her in that thing. It reminded me too much of how she looked yesterday. Small and broken. I gritted my teeth and continued silently, willing this night to end already. We made it downstairs to the black SUV I had parked out front. They wheeled her over to the door where she stood cautiously, the cast on her broken leg making standing difficult. I watched as she eyed the tall vehicle with trepidation. "I got it," I said. I opened the passenger door and scooped the girl into my arms before I could think twice about it. She was light, like her bones were hollow. I did my best to ignore the intoxicating smell wafting off her skin and slid her onto the leather seat, retracting my hands as soon as I could. I tried to pretend I didn't see the way she reacted to me. How her chest heaved with her rapid breaths, and her lips fell open with her soft panting. With a shake of my head, I shut the door, cutting off all contact with her while I got a fucking grip on myself. This was just a girl. A human girl. She was inconsequential. Temporary. I did not care about her, and I would not think about her any more than necessary. As soon as this night was over, so was the strange shit between us. I was counting down the minutes. "Can you tell me where we're going?" I shrugged and tried to ignore the way I could feel the heat of her body from where I sat. "I told you, it's nearby." "Yes, but that doesn't mean much. Do you think you could be more specific?" There was a touch of irritation in her voice, and I tried not to smile. It was like a bunny rabbit getting mad at you. Kind of cute, actually. I frowned and pressed my lips together hard before answering. "It's 2 blocks from your last place." "What's the street name?" "I don't remember." "How do you not know the name of the street?" I shrugged. "I just know where I'm going. I don't pay attention to signs." Which was true. I could drive from one end of this city to the next blindfolded if I had to. "How many bedrooms is it?" Just 1, I think." I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. "Why? How many do you need?" She sighed and leaned back in the seat. "Well, my other apartment had 2. I shrugged again. "Sorry." Not that I really was, but it seemed like the right thing to say. She ignored me, and we spent the rest of the ride in silence. It might have been uncomfortable for her, but that wasn't my problem. What was my problem was all the dozens of things I wanted to say to her. To ask her. They filled my mouth as I drove, and I swallowed each one as it formed. I didn't need to know more about this girl. I just needed to do my job and go home. That was it. "We're here," I finally said, my voice gruffer than I'd meant. She didn't seem to notice as she turned to look at the grimy building to our right. I tried not to cringe, but the place really was a shithole. Why hadn't I noticed that last time I was here? Probably because I hadn't cared back then. Why I cared now was a mystery. One I was content to leave unsolved. I turned the car off and hopped out, figuring she'd follow at her own speed. When I walked around the SUV and found her carefully trying to climb out of the massive truck, I cursed under my breath and hurried over to her. "Let me help you." "I got it," she said between gritted teeth, the sweat already dotting her forehead from exertion. If my job was to keep her safe until she got settled into her new apartment, That meant making sure she didn't break her neck on her way out of my vehicle, right? Right. Ignoring her, I wrapped my hands around her narrow waist and pulled her from the truck. She squeaked quietly, and this time she really did remind me of a bunny. I gently set her on her feet, my hands lingering as I made sure she had her balance. That's what I told myself at least. I'm good, she said breathlessly. I grudgingly pulled my hands away, fisting them when they continued to tingle from her warmth. I shoved them in my pockets and nodded to the run-down building next to us. This is you. Her face was skeptical, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. The broken bricks were covered in a layer of filth that had to be decades old. There were shattered windows covered in bars, and the light above the front door flickered ominously. I ground my teeth as I turned and headed inside, figuring I might as well get this over with. She hobbled slowly behind me, and I resisted the urge to just pick her up and carry her the whole way. And as I resisted, I also tried to convince myself that I only wanted her in my arms to save time and not because of how good she'd felt there last time. We made it to the stairwell, and I glanced upward with a cringe. There was no way she was making it to the third floor on her own. There's no elevator, she deadpanned. I shrugged. Guess not. She swallowed harshly and glanced up as I had, seemingly to calculate the effort needed to climb all those stairs. With a sigh, I realized what I had to do. Walking back over, I once again scooped her into my arms without permission. I figured if I'd asked, she'd have just told me no, and I was saving time this way. What are you doing? She gasped. Carrying you up the stairs, I said as I started climbing. I can walk. I snorted. Hardly. Alexander, this is ridiculous. I'm too heavy for this. Just put me down and I'll walk. I snorted again. Heavy. It felt like she weighed no more than a bag of flour. And the way she smelled. I'm responsible for getting you to your next apartment safely. If I let you walk up these stairs in that cast, you're more likely to break your other leg than to make it up all 3 flights. Just shut up and let me get you upstairs. She crossed her arms over her chest and huffed. You're such an asshole. I grinned. It was pretty amusing when she got irritated. We made it to the 3rd floor, but I didn't put her down yet. I reasoned that if we'd gone this far, I might as well carry her right to the door. In for a penny, in for a pound, right? It had nothing to do with the way she felt in my arms, or the heat of her body against my chest, or her intoxicating scent in my nose. We stopped at a door with peeling paint that looked just like the rest of them. I set her down gently and tried to ignore the voice in my head telling me this place wasn't good enough for her, that she didn't belong, that we'd made a mistake moving her here. I shook those thoughts away and used the spare key to open the door. This is my new apartment, she asked. It was clear she was unimpressed with her new place, and I honestly couldn't blame her. The carpets were stained and threadbare, the paint was peeling in here too, and there was a strong, unidentifiable odor coming from somewhere. I shrugged. Yeah. This is it. She wrinkled her small nose as she hobbled past me. The apartment I picked out was furnished. I scratched the back of my head. Okay, we'll get you some furniture. She acted as if she hadn't heard me. And the walls were painted a bright gray. Her nose wrinkled further. These walls are mustard-colored. I guess. Or they used to be, she said as she peeled a paint chip off the wall. I pressed my lips together hard. I guess we can paint too. She continued to inspect the place as I grew more anxious. I didn't want to be here. Or at least I kept telling myself that. But the longer I stayed, the longer I wanted to stay, and that was out of the question. My job was almost done. In fact, I should really go now. I opened my mouth to tell her I was leaving when she spoke again. Where are all the windows? I feel like I'm in a cave. My apartment had tons of windows. I clenched my hands into fists as I struggled to control my temper. This place was absolutely inadequate for her, and I had no choice but to leave her here. It wasn't my call. It wasn't my responsibility. It wasn't my problem. Then I'll punch some fucking holes in the walls for you, all right? I sneered through gritted teeth. She whipped around to glare at me, and I felt that pang of guilt again. It wasn't her I was mad at, but she was the one I was taking it out on. But maybe this was a good thing. I'd have much preferred she scowl at me, than give me that heated look I'd gotten when I first walked in her hospital room. There was only so much of that shit a man could take before he had to do something about it. She was quiet for a moment before she snorted. I knew you weren't a fucking social worker, she grumbled. I had to bite my tongue to hold back a laugh. And that meant my time here was up. Are you good? I asked, suddenly uncomfortable. I didn't want to leave her in this dump, but I had no reason to stay. And even more importantly, I had no reason to care. She shrugged. Not really. I was surprised by her honesty but gave no reply. What could I have said anyway? I jerked my head toward the battered kitchen counter. The key's in there. I waited for a long moment, watching the slump of her shoulders and the way her brow creased like she was distressed. With a shake of my head, I turned to leave. I needed to get the hell out of here before I did something stupid. Well, stupider than I'd already been. I just turned the doorknob when something deep in my gut swam to the surface. It felt wrong to leave like this. To leave her like this. I sighed loudly and turned back around as I dug in my pocket for a business card. Walking back over, I held it out and watched her cautiously take it. My cell is on there. If you run into any trouble, you call me. Got it? She shrugged. I'd rather call 911 and take my chances, but thanks. A loud barking laugh shot out of my mouth before I could stop it. Damn, this girl really could make a nun curse, couldn't she? I shook my head, my lips still twitching with a smile. Do what you want, I said before turning and leaving. I couldn't stay any longer than that. Couldn't speak one more word in that grim apartment with the girl who was as bright as the fucking sun. I needed to go just about as much as I needed to get her off my mind, and I had a phone book full of women who'd be all too happy to help me forget.
Chapter 4. Charlotte.
You're moving again.
I cringed, my hand gripping the phone harder. Yeah, I guess so. What happened with your other apartment? I still don't get it. I sighed loudly, my anger rising to the surface. I hated answering these questions because I feel like I didn't even know what was going on. How was I supposed to explain that to someone else? I had to back out of my lease on that apartment. It wasn't safe to be somewhere I could be traced. Really, I hadn't chosen to do any of that, but it was easier than explaining what really happened. Charlotte, what the fuck? I cringed again. Yeah, I know. And this is all because of Adrian? I knew that girl was no good. Candace was my best friend from home. My only friend from home. I didn't get to see her much, but we were constantly on the phone with each other, so she'd heard about Adrian plenty of times. I tried to make my best friend understand that my roommate was just closed off, but she didn't buy it. I think her exact words had been, if someone can withstand your cheerfulness, there must be something wrong with them. I didn't really get it. Sure, I was friendly. And I tried to be upbeat and positive as often as possible, but I wasn't the little ray of sunshine Candace seemed to think I was. I had enough darkness in me for two people. I shook my head and tried to focus on the conversation. It wasn't her fault. This guy's like a psycho stalker or something. At least, that was what the doctors and nurses told me at the hospital. It's not her fault he attacked me when he couldn't find her. No, that was just another example of my shit luck. I still don't like it. I blew out a deep breath and tried to relax on the uncomfortable kitchen chair. Like he'd promised, a whole apartment full of furniture had showed up on my doorstep the day after I moved in, but it was painfully obvious these were online purchases. The table was ugly, the chairs were uncomfortable, the couch was lumpy, and the bed had the thinnest mattress I'd ever laid on. But still, I couldn't help but feel grateful Alexander had gone through the trouble of getting me furniture in the first place. especially considering what a douchebag he normally was. Just thinking his name made the butterflies in my stomach sit up and take notice. I tried to think of anything else, but now I'd opened that door, there was no closing it. Alexander was, hands down, the most beautiful man I'd ever seen in my life. But not in the typical sense of beauty. He was rugged, with hard edges and dark eyes that I swore could see right through me. He was big and brutish, and such an asshole, I never knew if I wanted to kiss him or slap him. The worst part, though, was I knew he knew. Despite my best efforts, I'd been absolutely unable to hide my reaction to his presence. Each time I saw him, it was like every nerve in my body was lit on fire. I couldn't help the way my heart raced or my hands shook. I couldn't stop my eyes from seeking him out whenever he was near. But beyond the physical attraction, there was something else. Something usually fleeting, but still there. Like when I saw his face in the hospital after I'd hugged Dr. Thomas. I'd never seen anything more terrifying. There were times like that when I was afraid of him. At the same time, I knew deep down in my bones that he'd never purposely hurt me.
Only that he could.
Very easily. But that wasn't the only odd thing about him. He always seemed to show up in the room, like he'd teleported there. One moment I was alone, and the next he was standing only a few feet away, his presence not even disturbing the air in the room. Then, of course, there was the night he brought me to my new apartment. He'd picked me up like I weighed nothing, and carried me up 3 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Without even getting winded. He'd climbed the stairs so easily, it seemed like he didn't even notice the weight I added to his load. I knew there was something different about him, I just had no idea what. I'd intended to dig a little deeper, to uncover some of his secrets for myself, but every time I was in the same room with him, my thoughts were scrambled at best. It was too hard to concentrate in his overwhelming presence. I guess it was a good thing I never had to see him again. But if that was a good thing, why did it make me feel so empty? Char, you there? I cleared my throat and shook my head again. Yeah, I'm here. And you don't have to worry about Adrian. We're not roommates anymore, so I should be fine. I wish that was all I was worried about. I knew she wasn't happy about my living situation. I tried to hide it from her, but I'd never been able to lie to my best friend. She'd gotten enough information out of me to get herself worked up, and now that was all I heard about. If she knew how bad it really was, I wouldn't have been able to stop her from coming here and moving me herself. A loud scream sounded from down the hall before a door slammed so hard it rattled my walls. More yelling in a language I didn't understand, and a few more bangs came from right outside my door, and I fervently hoped Candace couldn't hear it through the phone. So what's the plan? That was why I loved my friend. She was always looking toward the next step. Always trying to solve the problem. She'd never let me just settle. I sighed and stood up to move into the bedroom. If that altercation outside my door got any worse, I'd rather be another locked door away from it. Well, I'm supposed to see a few new apartments on my day off tomorrow.
Anywhere you're excited about.
Well, none are as exciting as the one I lost, I muttered. But yeah, there are some decent ones. Once I'd been dropped off in this depressing hole in the wall, I'd immediately begun planning. They'd said I had to come here because it wasn't safe to be in my old apartment, or the new one I just rented, but they'd never said I had to stay here. At the thought of who they were, images of Alexander resurfaced, and I pushed them aside before they could distract me. It had been 2 whole weeks since I'd seen him, and somehow I was just as infatuated. Just as enamored. Which was annoying as hell. You'll be fine, Char. You always are. And that was exactly what I'd needed. That unwavering belief in me. That assumption that I was capable, and I'd figure this out. That reminder of where I'd come from, and where I'd gotten all on my own. I wouldn't let this stop me. Not after everything else I'd been through. I nodded to myself. I know. You're right. She was quiet for a moment and I knew something was wrong. When she finally spoke, I understood why. How are you feeling? she asked quietly, like she was afraid of reminding me of my injuries. She'd been the first person I'd called when I woke up. The only person I'd called. She'd been so upset, it had taken me 20 minutes to convince her she didn't need to come up to take care of me. She hadn't understood that despite my injuries, I was fine. Honestly, I didn't understand it either. I'd been beaten plenty of times in the past, even had a few broken bones, and I'd never healed like this before. If I didn't still have a cast on my leg, I could have completely forgotten I'd ever been attacked. The doctor had tried to explain my rapid healing as some combination of vitamins and minerals paired with me being young and healthy. It hadn't made much sense to me, but what other explanation could there be? I'm fine, Candy. I told you that. She sighed loudly through the phone, which meant she knew I was right, but that didn't make her happy about it. Do you want me to come up? I can help you pack. I can help you move. I smiled at the phone. Nah, I'm good. I haven't really unpacked, so I'm ready to go as soon as I find a new place. I looked around the crumbling walls of the bedroom and shuddered. You can come up for a visit when I get into the new apartment, though. She was silent for a few moments, which I knew wasn't good. This place is worse than you said, isn't it? Damn it, Charlotte. She cursed under her breath, and I waited until she settled to speak. I only have one bedroom here. If you came now, we'd have to share a room. She snorted. We shared a bed at every sleepover up until a few years ago, asshat. I chuckled. Yeah, you're right. She quieted back down, and I knew she was getting serious again. I know you're not telling me the whole truth, but even if I could afford to come down, it would be hard for me to take off work right now. She paused for a moment before rushing on. If you need me, you know I'll be there no matter what. No. You're not losing your job over this. It's not that serious. As I said that, a loud bang rang through my apartment that I desperately hoped wasn't a gunshot. I'll be fine for a couple more days, I said, hoping I wasn't lying. She mumbled something I didn't bother to listen to as a notification came through on my phone. I pulled it away from my ear to see my excuse to get off the phone had arrived just in time. Hey Candy, I've gotta run. My ride is here, and if I'm late to the restaurant again, they're gonna pitch a fit. Can I call you tomorrow?
You better.
I smiled, warmth filling me, making me forget about the shitty situation I'd found myself in for a few moments. Love you, Bish. Love you too. We hung up, and I grabbed my bag before hurrying to the door. Once there, I paused and listened. When I didn't hear anything in the hall, I cracked the door open to check. The coast was clear, and I hustled out of the apartment, making sure I locked the deadbolt on the way. When I made it to the ground floor, I was out of breath and starting to sweat. I swear that stairwell was like a damn sauna. I hurried outside into the warm evening air and found the vehicle matching the description on my app. The driver rolled down the window. Name? I'm Charlotte. He nodded. Good. I'm Brian, come on in. I opened the door and slid inside, buckling my belt moments before he took off. Pulling out my phone, I scanned apartment listings again, but there was nothing I hadn't seen during my last search. Hey, you smell really nice. Is that some kind of fancy perfume? I looked up and met the driver's eyes in the rearview mirror. I'm not wearing any perfume. He shrugged, his eyes still on me. Well, you smell really good. He looked away for a moment, but I swore I heard him mutter, too good, under his breath. Hey, what did you say your name was again? He asked as we stopped at a red light. It's Charlotte. He turned around in his seat, his brown eyes meeting mine dead on. Hello, Charlotte, he said, his words dripping with something I couldn't name. He smiled, and I caught sight of what looked like sharp canine teeth before everything went dark. Shit. I'm going to be in so much trouble. The strange voice reached me from what felt like underwater. I imagined myself swimming toward the surface, my lungs strained with the lack of oxygen. Just a few inches further. My eyes whipped open as I took a giant gasping breath. It hurt, but I kept gulping down air like I'd really been drowning. I turned my head, the movement excruciating, to find my driver pacing next to me. His hand was pulling on the ends of his sandy hair, while he muttered to himself. Looking around, I realized we were on the street, and I wondered how I'd gotten out of the car. Or why we were out of the car. Or what the driver was still doing here. Where was I? I tried to sit up, but every single atom in my body screamed in pain the second I tried. The fiery agony was so intense, it wrung a sharp scream from my lips. The driver stopped short and turned to me, his brown eyes wide.
You're still alive?
What the hell? Why would this guy think I was dead? He shook his head and started pacing again. Won't be long now, he muttered. I should go. No one will know it was me. I can just pretend like she was never in my car. I watched him, the anxiety growing deep within me. Something was very wrong. I was just struggling to understand what. The driver nodded to himself and walked away. I followed him with my eyes, the only part of me that wasn't on fire, to his car. He leaned into the back seat before straightening up with my phone and purse in his hands. He walked back over, purposefully avoiding my gaze as he set my things next to my limp form. I really am sorry, he said. I just couldn't resist the power. I frowned and opened my mouth to talk, but my throat was too dry and I couldn't make anything more than a whimpering sound. He shook his head. I'm sorry, he whispered again before walking back toward his car and driving off. I closed my eyes as the agony consumed me. It infiltrated every limb, every finger and toe. Even my hair follicles ached as I lay there. Was I dying? It sure felt like it. Or maybe that was just because I was wishing for death.
Anything to stop the pain.
Anything to make this all go away so I could sleep again. I let my head roll to the side and waited for the burning to stop, but all it did was get worse. Opening my eyes again, I looked up at the black night sky and wondered if it would be my last. If I'd finally lost a battle I couldn't live through. Just as I thought about giving up, a tiny shred of courage leaked into my system. I didn't want to die. I'd worked too damn hard to get to this point. This couldn't be it. I wouldn't let this be it. I took a big fiery breath and searched the ground with my fingertips until I found my phone. All I had to do was call for help, and then I could go back to sleep. All I had to do was let someone know where I was, and then everything would be okay. I pulled up the telephone keypad and dialed 911, but something stopped me before I could press call. Some remembered offer. Something I never thought I'd think of again. If you run into any trouble, you call me. Got it? Alexander's words rang through my head, his handsome face close behind. I didn't know why, but he was the only person I wanted to call at that moment. Right then, I knew that if I could reach him, everything would be all right. He'd help me. He'd save me. I'd be forever grateful that I'd added his number to my contacts on a whim shortly after he left. I tapped on his name and hit call. It only rang once. Yeah. It was then I realized I couldn't speak. The agony was too unbearable. I could barely do anything but whimper into the phone.
Hello.
I opened my mouth to say his name, but the fire burned hotter than anything I'd ever experienced, and I gasped in pain. Who is this? I grit my teeth and whispered, Charlotte. There was silence on the other line as I breathed through the burning. Charlotte. What's going on? I squeezed my eyes closed, knowing I'd have to say at least one more word. I took the biggest breath I could manage and squeaked, help. I heard a crashing sound before his voice was back. Tell me where you are. Dread filled me like a 50-pound lead ball in the pit of my stomach. I had no idea where I was. Or how I'd gotten there. And I was too hurt to get up and find a street sign. I opened my eyes, looking around as best I could, searching for a landmark. Something he could use to find me. Finally, I saw it. A warehouse across the street with a big painted logo on the front. EP. Distributors, I whispered, expending the last of my waning energy. I'll be there in 5 minutes, he said, and I sighed softly. He was coming. He was going to help me. Just don't die before I get there, he added. Asshole was the last thought I had before the world went dark again.
Chapter 5. Alexander. Son of a bitch. I roared, before punching a hole through my kitchen table. I shook off the splinters and sprinted out the door, making it to my SUV in seconds. It wasn't fast enough. I contemplated running across the rooftops to get to her, but then I'd have no way to transport her. At least, no way that she could know about. I didn't know if she was still alert enough to realize something like that, but I couldn't take the chance. Especially because I was sure Dr. Thomas still wouldn't approve of me glamoring her. Let's fucking go. I screamed out my window at the slow-moving Volkswagen in front of me. I swerved around them, driving up over the curb in the process. I think I clipped a telephone pole too, but I didn't care. All that mattered was getting to the girl. All I could think about was that tiny little word that squeaked through the phone line. Help. She'd called me for help. She'd been in trouble, and I was the person she'd turned to. I grit my teeth hard enough to crush steel as I shook my head. I was the last person she should be asking for help. The last person she should ever rely on. But she had. And I couldn't deny that it did fucked up things to my insides. Like they were warmer somehow, but also chaotic. But that might have been the anxiety racing through my veins as I imagined all the worst possibilities. Maybe she'd been assaulted by one of the miscreants I'd seen loitering outside her apartment every night when I drove by. Maybe she'd been mugged on her way to work. Maybe the rickety fucking building I'd left her in had finally collapsed, and she was buried in the rubble. I swore then that I'd tear that shit apart brick by brick if I had to. Anything to get to her. Anything to save her. She'd called me. I shook that thought off as I took a corner, doing at least 50. 2 of the wheels lifted off the ground, but quickly righted themselves as I sped down the street. I was only a few blocks away, but it felt like an entire continent separated us. I pressed the gas, willing my hulking truck to drive faster, cursing myself for not going with the sports car. I rounded the last corner and spotted her immediately. She was lying on the sidewalk, her limbs spread at awkward angles and her eyes closed. Every single organ in my body dropped to the pit of my stomach as I raced forward, slamming the truck into park with a screech. I almost ripped the door off as I hurtled out of the SUV and over to her. My breath caught in my lungs as I stopped beside her still form. She was so pale I could see the network of little blue veins beneath her skin. I watched carefully for her to take a breath, my gaze riveted on her chest. It's been too long. She's not breathing. Humans can't go this long without air. I sank to my knees next to her, my eyes darting around her face, looking for any sign of life. I can't be too late. I just wouldn't fucking accept that. I reached out to touch her pale fingers, but they were cold, and I yanked my hand away. I continued to examine her, looking for what could be wrong, trying to figure out what happened to her. Finally, my eyes landed on 2 small holes in her neck, and the rage deep inside me boiled over. Fuck. I screamed before shoving my fist through the wall over her head. Tiny shards of brick and mortar fell on her face, and her eyes snapped open with a gasp. In that instant, I swear I'd never been more relieved in my life. It was like there'd been a vice around my lungs that had just been ripped off. She was breathing again, so now I could too. Her wide gaze stared up at the hole I'd made in the wall before turning to me. Her eyes softened the second they met mine, lips twitching with a small smile. Alex, she whispered softly. If I hadn't been a vampire, I'm positive I wouldn't have even heard her. The moment she said my name, this warmth rushed through my system. It overwhelmed me, this heat. It felt like I was burning from the inside out, but in the best possible way. It was disorientating and devastating and so foreign to me. I didn't know what to do with it. I just knew I'd never felt more in my entire life. More relieved. More happy. More alive. I shook my head and leaned closer, pushing some hair off her face. What happened? I said as softly as I could, worried I'd spook her if I talked too loudly. Her eyes searched my face, and I waited for her to speak again, my heart pounding in my eardrums. I don't know, she whispered roughly, like it hurt to speak. I growled because I did know what happened. Another fucking vampire had attacked her and then glamored her. I felt the rage bubbling up through my body again, and squeezed my hands into fists to stop them from doing something stupid. Help. I needed to get her help. Now. Her heart stuttered once before regaining its normal beat, and I swear mine stopped altogether. The girl was still in danger. I could still lose her. I needed to do something. Getting her to the hospital would take too long. I didn't think she'd make the ride there. Blood. She needed blood. My blood. A little thrill of excitement jolted through me as I realized it was my blood that had the power to heal her. It tied her to me in a way, and I thought I'd hate that, but I found that I didn't. In fact, I couldn't wait. My heart continued to hammer in my chest as I used my teeth to rip into my wrist. I pressed the bleeding wound to her mouth and watched as she recoiled. I raked my fingers through her messy hair as gently as I could while my hands continued to shake. "It's okay," I murmured. "This will help. Just drink." In a move I hadn't seen coming, she listened to me and opened her mouth. When I saw her throat bob with a swallow, it felt like I could breathe again. Like there was a chance I might not lose her. That I might have actually saved her. She continued to drink for a few minutes before her head lolled to the side, breaking our connection. My heart leapt into my throat for a moment before I caught the steady sound of her heartbeat. Ba-bum. 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 As long as I could hear that, I knew she'd be okay. But she still needed to get to the hospital as soon as possible. I gathered her into my arms, noting she felt lighter than ever, and ran back to my truck. Once she was belted into the passenger seat, I flew around the driver's side and slammed it into drive. I split my time between watching the road and watching her chest to make sure she was still breathing. I didn't have to, since I could still hear her heart, but it made me feel a little better. That 10-minute trip to the hospital was one of the longest of my life. I thought I'd lose my fucking mind. The only thing that kept me sane was the steady thump of her heart. It had become the anthem of my entire existence. As long as I could hear it, things were okay. As long as her heart kept beating, so would mine. Ba-bum. 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 I skidded to a stop at the emergency entrance and jumped out of the truck. Not caring that I was moving too fast, I ran around to her side and pulled her into my arms as gently as I could. I walked as fast as I dared into the hospital and looked for a familiar face. Once I caught sight of a nurse who was clearly a vampire, I nodded at the girl in my arms, my grim expression enough of an explanation for her. She jumped from her seat and hustled over to us. "What happened?" she whispered as she led me through the automatic doors deeper into the emergency department. "She was bitten and left to die." The nurse tsked quietly. "Didn't I just see her in here a little while ago?" I ground my teeth together loud enough for her to hear. "Yes," was all I could force past my lips. She looked at me curiously, but I ignored her. I didn't care what she thought. All that mattered was I get the girl some help. I looked down to see she was even paler than she had been, her chest barely rising with her weak breaths. Ba-bum. 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 That sweet rhythm calmed me enough to keep going. As long as she was still alive, I'd keep trying to keep it that way. "What's going on?" Dr. Thomas thundered from up ahead. I picked up my pace, racing down the hall toward him. "She's been attacked again." His mouth was set into a firm, grim line. "I was afraid of this," he muttered before calling out instructions to his nurses. "Put her down on that bed over there." "Do you know how long ago this happened?" I followed his directions and gently placed her on the big white hospital bed. She looked small again. Fragile and delicate. I instantly wanted to pull her back into my arms, where I knew she'd be safe. "Get out of my way," Thomas said. I turned to glare at him, but remembered where we were and what was important right then. He had the power to save her life. I couldn't do anything to jeopardize that. I jumped back as he came running over with a nurse and a set of IV bags, one of them being blood. My mouth watered at the sight, but another look at the girl lying unconscious in the hospital bed, and my thirst was forgotten. "You need to leave," the doctor said. I shook my head. "No fucking way. You're in my way. I don't care. I'm not leaving her." Dr. Thomas's eyes softened the slightest bit, and I had to look away. "I'll come get you when she's stable. Please," he added. I looked down at her one more time before I forced my feet to move. In that instant, there was nothing that could have made me leave her side except saving her. If I had to go in order for the doctor to help her, that's what I'd do. Ba-bum. 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 The steady beat of her heart followed me down the hall, as I tried to find a place to wait. I only walked far enough away that I was out of sight, but could still hear that sweet sound. Ba-bum. 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 It thumped over and over as I sat in a utility closet, my hands clenched as tightly as my jaw. This shouldn't have happened. She should have been safe. What were the odds that the same human would be attacked by two different vampires and almost drained by both? Hundreds of years ago, vampires killed all the time. But things were different now. There were laws and regulations and consequences when rules were broken. There was no need to drain a human to feed. Which was why I couldn't understand what had happened. His squeaking shoes preceded him, and I was already on my feet before he made it through the door. "She's going to be okay," Dr. Thomas said as he took off his scrub cap and scratched his head. "She's already had one transfusion, and will probably need another one in the morning." He sighed heavily, and took a seat on an overturned bucket across from where I still stood. "I'm assuming you gave her some of your blood, or she wouldn't have made it here." I swallowed harshly and sat down with a thud. "It was that close?" I asked quietly. Thomas nodded, the look in his eyes far away. "Extremely." My stomach knotted, as I tried to not think about what would have happened if I'd been any later. Or if she hadn't called me. Or if I hadn't answered the phone. "She's alive because of you." I jerked my head in the doctor's direction to find him staring at me, gratitude clear in his gaze. I shrugged. "She called me. What was I gonna do?" I could feel his eyes on me still, but I ignored him. I could tell he wanted to say something, but figured he was nervous. Which made me think I wouldn't like what he had to say. Finally, he cleared his throat and spoke up. "You know what's happening, don't you?" My heart thundered in my chest. What does he know? No. He shook his head. The vampire who attacked her first gave her too much blood. Now that she smells like a 3,000-year-old vampire, it was only a matter of time before some young punk tried to use her to advance himself. "Wait, what? What are you talking about?" He looked at me strangely. "Haven't you noticed the way she smells?" I frowned. Like peaches?" He shook his head, eyes narrowed. "Well, yes. But she also smells like old, powerful vampire blood. You haven't picked up on it." My frown deepened because I hadn't noticed, and I definitely should have. What the fuck was happening to me? What was she doing to me? She needs to be blood claimed by someone else, or this is going to keep happening. No. The word was out of me before I thought it all the way through. I quickly realized that I sounded like a moron, so I kept going. "The old blood will wear off." Thomas shook his head. "When? In a year? 2? How many times will she be attacked before then? How many more attacks can she survive?" My stomach cramped tightly inside me while I thought about that. She almost hadn't made it through this one. What would happen next time? I shook my head. "No. She's not getting claimed by anybody. It's not up to you." I growled low, leveling the doctor with a glare. "I don't care. The answer is no." He snorted and shook his head. "If you're so worried about someone else claiming her, then why don't you do it?" My heart stopped beating in my chest for one long second before it restarted, thumping even harder. Me claim someone? I don't think so. That was entirely out of the question. I had no attachments to anyone, and that was the way I liked it. If I claimed the girl, we'd be intimately connected for who knew how long. I'd feel every one of her emotions just as she'd feel me. There'd be very little secrecy between us. I'd be tied to her, in just about every way imaginable. No. I shook my head again. There has to be another way. The doctor rolled his eyes and stood up. There isn't, and you know it. Either claim her, or I'll make sure Talbot gets someone else to do it. I'm not letting that girl wind up in my emergency department again. He walked past me, but just before he left the room he said, "She's being moved into a private room soon. You'll be able to see her then." My head spun with everything the doctor had said. Especially with what he'd suggested. I honestly could have laughed. No one in their right mind would want to be claimed by me. The doctor thought he'd be saving her by having me claim her, but it would be the opposite. She'd be doomed to be hardwired to my mind, and that wasn't a pretty place to be. Especially not for her. The girl who exuded sunshine like she'd swallowed the damn thing. The whole time I'd told myself that once I knew she'd make it, I'd leave. I didn't need to be here any longer than that. The girl wasn't my responsibility anymore. I didn't need to let her scent cloud my head or her heartbeat to continue to haunt me. I'd done my good deed. But now the doctor mentioned being able to see her, I realized I needed to. I had to see for myself that she was okay, and then I'd leave. She wouldn't even know I was there. I'd just check on her and vanish like I should have the first time. Once I heard the sound of her heart retreating, I stood up and followed it. They brought her onto the elevator while I took the stairs, the steady bob-bum like a homing beacon. I waited until the transport employees left before entering her room. The first thing I noticed was her scent. The peach smell was barely noticeable beneath the foreign blood pumping through her system. I instantly hated it. I thought I'd just take a peek and leave, but she drew me to her. Like a goddamn moth to a flame, I had no choice but to cross the room to her bedside. She looked smaller than ever. Her skin finally had the faintest tint of pink to it, and her breathing was steadier than I'd heard it in hours. Messy hair framed her pretty face in a golden halo on the pillow. Without thinking, I reached out to rub a lock between my fingers. It was softer than I'd imagined. I dropped her hair and took a step back, knowing I should leave. Knowing no good would come from me being there. Knowing I couldn't have her even if I wanted her. Thomas thought I could protect her, but I'd do nothing but hurt her. Despite knowing all that, I also knew I didn't want to leave. In that instant, I figured if I'd been doing what I wanted for centuries, there was no reason to stop now. So I pulled a chair closer to her bedside and sat down. I promised myself I'd only stay until she woke up and I knew she was okay, but even I didn't believe that. Chapter 6. Alexander. No. Her sudden scream almost knocked me off my chair. Things had been quiet for hours as the girl slept through the worst of her injuries. The transfusion of human blood had helped, but not as much as mine. I'd watched as my blood slowly seeped through her system, healing as it went. It did something to me. Knowing it was my blood that was helping her. That she was better off because of me. That she was going to live because of me. But now she was thrashing around on the bed, her hair even messier than before, and her pale hands gripping the thin blanket. "No. Please," she yelled. "Not again." The mumbled words spilled from her mouth as I stood next to her bed, paralyzed. I should call a nurse. They'd know what to do in this situation. And they'd be much more equipped to help her than I was. "Please," she whimpered, her body trembling in the center of the big hospital bed. My heart felt like it was being torn in two as I watched her face scrunch up and the tears leak from her eyes. No, 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 she wailed. I had to do something. It was physically impossible for me to stand there and watch her cry and do nothing about it. I just didn't know what. The tears continued to stream down her face while I stood there, frozen with indecision, absolutely unprepared for a situation like this. When was the last time someone wanted comfort from me? I reached out tentatively to pat her head, but she just shook it off. I tried rubbing the length of her arm, but she jerked it away like I'd hurt her. Like she was afraid of my touch. I pressed my lips together and fisted my hands at my sides. Of course she'd recoil from my touch. I was several degrees cooler than she was. Why would she want me touching her? If she were awake, I'd be the absolute last person she'd turn to. I was deluding myself thinking I could help. I shook my head and reached for the nurse's call button when she spoke again. Alex, she whispered. Please. My whole world ground to a halt as I froze in place next to her bed. Did she just say my fucking name? Alex, help, she mumbled as the tears continued to flow down her pretty face. She wanted me. She needed me. She'd called for me. I knew then I'd never felt anything like this before. Some tsunami-like emotion crashed over me, pulling me under and drowning me in the possibilities. Now I had no choice. Not like I'd wanted one anyway. She was calling for me, and I wasn't going to let her down. But how? I'd tried comforting her already, and it hadn't worked. What else could I do? What would she want from me if she were awake to ask? What would I have done if I were still human? I searched her face for the answers, but all I found was sorrow and fear, and it sent a fissure straight down the center of my chest. She looked so small in that big bed. So scared and lonely. It actually hurt to look at her. I took a deep breath and acted on instinct. Kicking my boots off, I lifted the blanket and slid into the bed next to her. The moment my body touched hers, she froze, and I did the same, barely daring to breathe as I waited for her reaction to me. Relying on my gut again, I crawled the rest of the way onto the bed and wrapped my arm around her waist, pulling her a few inches closer. Her entire body was plastered against mine, so I was acutely aware of how each part of her slowly unfroze and relaxed into my hold. Finally, she took a deep breath and sighed softly, her warm breath blowing across my face. I used my free hand to swipe some hair off her forehead, unable to stop myself from digging my fingers into the soft curls. I wrapped my entire body around hers, bringing us as close as possible. Slowly the tears subsided, and she relaxed even further until her breathing evened out and she fell back into a deep sleep. I watched her quietly as I continued to find new things to marvel at. Like her lavender-colored eyelids, or the pale freckles dotting her small nose, or the way her dark eyelashes almost brushed her cheeks, they were so long. I felt like an idiot for calling her pretty before, when she was so much more. Every inch of her was perfection. Even with her face slack from sleep and the soft snores falling from her lips, I'd never seen anything more beautiful in my entire existence. The door opened, and a nurse walked in to check the girl's vitals. She gave me a look, and I knew she was moments away from telling me I needed to leave, but I wasn't going anywhere. Nothing could have pulled me from that bed. I glared at her while she moved about the room, and finally she left with an exasperated sigh. I settled back down to watch the girl sleep, finding no shortage of things to look at. But as it always did, the night wound down to nothing, and the heaviness in my limbs told me dawn was approaching. As much as I hated it, I'd have to leave her. It was almost physically painful, but I inched myself away from her as gently as I could and slid from the bed. The moment my noiseless feet hit the ground, her eyes fluttered open. "Wah," she murmured softly. I watched in fascination as she looked around the room, and down to the IV needle still stuck in her hand. She let out a frustrated breath and stared up at the ceiling, her mouth set in a grim line. "It's okay. I've been told you'll be released sometime this afternoon," I said as softly as I could. Her head snapped in my direction, eyes widening almost comically. "Alexander? What are you doing here?" "Good fucking question." I scratched the back of my neck while I tried to come up with a good enough excuse. I wanted to make sure you were all right. I was just leaving. Her brows creased the smallest bit, and I wondered which part of what I said upset her. She raked her eyes up and down my body as I tried to stand as still as possible. That proved to be more difficult than I'd imagined, when my hands shook with the need to reach out to her. She glanced at the rumpled bedsheets next to her and frowned. "Were you in bed with me?" My stomach dropped as my mouth went dry. Damn it. I was irritated I'd been caught, but as soon as that emotion passed, I realized I didn't really care. Well, fuck it. Yeah. I was. Her eyes widened again before her pink lips twitched with a grin. Why? I shrugged, not able to meet her bright blue eyes as they bore through me. You were having a nightmare. I was trying to help. She was quiet for so long I had to look up and see her face. Somehow she was still smiling. Her arms stretched above her head and I watched, fascinated. I guess it worked. I can't remember it. I shrugged again. Glad to help, I muttered, unwilling for her to know exactly how glad I was. I needed to leave. Not just because the dawn was swiftly approaching, but because I couldn't stay in that room and not touch her. It was almost too hard to do so even now. I took a step back and shoved my feet into my boots. There'll be someone here to pick you up when you're discharged. She frowned. Why? Because I'm not leaving you unprotected anymore. She reached up to touch her neck and I winced. Thankfully, the bite marks had healed, but she was probably still sore. What happened? She asked softly. The rage percolated in my system. You were attacked. Again. Her frown deepened as she stared down at her lap. My driver, she finally said. I think he did something. I just can't remember, she trailed off. I guess I should have used the hours alone with her to come up with a plausible excuse for her injuries, but I hadn't. Which meant I needed to think quickly. I had someone trace your account. We've apprehended the man who did this, and we're taking care of him. By sticking him in a vamp-proof cell and denying him blood for years. Or centuries, if I had anything to say about it. I don't understand why this is happening. What's really going on? She asked, her shrewd eyes assessing me. I averted my gaze immediately, knowing it would be so much easier to lie to her that way. There's been a string of violent crimes in the area. We're looking into it. I watched her gaze narrow out of the corner of my eye. How did you get to me so quickly? This one was easy, at least. I broke every traffic law on the way there. Her heart stuttered once, and my fingers itched to call the nurse before it settled back down. What about the building? I finally met her eyes with a frown. What building? The one I was lying next to. You punched a hole through the brick wall. My heart stopped for a whole entire beat before restarting. I don't know what you're talking about. She struggled to sit up straight as I struggled to remain where I was. My insides warred between the desire to go to her and the need to run as far away as I could. She was more observant than I'd given her credit for. I didn't want to lie to her anymore, but what choice did I have? She pinned me with a glare, her chin stuck out in defiance. I know what I saw. I grit my teeth and shook my head, already hating the words I knew I had to say. You hit your head. You don't know what you're talking about. My head is just fine, she yelled, surprising me with her outburst. I always managed to forget that despite her tiny stature, she really was a force to be reckoned with. I'm sick of the lies. Just tell me what's really going on. Fuck. This wasn't going well, and the sun was going to rise any minute. I don't have time for this, I said as I turned and headed toward the door. Don't walk away from me. I ignored her, until I heard her tinkering with the tubes in her hand. I spun back around and hurried to her bedside, grabbing her hands before she could do any damage. Leave that shit alone, I said, irritation bleeding into my words. She slapped my hands away from her and seared me with another fiery look. I know you're not a social worker. I know I didn't hit my head. I know you punched a fucking hole through the side of a building, and I know all you've done is lie to me so far. Tell me the truth, she demanded. I let my arms fall to my sides, the fight leaking out of me steadily. I made sure she was looking at me before I said, I can't. Her eyes narrowed again. Why not? I shook my head. I was not willing to budge on this. The only humans who were allowed to know about vampires were the ones who had agreed to the change. I wasn't about to condemn her to a lifetime of darkness when she was the epitome of daylight. It's not allowed. That's bullshit, she said, her face turning red with anger. I had to hold back a laugh, even though there was nothing even remotely funny about this situation. She just looked so cute when she was mad. I nodded once and took a step back, ready to leave as soon as possible. I know it is, but I can't change that. I took another step and her eyes widened. Where are you going? I stopped in my tracks and tilted my head in confusion. Home? Why? I didn't understand. Because you're awake now. She looked down at her hands, her next words so soft even I could barely hear them. I'd feel better if you stayed. Fuck. The joy was so intense it was almost painful. She wanted me. Despite the fact that I'd been nothing but an asshole to her. Despite the fact she knew I was lying. Despite the fact that I was nothing but an eclipse of her sun. I'm sorry, I said between gritted teeth. She looked up and the sadness swimming in her blue eyes almost undid me. If I could, I would stay, I said softly, hoping she heard the gravity of my words. Hoping she could hear what I couldn't say. That nothing but the sun could make me leave her side. That I'd never spent a more peaceful night in 500 years. That if I had it my way, I'd never leave her again. I forced myself to take another step away from her, the separation feeling like miles instead of inches. I'll have someone here to take you home when you're discharged, I reminded her. She frowned. You're not picking me up. More joy. More pain. I can't, I said, wondering if my words sounded as tortured to her as they did to me. Why, she almost whined. I couldn't help the smile that tugged on my lips. I'm going to be asleep for the daylight hours, busy, I said instead. Her shoulders drooped the tiniest bit, and a stab of guilt raced through me. I can come by when I'm free though, I offered, knowing that if she said yes, I'd be there the moment the sun went down. She smiled, and I swear it was the room lightened for a moment. Okay, she said softly. Okay. Her smile got wider, and I had no choice but to return it. I took another series of steps backward before I lost my nerve. I'll see you later. As soon as possible, I amended in my head. Her smile brightened, and I felt it all the way to the tips of my fingers. Okay. Okay, I said and left before something stupid like another okay could fall out of my mouth. Just a simple look from that girl, and I turned into a fucking moron. That really didn't bode well for my future. I hurried down the hall, calculating how long until the sun was up and how fast I could get back to my apartment. If I took the rooftops, it would be quicker, but if I didn't make it in time, I'd be ash. Just as I started to really worry about where I was going to sleep for the day, I heard my name called. I turned to find Dr. Thomas rushing toward me, his face grim. What are you still doing here? I shrugged. I was detained. He snorted and motioned for me to follow him. There's an inside room for doctors to rest in between shifts. You can stay there for the day. I do it all the time. A wave of gratitude filled me. Maybe I shouldn't have given him such a hard time before. You're lucky I found you, he said, turning to me with an unimpressed look. Maybe plan a little better next time you want to stare at the girl until dawn. I snorted and shook my head. Nope. He was still an asshole.
Chapter 7. Charlotte. What the hell was that? My new bodyguard was on his feet before the words left my mouth. Ashton shoved aside his suit jacket, palming the handgun on his hip while the fight outside raged on. My eyes widened as I looked from him and his loaded gun to the front door of my apartment. As Alexander promised, Ashton was there to pick me up the moment I was discharged. Admittedly, a little part of me had held out hope that Alexander would find a way to pick me up himself. I tried to remind myself he'd promised to stop by later, but I didn't know when later was, and despite my best efforts, I'd been anxiously waiting for him all day. I still had a million questions, and I was sick of him avoiding them. Nothing was adding up, nothing was making sense, and I was tired of living in the dark. I was determined to get him to answer at least some of my questions. The other reason was both more pressing and also stupider of me. I wanted to see him because I liked him. Sure, he was usually an asshole, but he'd saved my life. And he acted like he didn't care, but then he made sure I had an armed guard pick me up from the hospital. And then there was last night when he'd comforted me after I'd had a nightmare. Who would have thought that this giant, cantankerous man would ever crawl in a hospital bed to hold me during a bad dream? He was complex in a way I hadn't anticipated, and all it did was make me want to know him more. "Charlotte, why don't you head back to the bedroom?" Ashton said, breaking me out of my thoughts. I stood from the couch, thankful I'd gotten the stupid cast removed, as the yelling in the hall got louder. With wide eyes, I watched the locked door as I cautiously backed up toward the bedroom. I was almost there when a loud series of thumps rattled the front door. I froze as Ashton unstrapped his gun and pulled it out of the holster. The banging started up again, this time rattling the wood so hard I thought it would fall off the hinges.
Open the goddamn door.
Ashton aimed his gun as I raced forward. "No. Don't shoot," I said breathlessly as I put myself in the line of fire. "It's Alexander." I hurried to undo all the locks. "Who?" Ashton asked, but I barely heard him. I swung the door open to find Alexander on the other side. My heart was already pumping viciously in my throat as I examined the man I hadn't stopped thinking about all day. As usual, he was in a dark shirt and pants, the material clinging to his muscles like a second skin. I traced my eyes up his body, from his black boots to his pale-fisted hands to the murderous look on his face. A tiny thrill of fear spiked through my system, but it dissipated just as quickly. "Hi," I said quietly. His dark eyes softened for a second before glazing over with rage again. He shoved me inside the door. "Hi." "Get in," he said. I stumbled backward before pushing his hands off me. "Watch it." He ignored me as he looked around the apartment, glaring at random things until he met Ashton's gaze. "Who are you?" The bodyguard stood up straighter, the gun still in his hand at his side. "Ashton James." "Who the hell are you?" Alexander bared his teeth. "I'm the asshole who hired you. Now get out." "Alexander," I yelled. "What the hell is wrong with you?" He ignored me as he stared Ashton down, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. "Did I fucking stutter?" he said, his voice low and deadly. Ashton's body remained rigid. The only tell he gave was when his Adam's apple bobbed with a swallow. "If my services aren't needed anymore, I'll head out," he said calmly. "You don't have to go," I insisted. "Yes you do," Alexander growled. I backhanded him in the chest, which felt more like slapping steel, and hurried toward Ashton. "Thanks so much for today. You were great." What the fuck was so great about him? Alexander muttered behind me. I whipped around to give him a scathing look that promised violence if he didn't shut the hell up. Turning back to Ashton, I put a hand on his arm and led him toward the door. I could hear Alexander snarling behind me, but I ignored him. Ashton's eyes were darting between the two of us, probably wondering what kind of fucked up situation he'd landed himself in. I opened the door, and he turned to leave when Alexander stopped him. "Wait," he called as he crossed the distance between us. I gave him a warning glare that he ignored. "I apologize," he said between gritted teeth. "Thank you for protecting her today. I'll need you back tomorrow. I'll call your agency with the details." Ashton nodded once, his face still grim, before he turned and left without another word. Alexander closed and locked the door behind him while I stood there, wondering where to start. Was that you, hollering out in the hallway just before? Alexander shrugged.
Yeah.
So? I took a deep breath that was supposed to calm me but did next to nothing. Why the hell were you causing a scene in my building? We thought there was a fight going on out there. He snorted. It wouldn't have been much of a fight, he said before storming past me. I grabbed his arm before he could get far. What the hell, Alexander? His eyes flashed, their heat almost singeing me before he looked away. When he turned to me, his face was full of rage again. Did you know that son of a bitch down the hall was cooking fucking meth in his apartment? He yelled.
Meth.
He could have blown this whole fucking place up. Okay, yeah. That would piss me off too. But still. How did you know that? I heard him. I frowned.
You heard him cooking meth from the hall?
He shook his head and walked away, my hand on his sleeve doing nothing to stop him this time. He stalked into my kitchen without an explanation, and I followed him, wondering where the hell this was going. You know, you can't just pick fights with my neighbors. I have to live here. Not for long, he mumbled. What the hell does that mean? He suddenly darted forward, slamming his foot onto the linoleum, and I swear the whole apartment shook. Fucking cockroach, he growled before spinning around and pinning me with an intense stare. Let's fucking go. He marched past me, leaving me in the metaphorical and literal dust once again. I spun around and planted my hands on my hips. I'd had enough. I'm not going anywhere until you start explaining shit. It seemed he hadn't gotten my point, so I added, now. When he didn't answer, I tried again. You can start with why you were so rude to Ashton. Is that his name? He muttered.
You know that's his name.
And he's a perfectly nice man that was nothing but kind to me all day. What the hell is your problem? He stared at me from across the room, dozens of emotions flitting behind his dark eyes before he blew out a deep breath, his shoulders slumping. I had a bad day. I'm sorry. Okay, that was a start. I took a couple steps in his direction, my voice softening. Do you want to talk about it? No. Well, I tried. He released another big breath and said, I just didn't like that I had to be away from you all day. I don't want Ashton watching over you. I'd rather do it myself. I took another step closer, my heart thumping in my throat again. I would have preferred that too, I said softly. But there was no reason to be rude to him. His eyes met mine with that heat again, and my stomach twisted painfully inside me. He reached out with one hand and ran his fingers through my thick curls. Rubbing one lock softly, he said, sorry. I smiled up at him and watched his face soften the slightest bit. He sighed and took a step back, my hair falling from his fingertips.
We need to go.
He walked past me as I stood there, confused again. Where are we going and why? We're going to the St. Regis, because if I see that meth head out in your hall again, I'm going to slam him through the fucking wall, and I don't want to have to explain that to the human cops. My whole world came to a screeching halt, my eyes widening as I watched his retreating form. The human cops. He froze in place before a long stream of curses flew out of his mouth. I thought I'd get more out of him, but he just shook his head and kept walking until he disappeared inside my bedroom. I scurried after him, skidding into the room just as he opened the first dresser drawer. What the hell are you doing? I asked breathlessly. Packing, he muttered as he held up a lacy see-through bra. My face felt like it was on fire as I watched him twirl the delicate lingerie between his fingers. You wear this? He asked without looking at me. I swallowed down the embarrassment and stood up straighter. Sometimes. He turned to me, the heat in his gaze so molten I felt like it could burn me where I stood. His eyes traveled from the tips of my bare feet to the top of my head, before he dropped the bra with a grunt and slammed the drawer closed. You pack. He stormed past me, his body only inches away, and I had to hold my breath until he was gone. I heard him hammering around in the kitchen and figured I'd better finish packing before he came back in here. I really didn't need him to see the shit I kept in some of my other drawers. A little while later I stumbled into the living room, dragging the biggest suitcase I owned behind me. Alexander rushed to my side and lifted the bag with ease, placing it near the door like it was full of pillows and not every item of clothing I owned. I watched him carefully, trying to figure out what I was missing. To understand what was really happening here, because nothing was adding up. He was unbelievably strong. He'd carried me up these stairs with no issues. He basically just tossed around my 50-pound suitcase, and I had no doubt he could throw the meth head next door through a wall. But what did that all mean? And then there was that human cops comment. What other kinds of cops were there? Alien cops? Animal cops? Monster cops? I needed the answers to these questions, but last time I'd asked, Alexander said he wasn't allowed to tell me. But then, why did it seem like he really wanted to anyway? Are you ready to go? I looked up into his dark eyes and felt this bone-deep knowledge that he was good. No matter what was going on with him, he wasn't a bad person. He wouldn't hurt me. I could trust him. I nodded. Yeah. But you haven't really told me why. He sighed and scratched the back of his neck. I never should have left you here in the first place. This place isn't good enough for you. And it's dangerous. We're lucky nothing has happened to you yet, but I'm not taking that chance anymore. You'll stay at the hotel until we can figure something else out. I already have apartments I'm looking at. He nodded and turned to leave, grabbing a box on his way. That's an option we'll consider. My mouth fell open in shock as I hurried after him. There is no we. I'll consider my living arrangements and I'll decide where I'm going next. He blew out a deep breath and turned to me. In case you haven't noticed yet, you're a magnet for danger right now. That means I'm not letting you out of my sight until I know you're safe. Since that doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon, then we'll consider where you'll be moving next when the time comes. I propped my hands on my hips and stared him down. I get a say in my own life, Alexander. His lips twitched with a grin. I like the way you say my name. I narrowed my eyes further. I'm serious, I said, although the breathiness in my voice probably did nothing for me. His smile vanished and he nodded. Of course you get a say. I said we, didn't I? He grabbed the suitcase with his other hand and headed toward the door. I picked up my purse and hurried after him. Yes, you did say we, and I'm telling you that I will make that decision. Not us. He snorted. We'll see. I opened my mouth to argue, but knew it wouldn't get me anywhere. It only took 21 years, but I'd finally found someone as stubborn as I was. I'd let it go for now, but I wouldn't forget, and I wouldn't let him walk all over me. I'd spent too many years of my life having control of nothing. I'd made a promise a long time ago that I'd never be in another situation like that, and I intended to keep it. We made it to his SUV in silence, not that it stopped him from glaring at the people loitering out front smoking cigarettes. I breathed a sigh of relief as I settled into his truck. Now that we were alone with no distractions, it was time for me to get some answers. Problem was, I found it was only the benign ones that interested me.
What did you do all day?
He jerked like my question surprised him. I worked.
What do you do?
I'm a guard. I work for someone in the government. Like a bodyguard? His lips twitched. Yeah.
A little like that.
So, he worked for the government. I suppose that made some sense. It explained why he'd been tasked with relocating me, and why I was moved to begin with. He must have worked for whoever was investigating the cases I'd been involved in. Hadn't Alexander said there was a string of recent crimes in the area? I knew you weren't a fucking social worker, I mumbled. Alexander laughed loudly, the joyful sound filling the car and settling nerves I hadn't even known were frayed. I watched him carefully, noting the way his thick throat bobbed with his chuckles and the way his full lips stretched with his perfect smile. He glanced over at me, and the mirth died almost immediately. It was quickly replaced by that heat I'd seen back at the apartment, and my stomach dropped. My heart thundered in my chest as I watched him watch me, all other thoughts instantly erased. Slowly, his eyes shuttered, his mouth pressed into a thin line, and he turned toward the road again. "You shouldn't look at me like that," he said, his voice rough. I took in a shallow, shaky breath. "Like what?" I whispered. He didn't answer, and we spent the rest of the drive in silence. That didn't stop my mind from racing, though. Questions and thoughts and concerns and desires all swirled around in my head as I watched him drive. I didn't know who Alexander really was, and part of me was starting to wonder if I should have asked what he was instead of who. But for some reason, none of that mattered. I'd seen the darkness in his gaze and knew that was what he wanted to protect me from, but I wasn't scared. I'd seen real darkness in real bad men, and I knew Alexander wasn't one of them. But the question remained, who was he?
Chapter 8. Alexander. Holy shit. I was standing behind her, but had no trouble looking over her head into the hotel room in front of us. It was opulent and extravagant and huge. Exactly what I'd asked for. "You like it?" I asked, realizing for the first time I actually cared what she thought. I wanted her to be comfortable there. Happy. She turned to me, her big eyes bright. "It's amazing." The light in her gaze dimmed slightly. "But who's paying for this? I can't afford to stay here. And based on the last place, I don't think this is in the budget." I pressed my lips together and looked away. "Don't worry about it." I didn't want her to know that I was the one footing the bill. I didn't want her to feel indebted to me. This was the least I could do after everything she'd been through. She narrowed her eyes, and just when I thought she'd press the issue, she shrugged and turned to walk into the hotel room. I blew out a discreet breath of relief and followed her. Her curly hair swayed back and forth as she turned her head to see every inch of the room. "Wait, where's the bed?" I jerked my head toward one of the closed doors. "In the bedroom, I assume." She turned to me with a mild glare before spinning back around. "I've never been in a hotel room that had more than one room," she said, almost like she was speaking to herself. I felt this tug in my chest that I tried to ignore but couldn't. It was the way she'd said it. Like she'd been deprived an experience like this before. I liked that I was the one giving it to her now, but I hated the fact she hadn't been treated to something like this before. I picked up her suitcase and followed her into the suite, waiting patiently while she opened every door and marveled at every room. It made me feel warm somehow. Like I just drank a big cup of tea and the hot liquid was coating my insides. When she finally found the bedroom, I followed her into it, swinging her suitcase into my hands. "Where do you want this?" She eyed me curiously, her brows bunched together. "Why isn't that heavy for you?" As she said the words, I realized I'd been tossing around this massive suitcase like it was empty. Of course, to her it would feel heavy, even if I barely registered its weight. But that didn't matter. It was my job to keep up appearances, and for some reason that was hard to do around her. I let the suitcase fall to the floor with a thud. "It is." Her gaze was still suspicious, and the longer she looked at me like that, the more I wanted to squirm. "I know it's heavy, but it's not heavy for you, is it?" I shrugged as I tried to think of an excuse. "I lift more than this in the gym." I tried not to wince at my stupid-ass statement as I waited for her reaction. As usual, she did the opposite of what I expected. She laughed. "I'm sure you do," she said with a roll of her eyes. I didn't know what that meant, and a part of me wanted to ask, but thankfully, the smarter part let it go. If she wasn't going to pursue this line of questioning, I needed to be thankful for that. She turned to me with a wide smile that I couldn't help but return. It was times like this when she was so beautiful, it was hard to look at her. "Thanks for everything tonight. I feel much safer here than the last place." I grunted in response. If I hadn't had my head so far up my ass the other day, I never would have left her there to begin with. "I'm glad you like it." She shifted her weight from foot to foot as she twisted her fingers together. "So, will I see you tomorrow?" What a stupid question. I snorted. Of course. Where the hell else would I be? Her eyes widened in surprise before that huge grin spread across her face again. Okay, great. I'll see you then. I frowned, the pieces slowly starting to come together. Yeah, you'll see me then like you'll see me for the rest of the night, I said before stalking past her into the living room. Honestly, there was only so much of that shit I could take. I tried my best, but the massive king-sized bed was always in my peripheral, and it was getting harder and harder to ignore the fact that I had the girl alone in a room with me. It was safer for the both of us if I walked away. Wait, what? She called as she hurried after me. I took a seat in an oversized chair and pulled out my phone. I don't understand what part is confusing to you. I could hear her teeth grinding. Do you always have to be an asshole? I looked up at her, shocked. I'm being an asshole. She shook her head with a chuckle. It's sad that you don't even know when you're doing it. I just shrugged. So, what's going on tonight? Is there another guard on their way? Or am I safe enough here that I don't need one? I snorted. I don't think you'd be safe enough as the only colonist on Mars. She gaped at me, but I just continued. And no. I'm your guard for tonight. Her mouth snapped shut audibly. Oh. She was quiet for so long, I looked up to watch the range of emotions flitting across her face. But I thought you were a bodyguard for someone in the government. I shrugged. Yeah, but I do that during the day. I hated lying to her, but this made perfect sense. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to use an out if she handed it right to me. She dug the toe of her old sneaker into the plush carpet. So don't you need to do stuff at your own home? Like sleep or something? My chest warmed at the thought that she cared about my well-being, but it was short-lived. This was Charlotte we were talking about. She was nice to everyone. Don't worry about me. I hoped there was enough finality in my tone that she'd drop it. Thankfully, she shrugged and looked away. But she didn't sit down, and she still didn't look comfortable. What the hell was going on now? What are you doing? She met my eyes again, hers wide as she shrugged once more. I don't know. She looked down at her feet before meeting my gaze again. You make me nervous. I ground my teeth together and looked away while I got a handle on my emotions. Of course she was afraid of me. I was a fucking monster. I was the grizzly bear and she was the salmon. She had every right to fear me. I shook my head and tried to pull it together. Softening my voice, I said, just do what you'd normally be doing. I won't get in your way. You'll barely know I'm here. She scoffed but continued to fidget. Well, I was about to go out to get something to eat when you showed up at the apartment. I shook my head. You're not going anywhere. Order something. Her pink lips thinned into a straight line as she pulled out her phone. Okay, she said slowly. Fine. I'll get delivery. Order room service. She looked up from her phone with a glare. I can't afford room service. I shrugged. Charge it to the room. I ripped my gaze away from her to look back down at my phone. Honestly, all I wanted to do was stare at her, but that would have made her uncomfortable, and she was already afraid of me. She sighed loudly and stormed over to the phone on the desk. I had to hold back a chuckle as she slammed drawers and huffed all over the place, clearly upset at me. The image of a cross bunny rabbit floated through my thoughts, and I couldn't hold back the laugh this time. The girl turned to me with a glare that would have withered a lesser man. What do you want? It softened a little corner of my black heart that she'd thought to ask, but I shouldn't have been surprised. I'm good. Just order for yourself. She shrugged and turned back to the menu she'd unearthed. Finally, she sighed and picked up the phone, connecting to room service. Hi, yeah, can I order something? The person on the other line politely confirmed our room number before telling her to go ahead with her order. Okay, I'll just have a Caesar salad. No chicken. Dressing on the side. No, that's it, thank you. I was on my feet and across the room, moving faster than I should have. I grabbed the phone from her as she squeaked in protest. Hello? I asked, my voice gruff. Yes, I need you to add a 10-ounce New York strip to that order. With a loaded baked potato, corn on the cob, a side of broccoli, and a slice of cheesecake. Yeah, thanks. I hung up the phone and crossed the room to sit in my chair again. I could feel her eyes on me and knew it was only a matter of time. I thought you said you weren't hungry. I'm not. That was for you. I heard her take a long, deep breath before blowing it out slowly. But I don't want all that. I shrugged. A salad wasn't enough. You don't get a say in what I do or don't eat. I shrugged again. Looks like I do. Her mouth fell open before her eyes lit with rage. She spun around, grabbed the phone, and jammed the button to connect to room service. It only rang once. Yeah, hi. I just called in an order that I need to cancel. I was on my feet and across the room before she finished the sentence. Give me the phone. I held out my hand, but she just glared at me. Yes, sorry? I don't want the steak or potatoes or cheesecake. You can cancel all of that. Give me the phone, I said between gritted teeth. She just stared at me, an obstinate set to her chin and a warning in her blue eyes. Finally, she spun around to the desktop and took another look at the menu. Yes, can I have your country breakfast instead? I'll take bacon and scrambled eggs with pancakes, please. Yes, orange juice is fine. Thanks so much. She hung up and turned to pin me with another look I had no trouble deciphering. Happy? I narrowed my eyes and dropped my hand. Moderately, I grunted before returning to my chair. I didn't know why everything had to be difficult with her. It was like we couldn't last more than a few minutes without arguing. That was going to make for a long night. Do you have any siblings? She asked after a few minutes, breaking the tense silence in the room. I had to actually think about that before answering. It had been so long since I'd talked about my long-dead human family. I have 8 brothers and sisters. Her eyes widened. And where do you fall in that equation? I'm the youngest. She snorted and rolled her eyes before turning toward the desk again. Figures. I waited for her to elaborate, but when it was clear she wasn't going to, I got irritated. What the hell does that mean? I asked, sitting up straighter in my chair. She spun back around and shrugged. Birth order says a lot about a person. I'm just not surprised to find out you're the youngest. It makes so much sense. I narrowed my eyes at her. Explain. She smiled. The youngest children are always the brattiest. They're used to getting what they want. Ring any bells? Well, yeah, but fuck that. Did you just call me a brat? She covered her mouth but couldn't hide the giant smile across her face. I think I did. I tried to dig up that old irritation, but it was so hard with her smiling at me like that. Anything that made her this happy was worth it for me, even if it was at my expense. I shook my head as I watched her trying to control her smile. If she only knew she was calling a man who was over 500 years old a brat. I assure you, my birth order has nothing to do with who I am today. I'd been shaped by the hundreds of years I'd lived. Surely, being the youngest son of 9 had no bearing on my personality after all this time. Right. She chuckled and shrugged again. Okay, believe what you want. I heard what she didn't say as easily as if she'd spoken the words. She didn't believe me. She thought she had me all figured out. Well, 2 could play that game. And what about you? Where do you fall? Her eyes shuddered and she stopped rocking her chair back and forth. I'm the only child, thankfully. Why thankfully? She wrapped her arms around her middle before answering. I couldn't imagine another kid having to grow up the way I did. Something close to rage boiled deep inside me. I examined her, from her stooped shoulders, to her blank expression, to the way she gripped her shirt as she held herself. Something awful had happened to her, and I wanted to know what. What way was that? I ground out. She shook her head. I don't really want to talk about it. Just as I opened my mouth to insist, she added, "It wasn't a happy childhood, though." My whole body twitched with the polarizing need to comfort her, but also eliminate whatever had put that look on her face. I could see her past had damaged her. She wasn't the bright, cheerful girl I'd come to know right then. She was a shadow of that person. Dull and gray and so unlike herself, it hurt to watch. I was moments away from crossing the distance between us and doing whatever it took to erase that look from her face when she glanced up at me. She smiled, although I could see how brittle it was. "It's okay. It was a long time ago. It's over now." Somehow, I knew she'd had to say those words to herself more than once. They might have even become a mantra of sorts for her. I knew beneath them was an ocean of pain, and I felt it as acutely as if it were really mine to bear. A knock on the door interrupted the gloomy conversation, and I welcomed it. I needed to keep my feelings for this girl in check. I couldn't run to her side every time she was sad, or hold her any time I wanted. I was not like her, and I needed to remember that. The hotel employee wheeled in a cart full of food, and I tipped him before he left. The girl eyed the transaction warily, but I ignored her. She started uncovering dishes before freezing and looking over at me with a contrite expression. "Do you want any of this? I really ordered more than I need." I smiled. I couldn't help it. She was just so sweet it was hard not to react to her. "No. I'm not hungry. Save anything you don't eat for later. You might want it then." She shrugged and dug into her meal, and I did my best to make my staring subtle enough that she didn't notice. But it was impossible not to watch. She was so graceful, so beautiful. And the way her long, slender throat bobbed with each swallow almost brought me to my knees. Suddenly, a different kind of hunger surged to the surface, and I slammed my mouth closed and turned away. I couldn't afford to desire her that way. It wasn't safe for her. I would not be the next reason she was hospitalized. My job was to protect her, and that meant from me too. I was probably the biggest danger to her, but I wouldn't have been able to stay away even if I tried. That left me with one option: keep my hands and my fangs to myself. I just had a feeling one would be much harder than the other. Chapter 9. Alexander. I am so full. I chuckled. "I thought you were going to save some for later." She nodded, her face scrunched in pain. "I thought so too. Is this typical for you? To eat more than you can bear?" What I meant to ask was if this was a popular human trait these days, but I'd slipped up enough in front of her already. She leaned up from her prone position to glare at me. "No, asshole, it's not." She laid back down with a groan. "I was just so hungry." I frowned, hearing something else in her words. "Hadn't you eaten today?" She paused for a moment, and I almost asked again before she spoke. "No. I forgot to." I was across the room to where she lay in an instant. I needed to see her face, to read what was going on there for myself, because I knew there was more to the story. I hovered over her on the couch, getting as close as I dared. "How do you forget to eat? Are you ill?" If there was something wrong with her, I was taking her back to the hospital that instant. I wouldn't risk her well-being for anything. "I'll call Dr. Thomas right now. He'll know what to do." I could barely stand the man, but I knew he had a soft spot for the girl. He'd help her. "No," she yelled before struggling to sit up. I would have laughed if I wasn't panicking so much in that moment. Every ailment I could think of sped through my head as I tried to figure out a reason she'd be skipping meals. "I don't need a doctor, Alexander. Calm down." I really did like the way she said my name. "Why didn't you eat then?" She narrowed her eyes at me, the stubborn tilt to her chin letting me know we were about to have another one of our fights. "What's it to you? What's it to me?" As if I wasn't intrinsically attuned to the sound of her heartbeat by now. As if I didn't count her breaths whenever we were in the same room together. As if her well-being wasn't in the forefront of my mind every second of the day. But I didn't say any of that. She couldn't know the depths of my feelings. It would only scare her away, and I wasn't sure I could bear to watch her run from me. "Tell me," I said through gritted teeth. She pursed her lips. "Do you always get your way?" "Yes." She sighed loudly. "Fine. I didn't eat because I've been saving, and lunch is a luxury I can't afford right now." I didn't even know where to start. There were too many fucked up words in that statement for me, and I was having trouble deciding which was worse. Lunch is not a luxury, it's a necessity. She shrugged. "I've gone without lunch plenty of times and I'm fine." I grit my teeth so hard I knew she could hear them grinding. It was clear I wouldn't get through to her on the lunch thing right then, so I moved on. "And what are you saving for?" Her expression turned dark. "Well, since my last lease was voided and I lost my security deposit, I need to save for a new one." My stomach dropped to the soles of my feet as my mind sped through the ramifications. Why hadn't I thought of that before now? Why hadn't anyone stopped to wonder about where she'd end up after we canceled her lease? The questions kept coming, but I knew the answers to them all were as simple as they were disgusting. We didn't care. She was just a human. We'd moved her for her safety to somewhere that vampire couldn't find her, and then we forgot about her. She was no longer important, her future having no bearing on us whatsoever. It wasn't fair, and it made my stomach turn. How many more out there were like the girl? Displaced and forced to start over because they'd been unlucky enough to have a run-in with one of our kind? Hundreds? Thousands? "You didn't lose your security deposit," I lied, thinking on my feet. "I have it. I was going to give it to you tonight," I lied some more. Her eyes lit up, and I knew I'd done the right thing. "Really?" I nodded, an answering smile stretching my face. "Really?" She settled back onto the couch, as I imagined a load falling off her shoulders. How many more things was she worried about that I could fix? "I'll have the money transferred into your bank account tonight." She smiled again, but it fell as soon as I added, "But no more skipping lunch." She rolled her eyes. "You can't force me to eat. I'll skip lunch if I want to." I breathed slowly through my nose before responding. "Not while I'm around." She met my gaze again, and I read the fight written in their depths. But instead she shook her head, her lips twitching with a grim smile. "Is there anything we don't argue over?" I smiled too. "The weather?" She laughed, and I swore the room got brighter as it filled with the sound. Her blonde curls bounced with her chuckles, her face looking so much younger in that moment. Carefree. She really was absolutely stunning. If I thought it would be hard to keep my distance before, it was nothing to now. The more I learned about her, the more I yearned for more. She was fascinating and sweet and so good, she made me want to be good too, if only to be worthy of her presence someday.
"Charlotte." A loud metallic groan roused me, and I shot upward with a gasp. "It's okay, it's just me." My frantic eyes searched the massive hotel suite, looking for the source of the sound. Finally, I found Alexander, halfway off the couch next to me, an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry. I didn't mean to wake you." I frowned in his direction as I sat up straighter.
What are you doing?
The apologetic look on his face turned contrite. "I was just getting ready to go." A small burst of panic raced through my system at the thought of him leaving. "Where are you going?" "I have to go home." I picked up my phone and turned the screen on. "But it's 5 in the morning." "I know," was all he had to say. I guess I was lucky I'd gotten that much out of him. I yawned and stretched my arms over my head. "Okay, I'll walk you out." I stood up, letting the blanket on my lap fall to the ground. That was when my eye caught the drawings on the table. I'd been sketching on the couch when I'd gotten sleepy and laid down. I knew before I fell asleep that I'd tucked my drawings into the folder, but they were spread out now. I looked up at Alexander and read the guilt all over his face.
Were you looking at these?
He froze for a moment before nodding slowly. "Why?" He shrugged. I was curious. My face heated, and I looked away before he could see. Every sketch I'd made that night had been of him. Some were in the hotel room, some were in the hospital, and some were in my last apartment, but they were all Alexander. I'd been trying to understand this one expression of his, and decided to draw it out. It almost looked like sadness, but it was deeper. Greater than that. And there was a hint of longing in his eyes I couldn't quite draw correctly, despite how many times I'd tried. His big hand cupped my chin, raising my face to meet his eyes. "You're embarrassed." I pressed my lips together and nodded. "Why? If I could draw, I'd draw you too." My heart thundered in my chest so loud it was all I could hear. His eyes darted to my lips. Once. Twice. 3 times. "You shouldn't look at me like that," he said for the second time. I caught his gaze, and in it, I found an inner turmoil I knew I'd never understand. He was fighting some kind of battle, and I had a suspicion it had to do with me. "Like what?" I asked in barely more than a whisper. He leaned closer, bringing with him this intoxicating scent. It was musky and exotic, and it made me want to bury my nose in his neck. He gripped my face a little harder. "Like that," he breathed. "Like you want me." I swallowed once and met his gaze head-on. I let him see in my eyes all the things I was afraid to say. "I like you. I want you. I feel better when you're around." Instead I said, "What if I do?" His mouth snapped closed, his teeth clacking together with the force. I used to think his eyes were brown because of how dark they were, but now I realized they were blue. Deep dark blue. The kind of color you'd find in the middle of the ocean, with miles of water beneath you. His voice rumbled through the space between us, breaking me out of my thoughts. "You can't." The hell I could. I took a step closer, tilting my head further. "But what if I do?" His eyes widened as they searched my face. Around and around they went while that battle raged on as his gaze. I knew the moment he made his decision, because his eyes turned a clear blue. He dipped his head as his other arm reached up and cupped the back of my neck. His fingers buried themselves in my curls as his lips stopped just inches from mine. I was panting, my breaths leaving my lungs in short bursts I couldn't stop or control. "Charlotte," he whispered, and my heart quit beating for one whole second. I'd never heard him say my name before. I liked the way it sounded on his tongue. "Alex," I breathed back. He closed the distance between us and lowered his lips the last few inches to mine. This kiss was soft. Tentative. Like he was afraid he'd break me if he wasn't gentle enough. His mouth was cooler than mine, but it had the power to set my whole body on fire. I stretched onto my tiptoes, wrapped my hands around his neck, and dragged him closer. He gasped into my mouth before pulling me toward him, one hand grabbing my hip while the other held the back of my head. He was all I could think about. All I knew. My whole world had been reduced to just Alexander. His hands, his lips, his tongue, his hard body. All of it making me so weak, I didn't think I'd have still been standing if he wasn't holding me up. I'd never experienced anything like this before. It felt like an inferno raged between us. Like the hotel would be nothing but ash and rubble when we were through. His hand slid from my hip to my ass as he dragged me even closer, his hard body fitting against mine perfectly. His heavy arousal pressed against my belly, and I pulled him harder against me. My chest was rising and falling so fast I could barely breathe. With each inhale, my sensitive nipples rubbed against my lace bra, sending little ripples of pleasure through my body. He pulled away with a gasp, his chest moving just as quickly with his rapid breaths. "We have to stop," he said, his deep voice rumbling right through me. "Why?" I whispered as I fought to catch my own breath. He pulled me far enough away that he could look me in the eye, but didn't move his hands from where they held me. "If we don't stop right now, I'm going to carry you in that bedroom and fuck you, and I can't do that right now." My eyes widened at his crude words, as a lightning bolt of desire shot straight to my core. "Why?" I whispered. He chuckled once before placing one more sweet kiss on my lips and taking a big step back. "There are too many reasons to count." I frowned as he took another step back and smoothed out his shirt. That's pretty vague.
I know.
I blew out a frustrated breath. Both because I was sick of the riddles, and because now that he'd mentioned it, all I could think about was that big empty king-sized bed. Am I ever going to get the full story? I feel like you tell me half of every truth. I want it all. He met my eyes, and I saw the war in his gaze again, but for a different reason this time. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the truth. When I opened my mouth to argue, he held up a hand. I know you deserve it. You deserve a lot that I can't give you, he said almost to himself. I listened to his words, but also to what he wasn't saying, and it was painting a picture I wasn't sure I wanted to see. You're being cryptic again. He smiled ruefully and took another step toward the door.
I know.
I'm sorry. I watched him make his way toward the exit, panic rising in my system. Why are you leaving now? Can't it wait until the morning?
It is the morning.
I planted a hand on my hip. Okay, can't you wait for normal business hours then? His lips twitched with a grin. I'm sorry. I can't. The anxiety was only growing as I realized I'd be alone for the first time since I'd been attacked. Again. I hadn't known I was afraid to be by myself, but there it was. I was about to have a full-blown panic attack. Are you sure I should be alone? I said, my voice barely more than a squeak.
Maybe I can come with you?
His expression was pained as he met my gaze. I'm sorry. You can't come with me. When I opened my mouth to argue, he added, this time. He took another step toward the door. Besides, Ashton is on his way up. I'm meeting him at the elevator right now. A bit of the panic subsided at the news I wouldn't be alone. I just wouldn't be with Alexander. I could handle that. Will you be back later? I asked, the longing in my voice impossible for me to disguise. His expression softened until it was almost tender as he looked at me. Nothing could keep me away, he said, his voice so low I barely caught it. He slid his boots on and unlocked the door before turning to me again. Be safe while I'm gone, please. I know that usually proves difficult for you, but if you could just avoid another hospital trip until I return, I'd really appreciate it. I narrowed my eyes at him, thoughts of wanting him to stay dissipating quickly. I'll do my best. He laughed and swung the door open, turning to me with a smile that felt like it could melt my panties off. See you later, Charlotte. I couldn't help but smile in answer. Bye, I said, suddenly shy. He let the door close behind him, and I stood there in the living room, trying to figure out what to do with all the emotions coursing through my body. Excitement. Elation. Joy. Irritation. Desire. Annoyance. It all swirled inside me, ebbing and flowing as I tried to figure out which I felt most strongly. I was still smiling to myself when there was a knock on the door. My heart leapt into my throat as I skipped over to answer it. I pulled the heavy door open to find a hotel employee standing in the hall with a stack of terry cloth in his hands. You called for more towels? He asked, his tone bored. Sorry, no. I didn't order anything. He rolled his eyes and shrugged before turning to leave. I stepped into the hall trying to see if I could still spot Alexander, when I heard the hotel employee sniff loudly behind me. Hey, what did you say your name was again? I frowned and turned to him. It's Charlotte, why? He caught my gaze and held it. Hello, Charlotte, he said, his words dripping through me like honey, the darkness not far behind.
Chapter 10. Alexander. I'm so fucked. I'd said that exact same phrase no less than 5 times since I'd left her hotel room, but it didn't feel like enough. I am absolutely and thoroughly fucked, I muttered as I hurried down the hall to the elevators. I reached up to rub my still tingling lips. I don't think I've ever been this fucked in my life. I shook my head as the last couple of minutes swirled through my thoughts, threatening to drown me in the memories. It was her eyes I couldn't stop seeing. Their sky blue color. The way they reminded me of a warm spring day. The way they'd met my gaze head-on. Big and bright and open and challenging me. It was like she'd dared me to kiss her. Like she'd begged, except I was the one who'd gladly get on my knees and plead for even one more touch of her lips. They'd been so sweet. So warm and soft. Even now I could remember how they felt, like I was still kissing her. Like I still had her sexy little body plastered against mine with her taste on my tongue. Desire coursed through me, the proof straining against my zipper. I stopped at the elevator and turned to glance down the hallway I'd just come from. The need to rush back to her was so strong, I had to clench my fist to keep myself still. I couldn't be with her. Not just because the sun was rising. Not just because she was a human, and I was a vampire. But because she was so good and I was not. I refused to let any of my darkness bleed into her life. I wouldn't dim her light in any way. That meant now I needed to make sure I kept my hands, my fangs, and my dick away from her. And that shit was getting harder by the minute. The elevator dinged in front of me, and I watched as the doors opened to reveal an empty car. Where the hell was Ashton? He'd sent me a text saying he was on his way up, and he should have been there. I patted my pockets, looking for my phone so I could call him and ream him a new one, but it was nowhere to be found. My head fell back on my neck as I sighed at the ceiling. I'd have to go back to her room. I'd have to smell her sweet peach scent again, and watch that misplaced passion on her face that I knew I couldn't do anything about. This was going to be torturous. I turned around and headed back down the hall, using those few minutes to strengthen my resolve. I'd thought I'd have a whole 12 hours to regain control of myself before I had to see her again, but luck was not on my side. I was a few rooms away from hers when I noticed the pile of towels on the floor in front of her door. I frowned as I tried to come up with an explanation for them. My stomach twisted as dread began to fill me. Something wasn't right. I thumped on her door, loud enough to wake the whole damn hall. "Charlotte? Open up." No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. "Charlotte? Open this goddamn door right now." Still no answer. Not caring what kind of repercussions there'd be for my actions, I took a step back and kicked the door in. It jolted open with a loud crack, slamming against the wall, forming a fissure in the plaster that raced to the ceiling. I ignored it as I tried to process what I was seeing. It took me less than a second to sprint across the room and rip the vampire's mouth off her neck. He stumbled backward as he swiped at the blood dripping from his lips. Charlotte's blood. What the fuck, man? I let out a ferocious snarl that would have scared even the oldest of our kind. The vampire in front of me, dressed in the hotel's uniform, dropped his hand from his mouth, his eyes wide. "Hey man, cool it. I wasn't gonna hurt her." I didn't believe that for a fucking second. I glanced toward the girl to find her in a heap on the floor, her skin paler than before, and I knew he'd already taken too much. I roared again, the rage and anger threatening to overwhelm me. Darting toward the vampire, I grabbed the sides of his head and kicked his chest with all my might. His head ripped off his shoulders with ease, and I threw it aside. His headless body collapsed onto the ground, and I kicked him again as hard as I could, just because I wanted to. I raced back to the girl and pulled her into my arms, her eyelids already fluttering. "Alexander," she croaked. I swallowed the fury and pushed the curls off her face. "I'm right here. You're okay." She struggled to sit up and I helped, at a loss as to what I could do for her. Did she need a doctor? Did she need to go back to the hospital? How much blood did she lose this time? I ground my teeth together so hard I worried they'd break. This never should have happened. I'd only left her alone for 2 fucking minutes. The girl gasped loudly, and I searched the room for the next threat, my body crouched and ready to spring at less than a moment's notice. "Oh my God," she screamed. I leapt to my feet and spun around, my hands twitching with the need to get this violence out of my system. "What happened to his head?" she screamed again, and I finally connected the dots. "I'm going to be sick," she moaned as her skin turned a light shade of green and sweat started to bead on her forehead. I crouched back down to pull her into my arms. It's okay, it's okay. Just calm down. How the fuck is it okay? That guy he's, oh my God, she wailed as she started to shake uncontrollably. I didn't know much about the human body, but it was clear something was wrong. I needed to do something, or she would end up back in the hospital. In that instant, I realized I could probably get away with glamoring her like I'd wanted to all along, but I didn't. It felt wrong to do that to her now. Like a betrayal of trust. I knew she didn't trust me yet, and knew that I deserved it even less, but still. I'd act like I could earn it one day. Like I could be worthy of it one day. I grabbed her shaking arms and leaned back until I could meet her eyes. Stop. Charlotte, relax. He's not dead. Yet, I added internally. Her wide eyes met mine, fear slithering through their blue depths. How is he not dead? He's missing his fucking head, Alexander. I glanced behind me to the open door, noting that thankfully, we hadn't drawn anyone's attention yet. I knew that wouldn't last long though. I also knew that I had even less time until the sun rose, and I was in danger of not making it home again. I stood up with her in my arms and dragged her toward the door. Let's go. I'll explain on the way. She dug her heels in, but I barely noticed. Alexander, stop. Wait. We can't just leave. What are we going to do about the dead guy? And how did he get dead in the first place? What happened? I thought you left and then all of a sudden you were back, and I. She was spiraling. I could hear it in her voice. If I didn't calm her down soon, she was going to completely lose her shit, and we'd have a whole hallway of guests asking questions. I pulled her close and met her eyes again. I told you, I'll explain everything on the way. Don't worry about him. I'll have someone deal with him later, but we need to go. Now. She pulled away from me, and I let her go. Her wide eyes flitted from me to the headless vampire on the floor, and back again. I'm not going anywhere without some answers. I deserve to know what's going on. I sighed and glanced toward the window, noticing the sky was starting to lighten in the east. I grabbed her arms again and met her gaze, making sure she saw the gravity in mine. I don't have time to explain everything right now. I have to make it back to my apartment before the sun rises. You can come with me, and I'll explain as much as I can, or you can wait here for Ashton. It sounded like I was giving her a choice, but I really wasn't. Even if she didn't choose to come with me, I had every intention of throwing her over my shoulder and making a run for it in the next couple of seconds. Consequences be damned. Her eyes searched mine for the longest minute of my life, while I tried to stand as still as possible. Finally, she glanced over her shoulder at the half-dead vampire again. We can't just leave him like that, can we? I cursed under my breath as I realized she was right. I couldn't leave him in the middle of the room like that. The sun would be shining through those windows in a matter of minutes, and that was too good of a punishment for him. Growling softly, I walked over to the son of a bitch who'd bit her and hauled him into my arms. I grabbed his dismembered head by his over-gelled hair on my way to the bathroom. Tossing both parts of him in the tub, I slammed the door behind me and turned to the girl. Happy? She rolled her eyes. Not even a little bit. I grunted and raced over to her, not caring that I was moving too fast. Let's go, I said before scooping her into my arms. I grabbed my cell phone that I'd left on the desk and darted out of the room within seconds. I took a moment to fit the door back into place, noting that the Do Not Disturb sign was already hanging up, before I raced down the hall to the stairwell. The girl was quiet in my arms as I ran, but the shaking in her limbs hadn't subsided yet and she was still too pale. I'm sure she was terrified, and I knew I should really let her go, but I couldn't. If this was the last time I'd be able to be this close to her, I was going to milk this moment for as long as I could. If this was the last time I'd get to talk to her, I was going to tell her the entire truth. If this was the last time I'd get to see her, I was going to look for as long as possible. We made it to the basement garage, and I slowed my pace until I could confirm we were alone. When we arrived at my truck, I set her down by the passenger door and braced myself. I didn't want this moment to end, but I needed to stop being selfish. If she wanted to walk away, I had to let her go. If she never wanted to see me again, I had to respect her wishes. If she only ever looked at me with fear again, I knew I'd deserve it. I stepped away from her and did my best to meet her eyes. I need to get home. Do you want to come with me? She pursed her lips as she watched me. Will you answer all my questions? As many as I have time for. And you won't lie to me? Never again. She stared at me for another long moment before nodding. Okay, let's go. The relief I felt at her words was staggering. It washed over me in a tidal wave of emotion, leaving me breathless and a little disoriented. I finally shook my head and refocused on the present as she climbed into the SUV. Wasting no more time, I flew around to the driver's side and started the engine. We peeled out of the parking spot with a screech as I raced through the garage. We sped down the mostly empty New York City streets in silence. I gripped the wheel so hard I heard it groan before I relaxed my fingers. I wanted to force her to say something, because the possibilities spinning through my head were terrifying. When she finally spoke, she asked something I wasn't expecting. Did you kill that guy? He's not dead. Did you rip his head off his body? She amended. Yes, I spat. Her heart thumped wildly for a moment, and I gripped the wheel tighter. Why did you do that? She whispered, the fear clear in her voice. Because he was going to drain you. I didn't actually know if he would have drained her, but I wasn't going to wait around to find out. Drain me of what? Your blood, Charlotte. She gasped quietly, and I swore I could hear her mind working from here. She reached up slowly to touch the bite wound on her neck. Her fingers came back stained crimson, and I grit my teeth harder. Why would he want to drain my blood? I took a deep breath and told her the truth. Because he's a vampire, and your blood was too desirable to resist. She gasped again, louder this time. I clenched my jaw tighter. Too much of a coward to turn and meet her eyes. I was too scared of what I'd find if I did. How do you know he's a vampire? I scoffed. I saw him drinking your fucking blood, Charlotte. It wasn't hard to figure it out. I was being a dick. I knew that. But the anxiety of the rising sun mixed with the fear I'd felt when I saw her in that bastard's arms was overwhelming. After centuries of feeling and caring about very little, it felt like I'd drown in these newfound emotions. Are you a vampire too? She asked softly. I'd thought I was ready for this question. That I could be honest with her. But now, faced with the reality of telling her the truth, I found I was too chicken shit to do it. I didn't want her to fear me any more than she already did. I didn't want her to look at me any differently. I didn't want to lose her when I'd just found her. I took a deep breath to answer her, but the words froze on my tongue. I cleared my throat and tried again, but nothing came out. I couldn't tell her the truth, and watch that affection in her eyes for me dim. I couldn't let her know I was a monster to fear, and not a man to desire. Is that why you're so strong? She asked, her voice a little louder than before. When I didn't answer that either, she kept going. And why you're so fast? And why you need to get home before sunrise? And why you've had to be so secretive about everything? I gripped the wheel so hard it bent in my hands. If I'd had any hope I could hide that from her observant stare, those dreams were dashed when she gasped again. You are a vampire, aren't you? She asked, her voice soft but strong. Like steel wrapped in cotton candy. The funny thing was she didn't sound scared. Just unsure. And maybe a little cautious. Like she was afraid she'd anger me with her assumption. I bent the wheel back as best I could before answering. Yes. Her heart thumped louder for a few moments before it evened out, along with her breaths. I didn't know what to make of that, and I was still too much of a coward to look at her face to read the truth there. Okay, she said softly. I laughed, but it wasn't happy. Okay. Just okay? Yeah. Okay. I shook my head, my teeth grinding again. Why don't you sound scared? I'm a monster. A nightmare. I caught her shrug out of the corner of my eye. I've met real monsters before. You being a vampire doesn't scare me. It should. She shrugged again, and I almost lost my fucking mind. Well, it doesn't, she said, the finality in her tone clear. What the fuck was I going to do with this girl?
Chapter 11. Charlotte. Have you always been a vampire? My quiet question broke the silence between us. I didn't know what he'd been thinking about, but I'd been running back through everything that happened to me in the past 2 weeks to find where this made sense. It was almost like I'd been trying to solve a puzzle without a clear picture of what it was supposed to look like when it was done. Now that I knew what I was really dealing with, the pieces were starting to fall into place. No, he finally said. I was changed when I was 23 years old. And how old are you now? He couldn't have been older than 30. Could he have been a vampire for 7 years already? He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye, hands tightening around the poor steering wheel again. 573. I waited for him to crack a smile or laugh at me, but he did neither of those things. He just stared out the windshield, his shoulders so tense they almost reached his ears. Slowly, realization sank in, and I knew he was serious. He really was hundreds and hundreds of years old. And he was sitting right next to me, looking like he was barely old enough to rent a car. That's unbelievable, I finally said, at a loss for more words than that. He scoffed. That's one way to look at it, he muttered under his breath. I watched him carefully, noting his furrowed brows and the grim set of his mouth. He looked angry. Was he mad I was asking these questions? He'd said he'd answer them. Maybe he'd changed his mind. Are my questions bothering you? I asked softly. If he really didn't want to talk about this, we didn't have to. I had a million more questions that had nothing to do with him being a vampire. I was just so curious, I couldn't help but want to know more about him. He chuckled darkly. No, it's the answers that bother me. I frowned at him. I don't understand. Good. I blew out an irritated breath. I guess some things don't change. Like what? He snapped back. Like you being an asshole. The corner of his lip twitched, and I figured that was as good a sign as any that I could continue. Is blood all you drink? The smile fell off his face as quickly as it arrived. Yes. My stomach twisted uncomfortably as I thought through the ramifications of that. I had a million more questions, but I knew I had to tread lightly. Does it hurt them? I asked, my voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. Not if I don't want it to. Do you want it to? He turned to give me a disgusted look. Of course not. I let out a deep breath, my insides coming untangled the slightest bit. How do you stop it from hurting? I asked, my fingers drifting to the still bleeding wound on my neck. I didn't remember being bitten or how that felt, but it was sore now. I turned to find him looking at me, the anger clear on his face. I almost took my question back when he turned to face forward and finally answered. We can glamour a human into thinking they're somewhere else. We can make them forget they ever saw us. That sounded important. I'd tuck it away for later. What about the bite wound? Won't they question that? His hands tightened on the wheel again. Normally, we close the holes when we're done. How? He sighed. Our blood has healing properties. If we rub our blood on a human's wound, it mends it. I reached up to touch my neck again as more questions flooded my brain. I've been glamoured before, haven't I? Yes. I opened my mouth to ask the next question, but closed it again before I could. Truthfully, I didn't want the answer. I didn't want to know if he'd done something like that to me, but I had to. Have you glamoured me? He didn't answer right away, and my stomach fell lower the longer I waited. Finally, he shook his head slowly. No. I tilted my head to the side as I watched him. It felt like there was more to that answer. But
what?
I feel like there was a but coming. He shook his head again, his lips pressed tightly together before he sighed. But I wanted to. I just wasn't allowed. I took a couple deep breaths before I asked why. Why I wanted to, or why I wasn't allowed. Both. He blew out a deep breath and shrugged. I wanted to because it would have been easier to control you. Instead, I had to make up lies for your questions and come up with excuses that hardly made sense. I was quiet for a minute while I digested that. Unexpectedly, he started talking again. You have to understand, we do this kind of thing all the time. A human gets bitten by a young vampire or just an irresponsible one, and they wind up in the hospital with severe anemia and memories that don't make sense. It's our job to make sure they don't remember what happened, and they don't question things too deeply. Humans obviously can't know about us. Glamour is one way we can keep our secret safe. I guess that made sense. It didn't mean I liked it. I didn't want to think that, at any time, a vampire could do what he wanted with me, and then make me forget it all. It made me feel dirty. And why weren't you allowed to glamour me?
You had a head injury.
Dr. Thomas wouldn't allow it. I smiled a little. I knew I liked that doctor. That smile faded quickly as I remembered the harder questions I had to ask. And more importantly, the harder answers I had to listen to. What really happened to me? I could hear his teeth grinding as he gripped the wheel tighter again.
Which time?
Both, I said again. He took a deep breath, and it made him seem even bigger. Like he was larger than life. Like his presence took up this whole vehicle. Like I was drowning in him. The first time you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Your roommate Adrian's maker came looking for her and... What's a maker? The one who changes you into a vampire. My jaw practically fell to my lap as I gasped loud enough to make Alexander jump in his seat.
Adrian's a vampire?
His mouth was set to that grim line again. Yes. The man who attacked you also attacked her, but he changed her, whereas all he did was almost beat the life out of you. Why would he do that? He shrugged his tense shoulders. He's a psychotic son of a bitch. Who knows? You don't have to worry about him anymore though. He's locked up now. Do vampires have jails? I couldn't imagine trying to hold someone as strong as Alexander in a human prison. He'd break out within minutes. His lips twitched.
Yes, we do.
Thank goodness for small miracles. What happened the second time? I wasn't finished with the first. I frowned at him. There's more? I asked, my voice small. What if he'd done something to me while I'd been glamored? What if he'd taken advantage of me? The dark thoughts threatened to pull me under as flashes of my childhood swam before me. I'd never had my memories stolen, but I was often drugged with things like allergy medicines at first and later prescription pain pills, so I'd be easier to handle. It left me with only bits and pieces of memories, but it was enough. I'd sworn I'd never be put in a situation like that again. That I'd never let myself be at someone else's mercy. I'd promised that I'd always be in control. I hadn't realized I was shaking until Alexander's big hand wrapped around my wrist. He tugged until I let go of the shirt I'd been clutching between my fingers. Hey. What's going on? He asked softly. It wasn't until I looked up at him that I realized my vision was blurry with tears. Tell me what he did, I said, my voice shaking barely above a whisper. Please. Just tell me. Alexander held my arm, his rough thumb rubbing soft circles on the inside of my wrist. From what we could gather, he questioned you and beat you when you didn't tell him what he wanted to know. Then it seems like he gave you his blood, so you'd heal enough that you wouldn't die, and he could beat you some more. The vice around my chest loosened the smallest bit. Is that it? He narrowed his angry eyes at me.
Isn't that enough?
I blew out a deep breath and slumped against the seat, the relief filling me so entirely it was overwhelming. Yeah, that's enough. A honk sounded from behind us, and Alexander jerked in his seat. He glanced up at the now green streetlight before glaring in the mirror at the car behind us and hitting the gas. I feel like there's a lot you're not telling me, he said, his voice petulant.
I nodded.
There is. He growled softly, and I almost cracked a smile. Today wasn't the day for his questions, it was mine. Did the second vampire give me his blood too? I asked, disregarding the dirty looks he was sending my way. No. He didn't. He left you for dead. And the third? No. I nodded slowly and looked out the window, watching the buildings pass by in a blur and the shadows start to lengthen on the pavement. But I did. I whipped around in his direction, my wide eyes searching his face. Why would you give me your blood? He breathed in and out slowly. Once. Twice. 3 times before he spoke. I was afraid you were going to die. It was after the second attack, and I wasn't sure I had enough time to get you to the hospital. He'd saved my life again. In a new and unsuspected way. He'd done it, even knowing he'd never be able to tell me. That I'd never get the chance to thank him. But now I could. Thank you, I said, my voice wavering with a surge of emotion. What's that? 3 now. He glanced at me quickly. Times that I've saved your life? Nah. I wouldn't count the first 2 separately. That was the same incident. I shook my head. Nope. In my book, they count separately. He ducked his head, but not before I caught the small smile on his lips. Whatever makes you happy. That expression triggered something in my brain because I've thought a lot about happiness. How much of it I lacked in my early years, how hard I strove for it now, how elusive it could be. I decided a long time ago to collect as many things as I could that made me happy, and keep them for as long as possible. Alexander had effortlessly become one of those things. But I had more pressing issues to think about right then. How did I go 21 years without being attacked by a vampire, and now I can't go 5 minutes? I asked. You can thank that first asshole for that. I turned in his direction, waiting for him to elaborate. What you need to understand is that the older you are, the more powerful your blood is. I'm over 500. If I were to share my blood with a newly changed vampire, they'd be stronger with my blood flowing in their system.
I nodded. Okay.
Makes sense. The first vampire who attacked you was thousands of years old. I waited for him to continue, realizing I was missing something. Okay, and now you've got old-ass powerful vampire blood swimming through your veins, and they can all smell it. You're like a fucking lighthouse for every young, power-hungry vamp in a 50-mile radius. Holy shit. I swallowed hard and glanced down at my hands. Did I really smell different now? I looked back at Alexander and studied his regal profile. What about you? How come you're not dying to drink my blood? He pressed his lips together again. Did I say that? I swallowed once as a small thrill of fear spiked through my system. Are you afraid now? He asked, his voice almost sad. I shrugged. Not really. He shook his head as we raced into an underground parking lot, the sun just barely peeking over the horizon. I smelled something burning and turned to Alexander. What the fuck? I screamed as I watched the smoke rise from the angry red skin of his arm. What's happening? He grit his teeth and shook the appendage, like he could just jostle the giant burns off his skin. The sun. My eyes rounded in my face as I watched his skin meticulously heal itself. It started slowly and only at the very edges of the burn, but within a few seconds it was gone. Like it had never been there to begin with. I looked up to find him staring. His deep blue eyes ensnared me, drawing me to him in a way I'd never felt before. It made my heart gallop in my chest and my hands shake, but not with fear this time. I was moments away from ripping my seatbelt off and hopping over the center console, when he shook his head and turned away. I sat there, quietly trying to catch my breath, as Alexander turned the engine off and pocketed the keys. Let's go. I climbed out of the car and followed him over to a stairwell in the corner. He eyed me warily before speaking. I'm on the top floor. I shrugged.
Okay.
Isn't there an elevator? He winced. I can't risk it right now. We have to take the stairs. I glanced up, getting dizzy as I tried to count the amount of flights I'd have to climb. I can carry you if you want, he offered quietly. I turned to find him, fists clenched at his sides but his eyes wide open for me. I shrugged. I won't be too heavy for you. He snorted. No. You weigh next to nothing. I rolled my eyes. I wouldn't say I weigh next to nothing. You're hardly even full grown. My jaw fell open as I reached out and slapped him in the arm. It made so much sense now why it felt like I was hitting granite instead of flesh. Sorry, I'm not a hulking giant like you. He sniffed, and in a movement too quick for me to follow, he pulled me into his arms and began running up the stairs. I do not hulk. Oh my God, yes you do. You hulk all over the place. You probably can't even help yourself. He gave me an unimpressed look as he continued to practically fly up the concrete steps. Alexander slowed as we reached the top and let me slide through his hands to my feet. I swayed for a moment, my body practically begging me to step back into him, but I held myself still. Now was not the time. He pulled out a key and unlocked the door, holding it open for me. I walked through to a private lobby that led to another set of doors. Alexander stepped in front of me, cell phone in one hand and keys in the other. He unlocked this second door, and once again motioned for me to enter first. I just have to make a couple quick calls, he murmured behind me, his eyes already trained on his phone screen.
Make yourself comfortable.
I almost laughed at that, but decided to hold my tongue. As if I could relax around him, when my body was still thrumming with excitement from our trip up the stairs. I really needed to get myself under control. I wandered through his apartment, noting that there wasn't much that told me anything about him. It seemed like the bachelor pad I'd expected. Okay, everything's all set, he said from behind me. I turned to find his eyes half-masked and shoulders slumped. I hurried over to him, concern making my steps clumsy. What's going on? Are you okay? He nodded slowly. It's just the dawn. What's it doing to you? I practically shrieked. He opened his mouth to speak but instead shook his head and grabbed my hand. Come. I followed him behind another locked door, but this time we came to a bedroom. My heart picked up its pace immediately as my hands began to shake. He turned to me with a grim smile. Don't worry. You're in no danger from me right now. I almost laughed. Danger? That was literally the last thing on my mind. The first thing? I was wondering how much better his body would feel against mine without all the clothes this time. I shoved that thought to the back of my mind and tried to focus. Listen, I don't have much time left, he said as he sat on the edge of the king-sized bed. Alexander, I said, the fear and anxiety creeping back into my voice. What the hell is going on? Are you okay? He smiled softly. It's the dawn. As soon as the sun rises, we fall asleep until it sets again. I let out a deep breath, my shoulders instantly untensing. That's all? That's all. I looked around his windowless room before I met his eyes again. What am I going to do while you sleep? He pulled me closer until my knees touched his. That's up to you. I tried to breathe evenly, but it was almost impossible while he was rubbing circles on my palms with his fingers. The desire, the need for him was so strong in that instant, it felt like it would swallow me whole. I've instructed Ashton to meet you here. If you want to leave, he's prepared to take you anywhere you want. You can stay at another hotel, you can find yourself a new apartment, you can even go back to that dump I left you in the first time. I deposited your money into your account, so that shouldn't be an issue. He looked down at where our hands were still joined and fell silent. I squeezed his fingers and whispered, "What if I don't want to leave?" His eyes jumped to mine, their depths so deep, so blue, I could feel myself drowning in them. Like I'd never come up for air. "I'd never send you away," he said, his voice rumbling through the space between us. "So I can stay?" He nodded, his eyes cautious but so clear I couldn't look away.
As long as you want.
I smiled at him, and he grinned back, the sight so beautiful I had to look away after a moment. He let go of one of my hands to gently touch the bite marks on my neck.
How are you feeling?
"Ashton can bring you to the hospital when he gets here." His eyes were tight though, like that was the last thing he wanted. I was sure he was sick of bailing me out of the hospital by that point. "I'm fine. A little tired, but it is the ass crack of dawn." He smiled again. "Just about." He nodded at my neck. "Can I heal those for you?" My eyes widened as my heart began to pound.
How do you do that?
"My blood. Remember?" I nodded slowly.
Okay.
"What do I do?" "You just stand there. I'll cut my finger and use the blood to heal you." "Is that what you usually do?" His eyes tightened. "No. It's not." My heart raced harder, although I didn't really understand why.
What do you normally do?
I asked softly. His dark gaze held mine as he spoke. I bite my tongue and lick the wounds. My heart stopped altogether, before thundering harder than ever. I swallowed once.
Okay.
He frowned, his eyes searching my face. "Okay, what?" "Okay, do that." His mouth fell open, as the light in his eyes turned into an inferno. He stood up, his gaze still locked on mine as he pulled me closer. "Are you sure?" he whispered into my curls. I could only nod, my mouth too dry to form words and my heart pounding too loud for me to even hear myself speak. Alexander nodded once, before cupping my head with one hand and grabbing my hip with the other. He dipped his head low into the crook of my neck. I heard him breathe deeply before his warm, wet mouth touched my throat. I bit my lip hard, and a moan slipped out of me as he licked and then sucked lightly on the tender skin. Just when I thought I'd lose the ability to stand upright, he yanked his head away and pushed me back. "Enough," he said, his chest heaving with his heavy breaths.
You need to go.
I nodded, still feeling weak and unsteady on my feet. I turned and crossed the room, each step I took away from him harder than the last. Finally, I reached the door and opened it, turning to him one more time. "Sweet dreams, I guess." In a flash, he was standing right in front of me, his body hovering over mine. Alexander reached out to cup my chin and tilt my face to his. "They would only be sweet if they were of you," he whispered. He pressed his lips to my forehead so gently, I could barely feel it. When he released me, I had to steady myself before I stumbled after him. "I'll see you as soon as the sun sets," he said as he closed the door behind him.
Chapter 12. Alexander. Thanks for getting the food. Charlotte's voice was the first thing I heard when I awoke that night, and I instantly knew I could get used to that. "Don't worry about it." That was Ashton. Even though I didn't have an actual problem with the guy, the hatred for him flowed swiftly through my veins. I hated that he got to be with her when I couldn't. Hated that he'd gotten to spend all this time with her while I was dead to the world. Charlotte giggled, and I gritted my teeth together. It's a little embarrassing how much takeout I eat. I've noticed that. Why hadn't I noticed? I realized then there were so many little things I wanted to know about her. It was absolutely unacceptable that Ashton knew something I didn't. I growled softly before wrenching myself out of bed. I needed to make myself presentable so I could get out there and send that douchebag home. She giggled again, and I stopped to wonder if she'd ever laughed so delicately in my presence before. Well, I never learned to cook, and we ate a lot of takeout while I was growing up. Later, when I was a little older, I learned how to make ramen and cereal and stuff like that. But no actual meals. Was that nutritious enough for a human? I'd seen some of the takeout meals they consumed, and it didn't seem very healthy. Could a small child survive on that alone? Your mom wasn't a big cook, huh? I froze with my shirt halfway over my head as I listened for her answer. My mom died giving birth to me, so I don't really know if she cooked or not. The melancholy in her tone pulled at my old black heart, and I knew I needed to go to her. The urge to wrap my arms around her was so strong, it was all I could think about. "I'm sorry," he said, and I heard a series of hollow thumps that could have been him patting her back. I instantly wanted to rip his arms off his body. "It's fine," she said, her voice cheerful again. I tried, but I couldn't detect a single note of the sadness I'd heard earlier. Either she was very good at faking it, or she really was okay. Either way, I planned to find out for myself. "Did you get to go to that baseball game you were looking forward to?" Charlotte asked, and I smiled to myself in the dark room. It was so like her to move the conversation off herself. To worry more about what he had to say. I ripped the rest of my clothes off as I tuned out Ashton prattling on about the Mets. Kicking yesterday's clothes into a pile, I hurried into the shower and stepped beneath the water before it warmed up all the way. As much as I didn't care about their choice of topic, I couldn't stop myself from listening for anything Charlotte had to say. It didn't matter how trivial, I wanted to hear it. Her voice soothed me somehow. Like a balm to all the old wounds inside me. I quickly scrubbed my hair before lathering up some more suds and washing my body. Charlotte giggled again out in the living room, and the sweet sound was enough to make my dick twitch. I wrapped my hand around my growing length and slowly slid the soap up and down. Memories from the night before flashed behind my closed lids as I got lost in the sensation. The kiss we'd shared, the look in her eyes that seemed to promise more, the taste of her blood on my tongue, and the feel of her warm skin beneath my lips. I rubbed myself more furiously, hoping for a release I knew I wouldn't find anywhere else. Despite my deepest desires, I couldn't be with Charlotte. Despite the promises her heated baby blue eyes made, I knew better. She was attracted to the exterior, like all humans were. She wasn't thinking about the repercussions of being with a vampire. She wasn't thinking about all the baggage that came from being with someone like me. I was the night to her daytime. The hawk to her bunny rabbit. The villain in her fairy tale. I had no business sullying her in any way. She was perfect just as she was, and I needed to preserve that. Which meant I needed to leave the moment I knew she was safe. Really safe though. Like deserted island in the middle of nowhere, safe. I smiled a little as I realized that might take a while. Which would only prolong my time with her. I could feel the orgasm gathering strength as I imagined all the ways I'd take her. If all I could have was fantasy, I'd have it all in my daydreams. Charlotte splayed across my bed, her golden hair a halo around her perfect face. That look in her eyes that said she somehow wanted me as badly as I wanted her. The curve to her pink lips that let me know she found something amusing. The way I knew she'd open up to me like a flower searching for the sunlight. I gripped myself harder as I raced toward my climax. I'd do things to her she'd never even heard of before. I'd leave an indelible mark on her that could never be removed or replaced. She'd forever remember spending a night with me. I'd make sure of that. Her giggle floated through the room again, and I froze under the steaming hot water as I came hard. It seemed like it would never end as I held myself tightly, my eyes squeezed closed but my mind full of Charlotte. As soon as I was done, I quickly washed up again and turned off the shower. That was enough dreaming for one day. I needed to get back to reality. Which meant I needed to find a permanent way to keep the girl safe. Even if that meant my time with her ended. I cracked my bedroom door open, thankful when I saw they were nowhere in sight. Sneaking out as quietly as I could, I darted to the front door and slipped through it before anyone was the wiser. Making enough noise for them to hear, I made a show of locking and unlocking the door before entering the apartment. Their loud voices reached me from the foyer and I frowned. I guess they hadn't heard me. I followed the sound of their laughter to the seldom-used dining room and stood in the doorway watching them for a moment. Their backs were both to me as they sat side by side, taking bites between jokes. I watched Ashton bump her with his shoulder, and rage instantly filled my body. It killed me to watch him be so informal with her. So comfortable. Like they were old friends. Or even lovers. Something I'd never be able to experience with her. I cleared my throat, unable to watch for a second longer. Hello. They both jumped and turned to me, Ashton's gaze speculative and hers surprised. She glanced toward the covered windows, likely checking to make sure the sun had fully set. Was that because she was worried I'd burn again? Or because she was surprised I was up so soon? If the latter was the case, was that because she wanted more time with the human guard? So many asinine questions tumbled through my brain before I shook my head to dispel them. "Hey, I didn't hear you come in," Ashton said as he stood from his seat. I ripped my gaze from her to glare at him. "Maybe you should have been paying better attention." "Alexander," she whispered furiously. I met her eyes again and watched as they widened with my stare. Like she was trying to wordlessly reprimand me. I took a moment to study her face, her body language, looking for a note of apprehension. Something that would tell me she'd finally thought through the repercussions of what I was. Something that would tell me she finally feared me the way she should have all along. But then her full lips curled into a small grin meant only for me, and I couldn't stop my heart from stuttering in my chest. She was just so gorgeous in moments like these. She cleared her throat, thankfully breaking the secret moment between us. I was glad she'd done it because I'd been incapable. We were just finishing up. She glanced at the table and back at me, biting one corner of her lip as she wrung her hands together. "I didn't get you anything." "I'm sorry, I didn't know if you'd be hungry," she said softly, like she felt uncomfortable talking about the subject. As she should. I chuckled and shook my head. "I'm not. Thank you." Her smile was back, and I let myself get lost in the sky-blue color of her eyes and the warmth of her happiness. It felt like I could live there, in her presence, in the shadow of her contentment, forever. Until the dickhead I'd had the misfortune of hiring cleared his throat. "There's nothing to report today." It was thankfully uneventful. That was good news that I was glad to hear, but it didn't stop me from glaring at the guard as I found a new reason to dislike him. I nodded toward the takeout containers littering the table. "How did this get here? I thought I told you no one in or out." Of course, I already knew he'd gone down to retrieve them from the lobby, but he didn't know I'd heard that. He straightened up and met my gaze head-on. Brave man. She had it delivered downstairs, and I went and got it. I wouldn't let her leave the apartment. I nodded slowly. "Yes, but you left her unattended while you were gone." Ashton's jaw twitched. It was for less than 5 minutes, and I had her lock the door behind me. Not good enough. Alexander. I glanced at Charlotte to find her face red with irritation. "What?" She narrowed her eyes and glanced from me to Ashton and back again. "He did what I asked him to do. If you want someone to blame, blame me." I clenched my hands into fists at my side. "You aren't the one I'm paying as a guard. He should have known better." "You're right. You're being ridiculous." One came from Ashton, the other from Charlotte. One took the wind right out of my sails, while the other had the power to rile me back up. I glanced between the two before gritting my teeth and turning toward the guard. "Next time, have the doorman bring it up." He nodded. "Will do." He cleared his place before turning to me again. "I'll head out if you're all set." "Please do." "Alexander, I swear to you." "Be back here by 6 tomorrow," I said, interrupting what was no doubt an impending tirade from Charlotte. He nodded again and turned to leave without another word. Guess he was a smart man too. I pulled out a chair and sat at the table, flipping a ketchup packet between my fingers over and over while I waited for the guard to leave. When I heard the front door close, I looked up at Charlotte to find her face even redder than before. Apparently, she'd been waiting for privacy too. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she exploded. "Do you always have to be an asshole to everyone? Ashton was just doing his job, and he did it well all day." Then you come along and act like such a massive jerk that I can barely stand to look at you. What did he do so well, Charlotte? Bore you with sports talk? Retrieve a bag of food for you? I could train a dog to do that. Somehow, her face got even more red, and I started to seriously worry about her health. Were you spying on us? She seethed. I shrugged. Should I have been? No, she screamed. You shouldn't. You should mind your damn business and stop being such a dick all the time. I pushed the chair back and jumped to my feet. In my own house, Charlotte? I should mind my business in my own house? I watched her as she practically vibrated with fury. I could feel the matching anger frothing inside me. Did he need to sit next to you too? To pat you on the back and bump you with his shoulder? Was that just him doing his job? Her eyes widened dangerously. So you were spying on us? Why? Who is it you don't trust, Alexander? Him or me? I wasn't spying on you. I was simply listening. I can't help that I can hear several rooms away. And it's him I don't trust, of course. Why would I? He's alone with you all day while I'm chained to that pitch-black bedroom for 12 hours. And I'm sure you're looking at him with those big beautiful eyes of yours, and gifting him with your bright fucking smile. Even your giggle is like a goddamn aphrodisiac. How the fuck am I supposed to be okay with all that? I could hear her heart strumming, like the wings of a hummingbird. Her chest heaved with her chaotic breaths as she stared at me from across the room. Finally she narrowed her eyes and said, "Damn it, Alexander. Don't compliment me when I'm pissed at you." I crossed my arms over my chest, more to keep myself from reaching for her than anything else. Why? It's the truth. She ground her teeth so loud I was sure it could be heard rooms away. Because it's too hard to stay mad at you when you're saying sweet things like that. I shrugged. It's just the truth. I dropped my arms to my sides and stood up straighter. Anyone can see you're stunning, but all they have to do is spend 5 minutes with you to know it's so much more than that. So much deeper. And there's no doubt in my mind that bastard Ashton sees it too. How could he not? She watched me silently, her electric blue eyes seeing so much more than I wanted. Finally, she shook her head. I don't care what Ashton thinks of me. I don't want him like that. How do you want him? I grumbled. Her lips twitched with a small smile. I want him to keep me safe while you can't. She tilted her head to the side and shrugged. And then he can go home. I'm sure she couldn't have known what her words would do to me. How hearing her so flippantly dismiss him would have been the salve to my festering jealousy. I was afraid if I opened my mouth something sappy and emotional would come out, so I just grunted in response. A soft tinkling giggle fell from her lips, and I looked up at her in wonder. That sound was so much better up close. So musical and carefree. It was beautiful. I knew from then on, I'd do everything in my power to hear it as often as possible. Did you rest today? I asked, searching her face for fatigue. She nodded. Yeah. I napped like most of the day so I could be up with you tonight. My heart expanded in my chest like a lung filling with air. Good, was all I permitted myself to say though. We have a long night ahead of us. Let's go.
Chapter 13. Charlotte. Where are we going? I asked as I tugged on the hand he was holding. Truthfully, I didn't want him to let go, just slow down. The hospital and then my boss's house, he said without turning around. I dug my heels into the marble floor as best I could, and he reluctantly came to a stop. I knew full well he could have continued to drag me if he wanted, and that he'd chosen to oblige. Why are we going to the hospital? His dark blue eyes searched my face before landing on my neck where I'd been bitten yesterday. I want you to be evaluated. I don't know how much blood you lost, but I'm not taking any chances. I felt fine all day though. His gaze hadn't stopped searching mine. Like he could find something wrong with me just by looking hard enough. I don't care. I blew out a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Alexander, I'm perfectly fine. I don't need to go to the hospital. He pressed his lips together tightly. I've already spoken to Dr. Thomas. He's waiting for us now. No doctors. There's nothing wrong with me. His expression turned hard as he looked at me. I watched him close his eyes and take a deep breath before pulling me closer. He reached up to lay a hand on my neck where I'd been bitten. There was no way he couldn't hear or even feel the way my heart was thundering inside me. I would have been embarrassed if I could have thought about anything besides the feel of his cool hand on my skin. Charlotte, please humor me. If you don't want to see the doctor, would you at least let a nurse check your pulse and blood pressure? He dipped his head closer to mine, and I stopped breathing altogether. Would you just do that for me? I was starting to get dizzy from the lack of oxygen. Finally, I got my lungs to work again, and I blew out a deep breath before sucking more air back in. My gaze was still trapped in his though, and I wondered what he saw as I tried to unscramble my brain and answer his question. It was clear he was worried about me, and I suppose he was right. There could have been some lasting effects from the vampire bite I got the night before. It wouldn't hurt to get checked out really quickly. Please, he said again, his face so close his sweet breath blew across my face. Okay, I whispered. His gaze was locked on my lips as I stood there mesmerized. My heart was beating so hard now it was all I could hear. But when Alexander started to move, it froze. He leaned close and pressed his cool lips against my forehead. I tried to breathe evenly, but that was almost impossible with him so close. The moment seemed to last for years, and yet when he finally pulled away, it was too quick. Thank you, he said quietly, his deep voice rumbling through his chest. All I could do was nod again, completely at a loss for words. He smiled softly before grabbing my hand again and leading me toward the door. There was less hurry this time, and I was actually able to keep up with him. Without Alexander's intoxicating presence so close, I started thinking clearly again, and one of the million questions floating through my head bobbed to the top.
You never told me what you really do.
Yes, I did, he said without turning around. We'd walked through the length of his apartment, and he was locking the door behind us in the foyer. No. You said you worked for someone in the government. Obviously, that's a lie. He glanced at me quickly before taking my hand again and walking us over to the elevator bank. I do work for someone in the government. I turned to him and placed a hand on my hip. How the hell can you work for someone in the government if you have to sleep during normal business hours? I thought you said you'd tell me the whole truth from now on. His lips twitched with a smile as he pulled me a step closer. I did promise, and I am telling you the truth. The problem is, you've always assumed I worked for someone in the human government. I looked away as I tried to make that make sense in my head. Wait, so there's a vampire government? Of course. I narrowed my eyes at him, but he just smiled wider, and I had to look away before the sight could disorient me again. I never thought about vampires having their own government, I admitted. He shrugged and pulled me into an open elevator car. Why would you? I guess that was true. So, if you work for some guy in the vampire government, why aren't you working now? Or last night, for that matter. I took a few days off. Dealing with you is much more important right now. Dealing with me. Those words echoed in my head as I thought them through. Alexander really had to devote a lot of time to me lately. It seemed like I'd completely upended his life in the past couple of weeks. Did he resent me for that? Nicholas just went through something similar with his progeny. He understands, he continued, oblivious to what his last statement had done to me. I only nodded, my head still in snarls. Maybe I needed to stop relying on Alexander. Maybe I needed to start doing something to protect myself. But what? Vampires were so much stronger, and with their ability to glamour me anytime they wanted, I was basically helpless. Just saying those words in my head made the anger spike in my system. I was supposed to be past that. I was supposed to be stronger. I was supposed to be better than that now. But I'd only promised I wouldn't be at the mercy of a human man ever again. How the hell was I supposed to protect myself against a vampire? How long is this supposed to last? I asked, breaking the silence between us as we walked through the underground parking garage. What's that? This old vampire blood in my system. Shouldn't it be gone by now? How much longer do I have to do this for? Alexander shot me a look I didn't have time to decipher before he glanced away again. I don't know. Is it days? Weeks? Months? I needed to know when my life would be my own again. I needed to know when I could stop living in fear. I needed to know when I could stop being a burden to Alexander. Maybe then he'd see me as something different. He shook his head and met my eyes carefully, his jaw clenched tight. It could take years. I rocked backward on my heels as his answer settled into my brain. This problem wasn't going away anytime soon. I was stuck being a vampire magnet for years. That's unacceptable, I finally choked out. There has to be something I can do. Will another blood transfusion help? Maybe it can flood the vamp blood out of me? Alexander was still eyeing me warily as he shrugged. I don't know. That's what we'll be talking to Nicholas about. That's your boss? He nodded but didn't say anything else as we climbed into his SUV and took off. The trip to the hospital was similarly quiet until he pulled up outside the emergency room and turned the engine off. Why are we at the emergency department? This isn't an emergency. There's nothing wrong with me. I know one of the nurses working tonight. She'll get us in and out quickly. I nodded absent-mindedly while I quietly wondered how he knew this nurse. And worse, how well he knew her. He ushered me through the sliding glass doors and over to a seat.
Sit here and I'll go get her.
He didn't wait for an answer before he stalked away, moving through the hospital like the embodiment of a force of nature. He turned heads wherever he went. Men and women alike couldn't help but notice Alexander and watch him as he passed. Some warily, some hungrily, but they all stared. I wrenched my gaze away from him to look at my clasped hands. My mind was really running wild, and I needed to get a handle on that before he came back. But I'd been trying to do just that all day with little success. Was it my fault the kiss we'd shared in that hotel room was branded onto my lips? That I could still taste him on my tongue? That the feel of his big hands on my body still haunted my thoughts? And then there was that morning, before he'd had to go to sleep for the day. The soft pressure of his mouth on my forehead was engraved in my mind. The gentle way he'd cupped my throat as he kissed me still had the power to make my skin tingle with the memory. I was such an absolute goner for this guy, and that was probably the biggest mistake I'd ever made. What would a centuries-old vampire want with some human woman? One who attracted danger like it was a superpower. One who was so ordinary it was almost embarrassing. One who, despite all the anti-aging creams in the world, would be old and saggy in a matter of decades. No. There was no place for me in his world. Not like there had ever seemed to be a place for me in my world either. As soon as I caught sight of Alexander again, it was the final nail into the coffin of my daydreams that I'd needed. To his right, and under the pressure of his guiding hand on her back, was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen in my life. Her long chestnut hair curled effortlessly around her angelic face, and even beneath the shapeless scrubs, I could tell she had a perfect figure. She looked up at Alexander as they approached, and I could see the future as clearly as if I were looking into a crystal ball. That was who Alexander was meant to end up with. Someone like him. Someone as strong and fast and durable and long-living as he was. Someone who would be his equal. Someone he could just enjoy and not have to protect all the time. Someone who was the exact opposite of me. Hey, you must be Charlotte. For fuck's sake, even her voice was gorgeous. I pulled my mouth into the best smile I could manage. That's me.
I'm Nikki.
I'm going to give you a quick checkup if that's all right. Ah, and she was nice too. I didn't stand a chance. I stood from my chair. Sure. Let's go. I followed Nikki, and Alexander followed me through the waiting room and back into the hospital. She found us a clean, empty room and instructed me to sit in the chair next to the bed. Have you been feeling all right today?
Any fatigue?
Blurry vision. Nausea? Vomiting. I shook my head over and over before shooting Alexander a quick glance. Nope. I'm fine. She nodded slowly as she listened to my chest. Have you felt colder today? Nope. Shaky? Weak? No. She nodded again as she wrapped a cuff around my bicep. Okay, just sit still for a moment and then we should be done. She watched the machine as it filled the cuff around my arm with air, and the dials on the machine started to move. A few moments later it deflated, and she took it off. Everything looks good. Your heart rate and blood pressure are both normal, and you don't have any symptoms of extreme blood loss. It seems like you were lucky this time. I gave Alexander another look that clearly said I told you so, but he ignored me. Instead, his gaze was on Nikki, and a bolt of jealousy zipped right through me. Thanks for doing this, he said, a friendly smile on his face. Did he ever smile at me that way? Did he ever smile in general? Happy to help, she said, grinning at him as she looped her stethoscope around the back of her neck. I jumped up from the chair, eager to be out of there and away from her, but I was trying not to focus on that. Let's go, I said. Alexander turned to me with a frown but nodded. Okay. He thanked Nikki again as I stormed out of the room. If I'd had to stand in her perfect shadow for another minute, I was likely to do something I'd regret. Like punch a woman I barely knew just because she smiled too much. And because too many of those smiles had been aimed at him. He caught up with me down the hall, his hand instantly reaching for mine. Are you in a hurry? I don't like hospitals, I lied as he threaded our fingers together, and my heart spun out of control. I'm glad you're okay, he said softly. I chanced a peek in his direction and found his gaze completely focused on me. But it was the look in his eyes that stopped me in my tracks. It was gentle and soft and so beautiful, it was suddenly hard to take a deep breath. I told you I was, I whispered. He reached out and tucked a wild curl behind my ear. I wasn't willing to take the chance, he said as he fisted his hand and looked away. Not with you, he added, almost too soft for me to hear. As my heart continued to gallop in my chest, I realized something. I was like a yo-yo. 1 minute I was plummeting toward the ground, on a fast track to face planting on the pavement, and the next I was yanked backward. I'd spin and spin and spin, not knowing which way was up or down before he caught me. And every time he caught me, it made me forget how terrifying the fall had been. Every time he caught me, it felt like he'd never let me go. Every time he caught me, I wanted it to be the last time he threw me. Alexander turned back, those dark blue eyes shuddered again. Let's go. And just like that, I was let go once more. Left to fall as far as the string would allow. Now I just had to wonder when or if I'd be pulled back up.
Chapter 14. Alexander. I'm assuming she's glamored, Nicholas greeted us. I winced and shook my head, but it was too late. No, the hell I'm not, Charlotte said, her little hand propped on her hip. I knew that pose, and I knew nothing good would happen once she was standing like that. Nicholas glanced at her before his eyes were back on me. Then you've claimed her. Again, it wasn't a question but an assumption. Excuse me? Charlotte squeaked. I just shook my head. No. My boss frowned as he looked at Charlotte again, longer this time. So you're changing her? I expected another outburst from Charlotte, but she was suspiciously quiet. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye to find a confused look on her face. Surely she knew what changing was. We talked about it before. I looked back at Nicholas again and said, No. I'm not. His frown deepened as his eyes darted between us. Finally he sighed and pushed his door open farther. You'd better come inside and explain. I ushered Charlotte ahead of me with a gentle nudge. My fingertips tingled where they touched her warm back, but I tried not to think about that. Nicholas locked the door behind me before guiding us into his living room. Charlotte moved to take a seat in one of the single chairs, but I grabbed her hand and led her over to the love seat instead. I pulled her down next to me, the sound of her racing heart comforting as always. Ba-bum. 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 I see why you've been so busy, Alexander. I chuckled. Yeah, she's a handful. Her pointy elbow jabbed me in the ribs, but it probably hurt her more than me. This is Charlotte, by the way. Charlotte, this is my boss, Nicholas. She pushed her shoulders back and sat up straighter. Nice to meet you. Nicholas took an extra second to respond, his gaze still bouncing between us. The pleasure's mine, he said. When he finally settled his eyes on me, they were lit with a million questions. I think it's time you explain what's going on. The last I knew, you were relocating Ms. Wakefield. My hands clenched in my lap as I tried to rein in my temper. Yeah, I did. But that fucking place was a shithole. Do you even know where we're sending all these humans that need to be rehomed after an attack? Do you realize how unsafe it is? Nicholas's brow furrowed as he watched me carefully. No. I hadn't. It's awful. There are assholes cooking drugs, cockroaches the size of fucking rats, and there's always at least a handful of sketchy dickheads out front, smoking who the hell knows what. It's not safe for her. It's not safe for anyone. Something needs to be done. Nicholas folded his fingers together in his lap as he watched me. I never thought you'd care about something like that. I shrugged like I didn't know what he was talking about, but the answer was sitting right beside me, her warmth heating me to my core and her heartbeat like the soundtrack to my life. Charlotte had opened my eyes in so many ways, and now I didn't know how to close them again. Even worse, I didn't think I wanted to. It's just not fair and we need to do something about it. My boss nodded. We'll change the arrangements immediately. Anyone still living there will be moved as soon as we have a new safe location for them. Okay. Good, I said with a nod. Charlotte? We both turned to find Nicholas's progeny, Adrian, hurrying down the staircase. She moved far quicker than she should have in front of a human, but perhaps she'd been listening and knew Charlotte was aware we were all vampires. Or maybe she just didn't care. She stopped short a few feet away, and it seemed she finally understood her faux pas. Her face turned pink as she glanced at Nicholas. Oops. He only smiled indulgently at her. I believe Charlotte is aware of your new status. Charlotte shrugged next to me. Yeah, I know you're a vampire now. I also know you glamored me, she added, a defiant tilt to her chin. Adrian's face got even redder as she twisted her hands in front of her. You're right. I did. I'm sorry. I had to. Charlotte was quiet as Adrian continued to fidget in the middle of the room. I wasn't allowed to tell you the truth, or I would have. It wasn't fair what happened to you because of me, and I'm so sorry. I hope you can forgive me. It shocked me that Adrian actually looked worried that Charlotte wouldn't accept her apology. With a smug grin, I realized she must not have known her that well. At least, not as well as I did. It's okay, Charlotte said with a sigh. Just don't do it again. Adrian shook her head quickly, hair flying around her face. Of course not. I would never. Charlotte nodded with a small smile. Okay, we're good then. Adrian beamed at her old roommate before taking a seat on the arm of Nicholas's chair. He smiled at her for a moment before turning back to me. As for the current situation, would you like to bring me up to speed? How did you find yourself attached to this human, and why did you bring her here? I could feel the reaction seconds before it happened, but I was powerless to stop it. This human has a name and I'm perfectly capable of speaking for myself, she said between gritted teeth. Nicholas's eyes widened as he assessed the girl more closely. He glanced at me, and I nodded in solidarity. She was right. There was no reason for him to talk about her like she wasn't there. Except that was how we all treated humans. They weren't our equals. They were beneath us, and that was how we looked at them. Why would I expect Nicholas to act any differently, just because I'd had my eyes pried open? How could I expect him to see her like I did? I decided it was best I take over, before Charlotte got more riled up. It seems the blood she was given during her first attack has had a lasting effect we hadn't anticipated. Nicholas sat up straighter, along with Adrian. First attack? There have been more? My jaw was clenched so hard I wasn't sure I'd be able to talk. The thought of all the times Charlotte's life had been on the line in just the past couple of days was enough to make my blood boil. 3, I spat. She's been attacked 3 times now. My boss's eyes leapt to the girl, the first real emotion leaking into his gaze. He felt bad for her. I'm terribly sorry about that, he said before turning back to me. Why is this happening? Is it just her living arrangements? We can change that immediately. It's worse, I ground out. Can't you smell it? Nicholas tipped his nose in the air and took a deep breath, Adrian doing the same a moment later. Ah yes. I can now you mention it. She smells powerful. Exactly. She's got a target on her back, now that she smells like an ancient vampire's pet. Hey, she squeaked from next to me. I'm not anyone's pet. I know that, Charlotte. That's not what I meant, I said to her, my voice low and as sincere as I could make it. It's called a blood claim, Nicholas spoke up. When a vampire shares his blood with you, he's claiming you as his. He's supposed to protect you once the bond takes effect, but clearly that's not the case here. Have you been able to tap into that vampire's emotions or feelings? Charlotte jerked back in surprise. No, she said slowly. Why would I be able to do that? Nicholas ignored her again and turned to me. So the bond wasn't completed. That's good news. Why is that good news? Charlotte asked between gritted teeth. I could tell it bothered her to be ignored and spoken over, and I picked up her hand to hopefully calm her. When her heart started racing, I figured it had done the opposite. She probably didn't like the feel of my cold skin against hers. It must have felt so strange to her. I tried to pull my fingers from her grasp, but she shocked me by squeezing them tighter. I stopped pulling and wrapped my hand around hers again. If the bond has not been completed, there's a chance it can be replaced, Nicholas said. Now it was my heart's turn to race. I started squeezing Charlotte's fingers until I heard her grunt in pain. I pulled my hand away and clasped it between my knees. No. What do you mean, no? It's the perfect solution. I shook my head, the fire in the pit of my stomach stoking to life. I'm not allowing some random asshole to claim her. It's not happening. Nicholas shrugged and crossed one leg over the other. Then you claim her. My whole world stopped for a single moment before everything restarted in hyperspeed. I gripped my hands together so tightly I was afraid I'd break my own bones. There was no way I could bond with Charlotte. That was completely out of the question. I would never doom this poor, innocent, wholesome, and innately good woman to be hardwired to me. I would never allow her to be treated to the shadows and demons that lived inside my mind. I shook my head again. No, I growled. I won't do that. Nicholas threw his hands in the air and let them slap against his jean-clad thighs. She'll have to be changed then. There's no other way to keep her safe. I jumped to my feet, the snarl ripping from my throat before I could stop it. Fuck no. That's not happening either. I won't let it. Nicholas shook his head, eyes wide as he watched me. Then you'll have to constantly watch her for the next several years, until you're sure the ancient blood is out of her system. Is that what you want to do? No, I grunted. That wasn't ideal either. What kind of a life would that be for Charlotte? There had to be a better solution. One that didn't compromise her quality of life. One that didn't take from her when she'd already lost so much. You know what? I think I'm done with this conversation. Charlotte rose gracefully to her feet, eyes hard and fist clenched. Nicholas, it was nice meeting you. Adrian, take care. She walked right past me as I stood glued to my spot. What the hell was going on? Before I could get my tongue to work, Adrian called out. "Wait, where are you going?" She hurried after her. Charlotte lowered her voice, but we could all still hear her. "Don't worry about me. I just need to get out of here." Adrian nodded, concern clear in her dark eyes. "Okay. If you feel like you have to go, I understand." She held out her arms and Charlotte stepped into her embrace. "Just keep yourself safe, okay?" It happened too fast. There was absolutely no time for me to react. Before I could even process what was happening, Adrian's whole body froze. A fraction of a moment later, she dug her face into Charlotte's neck, and I heard her gasp. With a roar, I sprinted toward them, ripping Adrian backward and tossing her across the room. I caught Charlotte before she could fall, her body still frozen in shock. "What the hell, Alexander?" I whirled around, Charlotte still clutched between my hands. "Keep your fucking newborn away from her. She barely took anything. She'll be fine. I don't give a fuck. You get her to keep her fucking fangs to herself, or I will." Adrian gasped before turning around and sprinting up the staircase. A door slammed shut moments later and Nicholas winced at the sound. "Are you happy?" he asked with a sigh, the anger clear in his muddy green eyes. I ignored him. I'd had enough of that place and the both of them, to last me a while. I set Charlotte on her feet before grabbing her wrist and tugging. "Let's go." She pulled back, stronger than I'd anticipated. "I'm not going anywhere with you," she seethed. I spun around to stare into her watery blue eyes. The sight of her crying should have eased my anger, but it only fanned the flames. I never should have brought her there. I never should have subjected her to that place or those vampires. The fury at my stupidity ravaged my insides until it spewed out of my mouth in a torrent I was helpless to stop. "Is it my fault you decided to hug a fucking newborn vampire? Are you an idiot? She can barely control herself under the best of circumstances, but you're basically a walking filet mignon. If you'd kept your hands to yourself, this never would have happened." She narrowed her eyes at me, her chest inflating with a huge breath. "I'm so sorry you were once again forced to save my life. Don't worry, I'm not your problem anymore." With that, she spun around and stormed off. I stood there, dumbfounded as I tried to figure out what was happening. She was screaming, I was screaming, but it felt like we were yelling about two different things. Nothing was making sense, and the woman who'd become the center of my goddamn universe was walking away. Or so she thought. She moved faster than I'd anticipated, so I didn't catch up to her before she made it to the elevator. When she heard my heavy footsteps behind her, she whirled around and gave me a dirty look before pressing the call button over and over. I was only a few feet away when she blew out a frustrated breath and hurried toward the stairwell. "You know I can easily catch you, right?" I called after her. She turned to shoot me a look that made my balls recede into my abdomen. "Leave me the hell alone, Alexander." "Why? What have I done?" I asked as I continued to follow her. She ran down a whole flight of stairs and turned around to run down the next before answering. "Besides being the asshole you always are." I shook my head with a chuckle. "Yes, besides that." She stopped one floor down from me and placed her hands on her hips before spearing me with a look that almost knocked me back a step. "I don't need an unwilling protector, Alexander. I'd rather fend for my damn self." She turned around to stomp away again. "It's not like it would be the first time," she mumbled as I caught up to her. I raced after her and grabbed her wrist, spinning her around, pushing her backward until she was up against the wall. "Unwilling?" I hissed. "What would make you think I'm unwilling?" How could she think that? How could she believe I wouldn't happily place my own existence on the line for her? How did she get things so twisted inside that beautiful head of hers? Her pupils were dilated, but her eyes were still angry as her chest heaved beneath me. "Maybe it's because you yell at me all the time. Like you can barely stand to be around me. Or the way you get so mad every time you have to save me. Like it's my fault I keep getting attacked." Or it could be how you're always so short with me." She furrowed her brows and dropped her voice to mimic mine. "No, Charlotte? Do as I say, Charlotte. Let's go, Charlotte." She looked back up at me and narrowed her eyes into thin slits. "I'm fucking sick of it. So just let me go, and you can pretend like you never met me. I can stop being your problem, like you've wanted all along." I stared in wonder as I tried to make her words make sense in my chaotic brain. She really thought she was a burden to me. That I blamed her for all the mishaps that had befallen her in recent weeks? Worse. She thought I didn't want her around. She thought I could just walk away like she was nothing. Like she hadn't become everything to me. I needed to change all that. Now.
Chapter 15. Charlotte. Is that what you really think? Alexander was so close now, I could count all the threads of aqua in his dark blue eyes. So close that I couldn't breathe properly. So close I could barely think straight. I shook my head and speared him with another look. "Yes. I know you regret making me your responsibility. I know you're sick of always having to save my life. I know." He surged closer, his hands gripping my hips and pressing me harder into the wall. "Saving your life is the one redeemable thing I've done in centuries," he said, his voice low and filled with so much grit it sent tingles shooting down my spine. He dipped his head into the crook of my neck and inhaled deeply while I tried not to pass out from lack of oxygen. "Perhaps I was unwilling in the beginning, but from the moment I met you, all I've wanted to do is be near you." His lips skimmed up the side of my throat as I squeezed my eyes closed. "As for why I get mad every time I have to save you, it's because it's my job to protect you, and I'm failing. And I yell because I'm so terrified of losing you that it's making me crazy, and I don't know how to handle that." My mind spun as he left one hand gripping my hip and dragged the other one up my body. Slowly, so slowly, he grazed my ribs and the side of my breast before wrapping that hand around my throat. He tipped my head back with his fingers and met my gaze with an intensity I wasn't prepared for. "Lastly, I'm so short with you because, if I were to say more, if I were to even begin to explain what you've come to mean to me, it would only scare you. If I were to try to explain how much of my happiness, hell, my whole existence depends on you, and the steady sound of your heartbeat, I wouldn't be able to stop myself." He pressed his lips together and looked away for a moment, while my heart tried its damnedest to break out of my chest. Alexander blew out a deep breath through his nose and met my eyes again, his gaze so full of something I was terrified to name. "There are times when I'm so overwhelmed by you and everything you make me feel that I'm incapable of saying more than a word or two. I'm so afraid the floodgates will open, and I'll have no choice but to lay everything at your feet." He cupped my face, his rough thumb tracing my lips so gently I barely felt it. "If you only knew the depth of my devotion, you'd run," he whispered.
And I'd have to let you go.
My heart was in my throat, my stomach hollow and aching in such an unfamiliar way. I watched the sorrow gather in his eyes, watched him turn away from me as if he really believed what he was saying. I'd never felt anything like this before. It was exhilarating and terrifying. Like being at the top of the world's largest roller coaster, without even a harness to strap me in, before plummeting toward the ground. He didn't see me as a burden. He didn't regret making me his responsibility. He didn't yell at me because he couldn't stand me. He was afraid. Afraid of the danger I was in. Afraid of the feelings he had for me. But worse, he was afraid to tell me all this for fear I'd turn him away. Silly man. I continued to watch him as my lungs fought for air, and my legs struggled to keep me upright. There were so many conflicting emotions and thoughts raging inside me, I didn't know which one to focus on first. But there was one thought I couldn't get rid of. I lifted my chin and squared my shoulders.
"You must not know me very well."
He jerked his head back toward me in surprise, his dark brows furrowed. "What?" "If you think I'd run from you, then you must not know me very well," I said again. I watched as his eyes cleared like the sun breaking through the clouds. He studied me carefully, searching for something he wouldn't find. I'd meant every word I said. I wasn't going anywhere. Alexander didn't scare me. The things he just said didn't scare me. The way I felt about him didn't scare me. The only thing that was truly terrifying was the thought of losing him. Of never seeing him again. Of never getting the chance to feel his strong hands or cool lips on me again. He leaned closer, until his breath blew at the stray hairs around my face, tickling my skin. Then let's change that, he murmured before his lips met mine in a punishing kiss. I met his fervor happily, twining my arms around his neck and pulling him closer. He deepened the kiss with a groan as his hands slid around my body. Alexander gripped my ass tight, before lifting me effortlessly into the air. On instinct, I wrapped my legs around his waist. His thick arousal pressed against me in a way that made me moan into his mouth. He ground himself between my legs and my head snapped back with a gasp. Alexander wasted no time covering my throat with his mouth. He kissed and licked and sucked as I writhed in his arms. Can't you see what you're doing to me? He whispered against my skin. He pressed harder against me.
Can't you feel it?
I dug my fingers into his silky hair and tugged as he gently nipped at my skin. His hands squeezed my ass tighter as he rubbed himself against me furiously. The hard length of his manhood between my legs was driving me crazy as I bucked and rotated in his arms. Charlotte, he groaned. I can't fuck you here. I gasped at his crude words and the way his deep, rumbling voice shot straight through my body and down to the neediest part of me. Please don't stop, I breathed. He growled softly before pinning me against the wall with his hips and pressing himself into me harder. I dug my nails into his back as he thrust against me, stronger than before. Hard enough to make my toes curl and my blood sing in my veins. You're so fucking stunning, he mumbled against my heated skin. So warm and soft and beautiful and perfect, he grunted as he drove himself even harder into me. And you're fucking mine, he growled. Yes, I gasped. He wrapped his hands around my chest and hefted my breasts into his big hands. I leaned back to give him better access, and he grunted in approval. He squeezed, pinching first one and then the other nipple harder and harder, until the pressure mixed with the intense pleasure, and I lost myself to the wild sensations ripping through me. Fuck, he grunted. I can feel you coming. My face heated at his words, but you probably couldn't tell with how flushed I already was. I rode him a little while longer, as the tendrils of satisfaction and bliss slowly dissipated. When I'd wrung all the pleasure I could from him, I opened my eyes to meet his. Alexander had this look on his face I'd never seen before. I felt like I'd caught glimpses in the past, but it had never been this clear. Never been this obvious to me. He cupped my face and gently kissed my lips. Gorgeous, he breathed. My insides twisted tightly as I stared deep into his eyes. They were open to me for maybe the first time ever. I knew then I could lose myself in this man. It would be as easy as breathing for me to love him. I looked away quickly before he could read that in my gaze. He stiffened beneath me, his hands tightening almost painfully. Fuck, he growled. He twisted his body away from me and glared at the corner of the stairwell. In it was a small security camera aimed right at us. Fuck, he said louder this time. He pulled away, and I instantly missed him. I slid down his hard body, just barely finding my feet before he let go. What's wrong? He rubbed a rough hand down his face but still wouldn't meet my eyes. I fucked up, he said between gritted teeth.
We shouldn't be doing this.
I frowned. Why? He glanced at me before grabbing my hand and pulling me out of the stairwell. Let's go. I rolled my eyes as I let him drag me toward the elevators on that floor. I asked you a question, I reminded him. Why shouldn't we be doing what we just did? He turned to me, his dark eyes hard again, and I almost sighed. Besides the fact I shouldn't be dry fucking you in a stairwell monitored by the building's security, he seethed. I clenched my hands into fists and tried to rein in my rising temper. Yes. Besides that. He shook his head and turned to watch the numbers over the elevator count down. I don't sleep with humans. I'd never understood the expression of having the rug pulled out from underneath me until that moment. It really felt like I'd had the wind knocked out of me. My lungs constricted painfully in my chest as I tried to understand what he meant, or why he would say something like that. Until a single face floated through my memories, and it suddenly made sense. Hadn't I already known he had no business being with someone like me? Hadn't I already met his nurse friend, the embodiment of loveliness? How many more were there? Dozens. Hundreds. Why would he miss out on a chance to be with someone like her, to be with someone like me? But then, why the hell did he kiss me? Why did he keep kissing me? Why did he have my ass in his hands and his dick between my legs a few minutes ago if I wasn't good enough for him? The fury bubbled up inside me, but it wasn't until we were in the elevator with the doors closed that it finally overflowed. So, I'm good enough to hump in an empty stairwell, but I'm not good enough to sleep with. I nodded my head once. Thanks for making sure I know exactly how it is with you. Wouldn't want to get the wrong impression. He sighed heavily. What are you talking about this time?
Nothing.
I'm done talking, I said as I stormed out of the elevator into the parking garage. He sighed again as he followed, hurrying ahead to open the door for me when we got close. I ignored him as I slid onto the leather seat. He rushed around to the driver's side and started the engine before driving out of the garage. We were quiet for a while as the storm brewed between us. Finally, he spoke. Can you please let me know what's going on inside that ridiculous mind of yours, so I can set you straight? My eyes almost bugged out of my head as the fury rose to the top again and spilled out of my mouth. You've already set me straight. Now I know I'm not good enough to claim, I'm not good enough to become a vampire, and apparently I'm also not good enough to sleep with. Is there anything I'm missing, Alexander?
Anything you'd like to add?
He shook his head quietly, his hands gripping the steering wheel and his eyes focused straight ahead while I lost my shit next to him.
You don't know what you're saying.
I ignored him. You know, I can't just sit around your apartment for the next couple of years while we wait for me to stop being a vampire magnet. I have a life to live. I have an internship that starts in a few days. He was still quiet as he shook his head slowly back and forth. We pulled into the parking garage under his building and into a spot before he spoke again. It should be obvious that your internship is out of the question. For some reason, that set me off worse than his silence had. So now I'm also too stupid. I yelled. He shook his head again and turned to glare at me. I didn't say that.
You didn't need to.
I wrenched the door open and jumped out of his truck. I needed space. I couldn't be that close to him and have that much anger inside me. It felt like I'd burst at the seams if I didn't somehow get it out. I'd only walked a few steps before he materialized in front of me. I jumped back with a startled squeak before glaring at him again.
Move, Alexander. Where do you think you're going? It doesn't matter.
I just can't be near you anymore. He winced but didn't move out of my way. With a huff, I stormed around him. Can we please talk about this? He asked from behind me. I have nothing else to say. I yelled over my shoulder. I heard him growl behind me before I was lifted off my feet and tossed over his shoulder. He scared another squeak from me as I tried to squirm out of his hold. Alexander, I swear if you don't put me down. He gripped me tighter and took off toward the stairs. If I put you down, you're going to try to walk away from me again.
You're damn right I am.
Then I'm not putting you down. I need to talk to you, and I'd prefer to do it to your face and not your back. Although I don't mind the view at all. How, even in times like this, could he send my heart rate spiking? Even when I felt like I could strangle him with my bare hands, I still wanted him. And that just pissed me off more. I squirmed again, desperate to be out of his hold. Where I couldn't smell his intoxicating scent. Where I couldn't feel his strong muscles beneath my palms. Where I didn't have to have his big hands griping my thighs.
Put me down.
I yelled in frustration. I will as soon as we get to my apartment, he said as he sprinted up the staircase. No. Now. He ignored me as he raced up the stairs and unlocked the doors to his penthouse. Once he'd locked them behind us, he put me down like he'd promised. When I was on my feet, I placed my hands on my hips and glared up at him, willing myself to not get caught in his midnight blue eyes again. "Say what you need to say so I can leave." He shook his head and crossed his arms over his chest.
"You're not going anywhere."
"It's nighttime. There are vampires everywhere. It would only be minutes before you're attacked again." Damn it, he was right. I shrugged, feigning a nonchalance I didn't feel. "Then I'll call Adrian. She'll come pick me up." His jaw twitched, but all he said was, "If that's really what you want, I can't stop you." "You're damn right you can't stop me." We stood there in a silent staring match, our fists clenched into identical fists and our chests heaving. Irritation raced through my system as I noted the way his thick arms looked like they'd burst from his shirt, and the way his dark gaze seemed to see right through me. He was all hard lines and rough edges, and all I wanted to do was climb him like a tree. "You feel it even now, don't you?" "What?" I snapped.
Anger.
Irritation. Homicidal rage. "You feel the attraction," he said, ignoring my petulant outburst. He clenched his jaw and looked away. "That's why I don't sleep with humans." He turned to me again. "What you're feeling isn't real. It's the way all humans see us. We attract our prey to us without even trying. To pursue something with you, with any human, would just be wrong." He looked away again, like he couldn't bear to meet my gaze. I watched him as my fury slowly faded. In its wake, it left more questions, but perhaps also an understanding of sorts. I took a deep breath and inched closer to him. He thought what I was feeling was just his siren call. He thought I didn't really want him as badly as he wanted me. He thought it was all in my head, and he was the only one thinking straight. But he was wrong. In the beginning, I believe I was affected by his vampire charms. The moment he stepped foot in my room that first night in the hospital, I'd found him attractive. Who wouldn't? But since then, it had gone so much deeper. Much, much deeper. So deep, I couldn't find a way out. So deep, I knew I'd never see the light of day again. I just didn't care. Chapter 16. Charlotte. "So, it's not because you'd rather have a beautiful vampire in your bed instead of me?" His wide eyes jumped to my face. "What? No. What would make you think that?" I shrugged, and now it was my turn to look away. He closed the distance between us and tilted my chin to meet his eyes. They were all different shades of blue, and so beautiful they took my breath away. In over 500 years, I've never met another human or vampire who held even an ounce of the attraction I feel for you. He squeezed my chin once before letting go and taking a step back. I've never wanted anything more in my entire life. His words were like a sweet balm to all my wounded feelings, but something struck me as odd. It was like he was saying one thing, but meant another. Like what he really implied was that he'd never wanted something more that he couldn't have. That wasn't going to work for me. I closed the distance between us again, and took a deep, fortifying breath before staring up into his eyes. He had that look in them again, like every one of his thoughts and feelings were on display for me. Like he was holding nothing back. It was my turn to do the same. I placed a lightly shaking hand on his chest, right above his heart. "I didn't have a good childhood," I said softly, staring at my pale hand against his dark shirt. "My mother died in childbirth, and my father always blamed me for that. I was a burden to him. A constant reminder of what he lost. We'd both lost her that day, but only his grief seemed to matter. He drank a lot, and from a really young age, I had to fend for myself. I made sure I ate and bathed and dressed myself for school. I made sure my homework was done, and I studied for all my tests. He usually didn't stand in my way, but he never helped me. Never cared about what was going on in my life." "Is there a point to this?" Alexander asked between clenched teeth. "You have no idea what hearing about your useless father does to me." I rubbed soothing circles on his chest and nodded. "There is a point, just give me a second." He nodded, and I looked back at my hand as I spoke. I didn't have siblings or aunts and uncles or even grandparents around to care about me. All I had was my dad, and all he cared about was where his next drink was coming from. I'd never had someone care so much about my well-being or my happiness before. I looked up at him, to find his gaze already trained on me. At least until you. He smiled softly, and I had to look away again. If I was going to get through this, I couldn't lose myself in his deep gaze. Of course, I'm attracted to your appearance. I think most people are, I said as I frowned at his chest just thinking about all the people who would give a limb to make it between his sheets. But that's not why I like you. He grunted, and I smiled before continuing. I like you because you care about me when you really don't have to. You could have left me in that shitty apartment. You could have left me in the hospital. But you didn't. You made protecting me your responsibility for no other reason than you wanted me to be safe. My hands continued to shake as I watched them draw circles across his chest. I like you because even though you want people to think you're an asshole, you're really so much more than that. You didn't have to speak up for the other humans relocated to that awful apartment building, but you did. I blew out a deep breath and met his eyes again. I like you because I've never felt this connected to anyone before. There's been a lot of upheaval in my life in the past couple of weeks, and I don't even know which way is up anymore, but whenever you're around, it's okay. Because somehow you feel like home to me now. So wherever you are is where I want to be. I closed the remaining distance between us until our bodies were aligned and our heartbeats thundered in sync. Now you tell me, is that all just because you're a vampire and I'm not supposed to be able to resist you? Or is it something more? Something real? His midnight eyes bore into mine as I stood there. I didn't flinch. Didn't even blink, as I let him read the truth for himself. I wanted him. The man, not the vampire. And I needed him to see that. Finally, he reached up to cup my face in his hand so softly I could barely feel it. You truly think you like me? I shook my head. I know I like you. He smiled, and it was like the sun rising in the east. So bright and beautiful, it was hard to look at. I like you too, he said softly. I shrugged. I know. He chuckled and pulled me closer until I could feel his sweet breath on my face. But you really do drive me fucking crazy. I smiled against his cool lips. I know that too. He chuckled before pressing his mouth against mine. This kiss was different. It wasn't rushed, like we were doing something wrong and would be caught any minute. It wasn't frenzied like we had only moments before we'd be torn apart again. It was luxurious. It was heart-stopping. It was so deep and sensual and delicious, I never wanted it to end. Alexander dug his fingers into my curls and tugged my head back further. I let him deepen the kiss as we explored with our mouths and hands and anything else we could. This kiss was so much more than just a joining of lips. It was a confirmation. It was a promise. It was a defining moment for the both of us. But as much as I wanted to lose myself in him forever, the questions wouldn't stop tumbling through my brain. I ignored them for as long as I could, but one wouldn't be silent anymore. I pulled away with a gasp, as I struggled to breathe normally again. Alexander didn't let that stop him. He covered my neck and chest with kisses, as I just tried to stay on my feet. Alexander, I said. He mumbled against my skin. Both his arms were wrapped around me now, so there was no escaping. Not that I really wanted to. But this nagging thought. Alexander, I still have questions. He sighed against my collarbone. Of course you do. Alexander, I tried again, but there was no weight to my words. His skillful mouth was making it difficult to think clearly, and I was seconds away from just giving up the fight. But unexpectedly, he pulled away and sighed. What is it, love? My heart skipped a beat at his words, but I pressed on. I just don't understand, I said slowly. I could tell he was waiting impatiently for me to finish, but the words were stuck. I was afraid if I asked the question, the answer wouldn't be something I wanted to hear. I almost balked right then and there. Just told him to forget it and move on. But I couldn't.
I needed to know.
I needed to understand. I looked back down at his chest and closed my eyes before asking, if you feel so strongly about me, why won't you claim me? His body froze. I think he even stopped breathing.
You don't know what you're asking.
I felt the irritation fire back up inside me. I finally looked up at him. Then explain it to me. He shook his head and took a step back, breaking all contact. I instantly hated the distance. Do you really think my mind is a place you want to be? I don't understand. That's because you don't understand what you're asking for. You'll be hardwired to my thoughts until the claim wears off. And let me assure you, my head is not a nice place. I frowned. So I'll be able to read your mind. No, not quite. It's more like you'll have a sense of what I'm feeling. Especially strong emotions like anger or happiness. They'll be broadcasted to you, whether you like it or not. Is that really what you want? I shrugged. You don't seem to hold much back now. What's the difference? He blew out a loud breath and tried again. I'll be in sync with you as well. Anything you're feeling, I'll feel too. I thought through that one a little longer. So you'll know when I'm happy or sad or upset or whatever. He nodded. But you won't know why.
Essentially.
That doesn't sound so bad. He clenched his fists and tried one more time. There's more to it than that. When a vampire claims a human, the human is granted their protection, but in exchange, the human feeds them. My stomach fell as my heart started to race. So, you drink my blood? His eyes met mine as he slowly nodded. I wouldn't have a choice. Explain, I whispered. Once we're bonded through the claim, I'll crave your blood above anyone else's. You'll be the source of most of my meals. That can't be something you'd want. I reached up to where Adrian bit me earlier and found no marks. Alexander must have healed them at some point. Her bite had hurt, but it wasn't awful. Was that what I could expect from Alexander feeding on me? You said you could make it not hurt, right? His eyes flashed with heat as his jaw twitched. Usually, I use glamour. My insides twisted at the thought. No. No glamour. I held the side of my neck where I'd been bitten so many times, as I thought hard. Is that the only way you can make it not hurt? By glamoring me. He closed the distance between us and grasped my arms. I met his eyes, watching as they tossed and turned like a storm at sea. Is this something you're really considering? Something you actually want? I watched him carefully, searching for the answer within me. I wasn't sure of much, but I knew I didn't want to live in fear anymore. I didn't want to have to constantly check over my shoulder or watch my back. I didn't want to be a burden to him anymore either. If there was some way that having Alexander claim me could stop the attacks from the other vampires, I was all for it. Yes. I want you to claim me. He pressed his lips together hard as his eyes searched mine. So, you want our minds connected for the foreseeable future? I nodded. And you don't care that it might take months or years to wear off? It might not be a long time to me, but it is for you. I shook my head. And you're okay with being my main source of blood? You're okay with feeding me regularly? This was the one aspect that gave me pause. Despite how often I'd been beaten in my life, I still hated pain. I avoided it at all costs. I'd even refused to get my ears pierced when my friends from school did, because I was afraid of how much it would hurt. But the thought of having Alexander's mouth on my neck, of him taking from me, of me providing for him, it was overwhelming and exhilarating all at once. But the pain. Is there no other way to make it not hurt? I asked, my voice small. Alexander ran his hands up my arms to cup my face, waiting until I met his gaze to speak. I would never hurt you. Then how can you feed from me? The corner of his lips twitched as he stepped closer, crowding me with his big body. There are other ways. Oh. I squeaked as he trailed one hand down my throat to cup the back of my neck. Yes, he said, his voice so deep it sent shivers down my spine. I can make it very enjoyable for you, if that's what you want.
Enjoyable?
I whispered. He hummed softly as he nuzzled my neck. I can make it so good you'll beg for my bite and scream my name when I finally drink from you. Heat shot from the center of my chest to between my legs as he dragged his lips up my throat. That doesn't sound so bad, I whispered, my voice shaking. He chuckled, sending vibrating tingles along every inch of my skin. I could make it the best night of your life. Holy shit. Being made a promise like that from a man like Alexander was a powerful thing. My heart raced out of control, and I knew my whole body was trembling. I wanted him so bad it felt like I'd combust if I didn't have him. Like actual fire was racing through my veins, and he was the only one who could put it out.
Okay.
Okay, what? He murmured against my shoulder. Okay, let's do it. I want you to claim me. He pulled away to look me in the eye again, his worry once more. You're sure? You know this can't be reversed if you change your mind tomorrow.
I know.
I'm ready. He blew out a deep breath and took a step back. I swayed toward him, like a flower searching for the sun. You know this claim works both ways, right? I'll be claiming you, but you'll also be claiming me. A thrill of excitement shot through me at that thought. Okay, I said slowly, not understanding what the problem was. He ground his teeth together and looked away. Well, I'm not exactly a catch, Charlotte. There are probably dozens of other vampires who would be better suited to claim you than me. His jaw was clenched so tightly I was worried he'd shatter it. I realized then that he wasn't concerned about keeping me, he was afraid I wouldn't want to keep him. Of all the ridiculous ideas. I stepped into his space again and wrapped my arms around his waist. When he met my eyes, I made sure mine were as open and honest as I could make them. I don't want anyone but you. He laughed humorlessly and turned away again. That's because I'm the only vampire you know. I shook my head and reached out to turn his face to me. No, it's because I know you. And I like you. And I wouldn't trust anyone else but you to do this with me. He stared at me so long I wished I really could read his mind. Then I might have some idea of what he was going to say next or how this would end. Finally he nodded and grabbed my hand. If you're sure, then we'll do it tonight. Right now.
Chapter 17. Alexander. What do we do exactly? I stopped in my tracks and closed my eyes as I berated myself. Of course she'd want to know what we were about to do. And I'd explained nothing. I just hadn't been able to control myself. The thought of claiming Charlotte as my own was so far-fetched, seemingly so unrealistic, that I'd never really stopped to think about that possibility. So when she'd brought it up, when she'd asked me herself why I wouldn't claim her, I'd been shocked. Was there really a possibility that I was this lucky? That the woman who'd become the center of my whole universe would want to be with me too? And in such a permanent way? It was too fantastical. Too good to be true. But then she'd looked up at me with those sky-blue eyes, and I couldn't deny her. I was powerless against her charms. The moment she placed her small hand on my chest, I was a goner. I would have given her anything in the world. But all she wanted was me. So, when I'd finally realized I wasn't dreaming, that this was really happening, I'd wanted nothing more than to race her to the bedroom and claim her. I could feel my fangs practically aching with the need to pierce her flesh. My mouth salivated at the memory of her luscious blood. But most of all, my whole body burned with the need to claim her as mine. To brand her with my bite. To feel the pull of her mouth on my skin as she drank from me too. It was all so overwhelming, I'd been completely lost to the excitement. But now, I needed to get myself under control. I needed to go slow. To make sure this was what she really wanted. She needed to know exactly what she was getting into before she made an irreversible decision. I pulled her around to face me and dropped my forehead to hers. I took a minute to inhale her sweet peach scent before speaking. "Forgive me. I got caught up." She laughed, the sound shaky and breathless. I wondered if it was because she was scared too. "It's okay. I asked too many questions." I shook my head and pulled back so I could meet her clear blue eyes. "No. Of course you should know what to expect. I should have explained sooner." She frowned but kept her lips pressed tightly together. I stood there watching her, letting myself get caught up in all the little details. Like how one side of her lips was shaped a little different from the other, making her smile adorably lopsided. Was I doing the right thing? Was claiming her the right thing to do? I knew what was best for me. I knew she made me a better man. I knew that nothing had ever made me stronger than the delicate bob-um of her heart. But what about her? "You're really sure of this?" I asked again, feeling stupid for repeating myself but really needing to be certain. I couldn't stand the thought of her regretting this tomorrow. She shook her head with a soft smile. "Unless you want to just skip this and make me a vampire instead?" I jerked backwards as violently as if I'd been slapped. My wide eyes searched hers frantically, looking for any clue she was joking. But she just kept smiling at me. "You can't be serious." She shrugged. "Well, it would solve our problem. If I'm a vampire, I can't be glamored, right? And they wouldn't want my blood anymore, because I wouldn't be human. Seems like it solves a couple problems." I continued to stare as my tumultuous thoughts frothed inside my mind. At first I'd been nothing but shocked, but now, as time wore on and I was able to think more clearly, I realized I was mad. No, furious. You'd give up everything? Your future, your plans, your dreams? You'd forsake the goddamn sun for the rest of your absurdly long life. For what? She looked away and shrugged. "I don't know." "Of course you don't know. You're practically still an infant. You have no idea the consequences for something like that. You have no idea what you'd be missing out on, because you've barely begun to even live yet." She turned back, her eyes angry slits in her face and her chin jutted out defiantly. "You have no idea what I've lived through. I've dealt with more in 21 years than some people do in a lifetime. And maybe I would have to give some things up, but maybe I'm okay with that. Maybe I'd sacrifice a 9-to-5 job, so I didn't ever have to be afraid again. Have you thought of that?" My heart seized in my chest at the mention of her past. It made my stomach turn to think of anything bad happening to her now, but I thought I might be sick imagining someone hurting an even smaller version of Charlotte. It was absolutely unacceptable, and as long as I was around, it wouldn't happen again. "You don't have to be afraid anymore. You have me to protect you now." Her eyes softened the smallest bit before she shook her head. "Alexander, you can't watch me 24/7. You sleep all day, and eventually you'll have to go back to work. I'll have that human Ashton watch you during the day, and I can get a vampire guard to watch you when I'm working. We can figure this out without changing you." She shook her head again, her hands clenching at her sides. "Do you think that's how I want to live? Shuttled from one babysitter to the next? What kind of life is that?" "It's at the very least a human life," I said between gritted teeth. Her eyes flashed angrily. "Maybe I don't put much importance on living a human life. Maybe you don't know any better, but I do." She placed a hand on her hip and I almost groaned, knowing this was headed nowhere good. "Are you calling me an idiot again, Alexander? Because that would be twice in one night, and I really don't think you want to go there with me right now." I chuckled darkly because she was right. I'd rather face down a horde of angry vampires than go to battle with her when she had her hip out like that. I pulled her hand from her waist and dragged her closer to me. "I don't think you're an idiot, and I'm sorry for saying that earlier," I murmured into her hair. Her only response was an angry huff, but then she relaxed into my hold, and I knew the worst was over for now. "But I won't be responsible for ending your human life. You can't ask me to do that, Charlotte." "Why not? she mumbled into my shirt. Would you rather I have someone else do it? I yanked her away from me to glare at her. No, I growled. The thought of another vampire having their teeth in her made me homicidal. Even now, I wanted to tear that other vampire apart, and he wasn't even real. No one is doing that to you. She pulled away again, some of that fire back in her gaze. You don't get to decide what I do with my life. If I want to become a vampire, then I'll become a damn vampire. Panic started to rise in my throat as I realized she was right. I couldn't technically tell her what to do or force her to do anything. But I also couldn't let her make this decision. I couldn't watch her be stolen from the daylight. I couldn't let her throw away her future, whatever that might be. I couldn't stand back and let her make the biggest mistake of her short life. But what other choice did I have? What could I say that would change her mind? What if we start with the claiming and see how it goes? I asked, grasping at straws, hoping this would be enough to appease her for now. Then she'd drop this ridiculous idea and forget it forever. She bit the corner of her lip and shrugged. I guess it can't hurt to try this first. I blew out the quietest breath of relief before taking her hands again and leading her to the couch. You never told me how you do a claiming either, she reminded me. I sat her down next to me and turned to face her. It's really simple. We just have to exchange blood simultaneously. She arched one light brow. So I'd have to bite you. I just barely held back a laugh. I don't think you'd be able to. I'll bite myself or give you a knife or something. Her eyes got wide. No knives. Okay, no knives, I agreed with a laugh. It died slowly, as I realized she wasn't really prepared for this decision either, despite it being so much more benign and reversible than the other one. She needed to know what she was getting into. She needed to see firsthand how it would be if we were claimed. I brushed the curly hair away from her neck and trailed my fingers down her soft skin. Before we begin, I want you to be comfortable with your decision. She shivered as I traced her ear. I am comfortable. I leaned in closer, my lips grazing her ear. But you're afraid of the pain, aren't you? She ground her teeth together before grunting. A little. I smiled against her skin. I can show you what it would be like if you want. Then you can make an informed decision. She swallowed loudly. Right now. Right now, I whispered and watched the goosebumps spread across her neck. I cupped her throat as I pushed her shoulder back until she was lying on the couch. Her wide blue eyes watched me silently. In them, I could see the excitement mixed with trepidation. She was as anxious for this to happen as she was scared. It was my job to make sure she was so wrapped up in pleasure, she didn't have time to think about being frightened. I pulled the neckline of her shirt down until it exposed the tops of her breasts. With feather-light touches, I kissed every inch I could reach. Her breathing was erratic now, her heartbeat out of control. What are you most afraid of? I whispered against her skin. She took a deep, shaky breath before answering. I don't like pain. That wasn't the first time she'd said it, and each time it made me angrier. How much pain had she endured in her life that she was this averse to it? How much had she gone through before now? I shook my head to erase those thoughts and concentrated on the present. Some pain can be pleasurable. She shrugged. I wouldn't know. Pain has only ever been scary and hurtful to me in the past. I ground my teeth again and reeled my temper back in. Then allow me to persuade you otherwise. She nodded quickly as I tugged her shirt down farther to expose her bra. It was the same see-through piece of lace I'd unearthed in her room what felt like months ago. I growled softly as my eyes scoured the delicate material, not stopping until I'd found the dark ring of her nipple through the fabric. I reached down to nip at the little bud and she gasped. Did that hurt? She shook her head. Good. I leaned down again to suck her nipple into my mouth, gentle at first, but harder and harder until she was moaning under me. I let go, and she arched her back when the cool air hit her wet breast. What about that? She nodded again, her head bobbing slightly. That was good too. I smiled as I began work on the other side, licking and sucking even harder than before. She shuddered underneath me, and I felt my dick twitch in response. I didn't know how much longer I could keep this up, before it was too engorged to be contained in my pants. Charlotte dug her fingers into my hair and pulled, as I nipped the tip of her nipple. She seemed to like that, so I bit a little harder. She gasped and moaned, and I knew I had her. I sat up, pulling her with me as I did. Climb on my lap, I instructed. She complied, her whole body trembling and her eyes going wide as she placed her ass on my hard dick. I wasted no time pulling her shirt over her head and removing her bra. I'd thought about saving time and just ripping it from her body, but it was too beautiful to destroy, and I wanted to get the chance to see her in it again. Now that she was half naked on top of me, I took a moment to stare, my eyes feasting on her gorgeous body. She moved to cover herself, but I held her arms as my eyes ate up every inch of her creamy skin. And her scent. She smelled even sweeter like this. Alex, she whispered. I pulled her close and dotted kisses across her chest. Yes, love? She sighed as I pinched one nipple between my fingers, twisting a little at the end and making her gasp again. I wrapped my arms around her back, my fingers skimming down to her ass. She was still wearing skin-tight jeans that I could feel everything through. I trailed my mouth down to her breast as my hands dipped below her waistband. Her breathing was choppy now, as she wrapped her shaking arms around the back of my neck. I dug my hands into her jeans and grabbed her firm ass. As my fingers met the warm wetness between her legs, I gently sank my teeth into her breast. She gasped loudly, and I plunged my fingers inside as her blood flowed onto my tongue. She tasted fucking amazing, but she felt even better in my hands. I continued to finger fuck her as I sucked on her breast harder, pulling more blood into my mouth. She was writhing in my lap, her hips bucking back and forth on my fingers, chasing her own release as my dick grew and hardened until it was almost painful. Alex, she groaned. More please. Fuck. I'd give her any damn thing she wanted, under normal circumstances. But with her wet folds clutching my fingers and her savory blood flowing down my throat, I would have moved mountains for her. But I knew what she wanted right then, because it was what I craved as well. With vampiric speed, I unfastened her jeans and pulled them and her panties down her legs. She didn't seem to notice, as she continued to grind against me. I lifted her high enough that I could get rid of my own pants before settling her on my thighs. She opened her glassy eyes and met mine in confusion. Are we done? She asked breathlessly. I pulled my mouth off her breast, and one corner of my lips curled into a smile as I dragged her closer. Not even close. I kissed her lips as I grabbed my dick and rubbed it against her clit. Now I want you to ride my cock. She shivered under my hands as the dazed look in her eyes changed to determination. She looked down at my erect dick between us and gulped. I don't think you'll fit, she said quietly. I groaned loudly and squeezed myself harder. You can't say shit like that to me right now. She swallowed again and inched closer, lining us up before she slowly sank onto my length. Holy shit, she breathed. Holy shit was right. She was so tight, so fucking hot, it was all I could do to hold myself still as her wetness enveloped me. Her face scrunched up as she slid lower, and I could tell it was becoming uncomfortable for her. I grabbed her ass again, this time unhindered by her tight clothes, and lifted her up a bit before slowly sliding her back down. Up and then back down. Up and back down. Slowly, slowly so she could get used to my size. As soon as her face was clear of the pain again, I placed my mouth back on her still bleeding breast and pulled deeply as I sunk the rest of my dick into her. She gasped loudly, and I paused, waiting to see if that was from pleasure or pain. When she dug her nails into my shoulders and started to move, I knew which one it had been. I continued to drink from her as I let her ride me, her ass jiggling in my hands and my dick so hard it felt like it would break. She was magnificent in that moment. So fucking beautiful, and she felt so good, I knew I wouldn't last long. I was actually surprised I hadn't come the moment I entered her. Alex, she moaned. Do it. Do it now. I pulled my mouth off her breast and watched as the blood lazily trickled past her nipple. Do what, love? She opened her eyes and met mine as she rode me even harder, her breasts bobbing with her movements. Claim me. Now. My insides clenched and I almost came right then. Are you sure? I asked as I squeezed her hips and tried to hold on. Yes, she groaned, her head falling back on her neck. Please. Claim me. Fuck. How could I say no? How could I not give her any goddamn thing she wanted? I licked the trickle of blood seeping from the bites on her breast before using my sharp fang to slice my thumb open. I pressed it against her closed lips and her eyes popped open in surprise. Open, I grunted. Her lips parted and I shoved my thumb between them. Now suck. Her eyes lit up before I felt her pull the blood from my finger. My dick twitched inside her as she moved up and down, and I tried desperately not to end this too soon. You feel so fucking good, I said between gritted teeth. So fucking tight and wet just for me. She met my eyes, her hair wild and crazy around her head as she sucked on my thumb and grinded her hips harder into me. I knew I wouldn't last much longer like that, so in one swift movement I turned us around, laying her back onto the couch and hovering over her. Neither my thumb nor my dick left her for a single second. Now that I was in control, I felt myself losing control. My thrusts were sharp and punishing, but all she did was moan, her bright eyes rolling back in her head as she continued to suck the blood from my thumb. I took her breast into my mouth and pulled more of her blood onto my tongue. It tasted even better as the blood claim solidified between us. I don't think she even noticed. Her hands were gripping my arm, and her legs were locked around my hips as she screamed and thrashed beneath me with the force of her climax. It was too much for me. I came to, with a roar that echoed through the empty apartment, and a grip on her thighs that I knew would leave marks. We came down slowly as I removed my dick from inside her and my thumb from her mouth. She sighed happily and curled into my chest, her lids heavy. Is it done now? She asked around a yawn. Did you claim me? The gravity of the situation overwhelmed me, making it hard to speak. I swallowed once and ran my hand down her face, shoving aside stray curls that were stuck to her sweaty forehead. Yes, love. You're mine now. She sighed again and smiled softly. Good. I watched as she slowly fell asleep, wondering if she'd feel the same in the morning. If I'd done the right thing and she'd still be this happy when the sun rose. I figured this had to be better than the alternative, though. At least now she'd get another sunrise. I continued to hold her through the long hours of the night, the entire time hoping this would be the thing that saved her. She was mine now, and I'd protect her with my life.
Epilogue. Charlotte. So, you're dating your new roommate? I winced and shifted the phone to my other ear. I'd been putting off this conversation with Candace for long enough. If I hadn't called her today, she'd threaten to buy a bus ticket and hunt me down. Knowing what I did about the number of vampires in this city, I didn't want my best friend roaming the streets for any reason. Yeah. Kinda. She paused for a moment. How do you kinda date someone? She deadpanned. I winced again at my stupid answer as I tried to find another way to describe my relationship with Alexander. Because in the week since he claimed me, it had become complicated. We're not really exclusive. At least, we haven't had that conversation yet. Which was true. Alexander had claimed me, not asked me to be his girlfriend. It didn't matter that he snuck into my room every night to feed, and it always led to sex. Mind-blowing sex. Out-of-this-world sex. Probably illegal in at least a few states sex. Charlotte. I shook my head and realized I'd zoned out for a minute there. Or several. Yeah. I asked why you'd move in with a guy who you weren't exclusive with. That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. I sighed as I tried to figure out a way to explain this to her, so she'd understand. Things between me and Alexander were tentative at best. We didn't talk about the future. We didn't even talk about tomorrow. We just talked about our pasts and then we had sex, which required no talking. It was the simplest convoluted relationship I'd ever been in. Shortly after the claiming, Alexander had all my belongings moved to a spare bedroom in his apartment. We both agreed it made the most amount of sense. This way he could protect me, and I could feed him. A shiver ran down my spine just thinking of his fangs in my neck. And my inner thigh. And my breast. Charlotte. Damn it. Focus. Sorry. He had a spare room and needed a roommate. We get along, so I thought it couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt, she deadpanned again. Apparently, she wasn't impressed with me today. Are you listening to yourself? Unfortunately, yes. I was. And I knew I wasn't making much sense, but there was so much that I couldn't tell her. All the holes in my story were filled with secrets that weren't mine to tell. Listen, Candy, I know it sounds crazy, but it's working for me right now. Speaking of work. I winced again because I knew where this was going. What happened to your internship? I let out a deep breath and settled onto the couch in the living room. It fell through. How did it fall through? Damn, she was relentless. But it really wasn't surprising. I don't know. Someone's niece or something got the position instead of me, I lied. Truthfully, we decided it would be too hard for Ashton to guard me while I did my internship. It would raise too many questions that we couldn't answer. So, Alexander had found a solution. I actually got a new internship. I start Monday. That's great. Where is it? What will you be doing? It's, for the government, actually. And I'll be working on fortifying some of their sites and beefing up their back end. In reality, Alexander had found me a position with Vampire Parliament, protecting their official sites from unwelcome visitors. It hadn't been easy to get them to allow a human to work on the premises, but since I'd been claimed by Alexander, I got a sort of hall pass to be in Parliament. Now I just had to get over my fear of working in a building full of vampires. That sounds amazing.
I know you're gonna kill it.
My chest warmed at my friend's never-wavering belief in me. She'd been my cheerleader for as long as I could remember. I hated that I couldn't tell her the whole truth about what was going on with me, but it wasn't safe for her. I refused to pull her into this world with me. What about your job at the restaurant? I winced. That fell through too. Which really meant I'd been fired when I didn't show up to my shift. It wasn't like I could tell them I'd been almost killed by a vampire. She sighed, and I knew she knew I was keeping things from her. But thankfully, she didn't press it.
Anyway, there was another reason I called you.
The change in her tone of voice had me frowning at the wall ahead of me. Okay, I said slowly when she didn't continue. She blew out a deep breath through the phone line and my stomach churned. I ran into Kevin the other day. The breath whooshed out of my lungs all at once as my stomach frothed with bile. I didn't realize how bad my hands were shaking until I almost dropped my phone. Alexander was there in seconds, appearing before me like he'd teleported there. His dark eyes were full of concern as he knelt in front of me and wrapped his big hands around my thighs. He must have felt my dread through our bond. Oh. I finally squeaked. How did that go? Candace scoffed. Well, he was drunk, of course. But that's nothing different. I closed my eyes. No. My father being drunk was a regular thing. Everyone in the town knew it. But I don't know, Char. He looked different. Like sicker. Or sadder. Or maybe both. Despite how deeply I hated my father, I hated to hear he wasn't well even more. He was my blood. The only family I had. I'd never wish him ill. Even now, I wondered if there was something I could do to help him. Something from afar, of course. I shuddered to think what would happen if we were to ever be in the same room again. Not after last time. I shook my head and met Alexander's eyes, his bright with anger. He knew enough about my past to know this wasn't good news. I'd done my best to keep the finer details to myself though. I didn't need to deal with a homicidal vampire with unlimited resources and no qualms about killing. I'm sure it's all the alcohol, I finally said. Yeah, probably. She was quiet for a moment, and I knew there was more. Just like I knew I'd hate whatever she said next. He asked about you. A sharp pain sliced across my abdomen and I squeezed my eyes closed and tried to breathe. It wasn't real. It was just a memory. Just a phantom pain.
What did you tell him?
I asked quietly. Alexander's hand squeezed my thighs, and I could feel how close he was to exploding. I just hoped I could get Candace off the phone first. Just that you were doing really good up in New York. My eyes snapped open as my heart dropped to my feet. You told him I was in New York. She was quiet for a long time as my heart started back up in double time. Was I not supposed to? She asked quietly. I blew out a deep breath and closed my eyes again. I couldn't watch Alexander's anger gathering on his face, not when there was already so much of my own brewing inside me. No, I said quietly. I didn't want him to know that. Charlotte, I am so sorry. I thought he knew. I thought the courts. It was left off the record, I interrupted her. Alexander shook my leg to get my attention, but I left my eyes closed. I didn't want to answer his questions right now. I'm sure it'll be fine, she said, her voice rising like it always does when she lies. New York is massive. There's no way he'll be able to find you, even if he could go look. That's right. He was sick. Probably dying. Why would he bother wasting time, energy, and money he didn't have looking for me? He wouldn't. I was safe. Everything was okay. I opened my eyes to find Alexander's bright gaze still trained on me. I gave him the best smile I could muster. You're right. I'm sure it's nothing. But it didn't feel like nothing. I'd hoped the blood claim would make me stronger. More powerful. Or at the very least, less scared, but it had done none of those things. I was still just a human. Weak and vulnerable, and so frightened I was having trouble sleeping. If I'd just convinced Alexander to change me, I wouldn't have to worry about my father. I'd be 100 times stronger and 1,000,000 times faster. He'd never be able to lay a hand on me again. Now I just had to find a way to convince Alexander that was what I really wanted. And hoped he still wanted me when I wasn't soft and warm anymore. When I couldn't feed him anymore. When I was just like him, and he didn't have to save me all the time. When I could be his equal, and maybe someday his partner.